grapevine telegraph informed us that only Hill's corps was left to hold the Chancellorsville position, and that Ewell's and Longstreet's men had gone up the valley of the Shenandoah. We got orders to hold ourselves in readiness to move at a moment's notice. That meant no man could go out of camp. We were not in a hurry to move anyway. One evening at roll call, orders came to pack up and be ready to move at daybreak. When day came, we marched for Berryville by way of Warrenton and Snicker's Gap. The fields were covered with dewberry vines, and the berries were beginning to ripen. We mainly depended on them for food, while green apples came next. We lost one man who ate poke salad that was too old, the poison developing in the leaves. Near Warrenton, we passed a large tent situated in a field about 100 yards off. A large yellow flag flew from a pole. We recognized it as a smallpox hospital. Word was passed to give it a wide berth. "Shucks," said one of the fellows. "If you are afraid of it, then it gets you. Just like any measly cur dog that will bite you if you run. But if you face him without fear, then he is the one to run. That is so with smallpox and every other kind of disease. You put your will against theirs, and they won't hurt you." He started across the field for the tent. The captain ordered him to come back, telling him he would be placed in the guardhouse if he did not. But the philosopher marched on and entered the tent. When he got back, he was placed under arrest and, in due course of time, developed a case of confluent smallpox. The regiment moved late in the mornings and stopped early at night so as to afford time for the horses to graze and the men to pick berries. Every once in a while, but not too often, we drew a little meal while the horses got a little corn. It was dangerous to straggle, and even I kept reasonably close to the line. My rabbit's fur hat, which I had brought from my dad's home in Bedford County, had been showing the wear of time and the tear of hard usage for a distressing period. And now, at a most pressing time, the crown gave out. It had long passed the frazzling stage and simply ceased to wear. Have you ever noticed how unmercifully nature comes down when it catches you in a tight place? The sun, that I have always admired and felt friendly to, took advantage of my plight and tried to burn a hole in the top of my head. I secured permission to stop at a nearby cottage and see if I could get the hat mended. A real pleasant young lady answered my rap at the front door, and when I had made known my wants, invited me in. She studied the matter for a few minutes and said, "The only piece of cloth that I have will be just the thing, if you don't mind the color." I said I could stand any color. They all suited my complexion. She brought out a piece of woolen goods, a baby blue color. She did a jambone job of sewing, and also marked me with a glaring, unmistakable mark that got me into several scraps. But it kept out the sun, and I was happy. After Company K, the regiment and the 12th Mississippi, which was next to us, finished guying me about the hat and became used to it, I had a period of peace and comfort in my old hat. While near Berryville, I came again in touch with Brother Joe. His command had been down on the Blackwater. Robert came into camp looking for me, but the captain said he had no authority to let me go, and I had better see the colonel. So I went to his headquarters and stated the case. "Davy," he said, "I'll make a bargain with you. I will let you go now, and at other times if you will agree to come to me for permission. But when I say no, it will be for a good reason. Also, if you are caught, as you were at Fredericksburg, you will agree to take whatever is coming to you, not mentioning my name, and get yourself sent back to me as soon as possible. Of course, you know that I am not going to give you a pass." I said I would stand by the bargain, which agreement stood until the colonel was killed. Dr. Joe, as I called him, had some high living. Robert was a good forager, and brought in more or less of everything the country afforded. Late in the afternoon, he carried me back on a horse. I was mighty glad to see both the doctor and Robert. At Berryville, I was presented a muffler and a pair of woolen gloves, sent by the little girl whom I had kissed at the depot when I left home. They had been intended for a Christmas present 6 months before. Freight was slow in those days. Some way I lost the precious things before winter came again. We traveled by Charlestown and on to Shepherdstown, wading the Potomac, then on through Hagerstown to Chambersburg. At this time, an order was issued from General Lee forbidding us to molest anybody or anything, and in particular to pay all due respect to women and children. We faithfully observed his commands. In Chambersburg, we stopped to rest. The whole company was lying down on the sidewalk except Bill Phipps, who stood in the middle of the street. The front door of a palatial residence opposite him opened, and a man stepped out onto the porch. He was a large man, about the size of Bill, finely dressed, and had an air of defiant impudence that was offensive to the last degree. He looked like a Durham bull showing off his disdain for weaker things. Bill caught his eye and vociferated, "Come out of that hat, and don't say you ain't in there, for I see your legs sticking out from under it." The man swelled up visibly, threw back his shoulders, and said, "I'll come out of it when you are man enough to make me." "Oh," replied Bill, "is that your game?" Then he quickly loaded his gun, and, putting a cap on the tube, cocked it, covered the man, and said, "Will you once? Will you twice? Will you three?" The man quickly threw the hat on the pavement, saying, "There, take it. The Lord knows you need it, and a lot more clothes besides, you ragged rebel." Bill did not lower his gun, but said, "Come out of that coat." "I won't pull off my coat for any man except to fight him," replied the man. "You can take your choice of pulling it off alive, or have me pull it off of you when you are dead," replied Bill. 1, 2, 3, and off came the coat alongside the hat. "Come out of them breeches," Bill continued. "I demand the protection of an officer," exclaimed the man. "I appeal to the captain or commanding officer of this company to save me from the disgrace of disrobing on the street." But no officer seemed to be there. At least none moved. "I don't care a pickled damn about your being naked in the street," said Bill. "I want them breeches." Then the man modified his manner and said, "Soldier, I have faced that loaded gun long enough. You win, and if you will come inside, I will give you a complete outfit of clothes." Bill, receiving a nod from his officer, went inside the house. He left his old rags inside. Soon the door opened wide, and a nicely dressed young woman came to the door with Bill's old duds. She was holding them with a pair of tongs as far from herself as she could, holding back her skirts with the other hand. But Bill didn't care. He had a fine civilian suit. We moved on, having no idea of our objective. We walked by faith, though ready for work whenever something turned up in our line of business. We had the most serene confidence in Marse Bob. Cherries were getting ripe, and we found them very delicious and filling, but not very sustaining. We would have to fill up several times a day to keep the proper stomachic dilation. They grew abundantly, however, and we never enjoyed fruit more. The natives seemed kind, but curious. They had a notion that we were a lot of ignorant savages, particularly we from Mississippi. Their surprise was great when they found us courteous and gentlemanly, princes disguised in rags. Horde and myself walked a short distance from Camp 1 evening after roll call and came to a cottage where a woman and her daughter were trying to get an unruly calf through a gate. We went to their assistance, and, after a good healthy chase, got the calf in and the gate shut. Then the mother asked us what state we were from. When we said, Mississippi, she lifted up her hands and said, "Oh, I thought all persons from that state wore fierce-looking beards and carried bowie knives. But you two look mild enough. Can't we give you something to eat for your trouble?" We lost no time in accepting the invitation. Southeast from Chambersburg, we were marching when an order came that every man must stay in ranks and keep files closed up. That meant business. Then, too, the grapevine telegraph became active. We learned the position of Ewell's corps, and we knew that we were to the left of Longstreet's corps. Soon news came that Heath's division had struck the enemy, and we heard the distant cannonade. We were ordered to load at will. The effect was magical. Every man tightened up and was on the alert. No need then for orders to keep the ranks closed up, for every man had become a good soldier by instinct. We came closer to the firing, and at the same time began to come upon evidences of the struggle. We passed through the edge of the town of Gettysburg and came out in line of battle upon Seminary Ridge. We took the places of skirmishers from Heath's division and advanced to the brow of the hill and halted. It was not a fresh movement, but a continuation that progressed favorably to us. We had the Yanks going, and now the thing to do was to keep them going. Yet we halted. We looked across a valley that was about a mile wide and saw Cemetery Ridge and the Yanks. They had no fortifications, and we could have easily taken the position from them as they were giving way. The regiment was ordered to stack arms. We had never stacked arms except at time of a drill, and never before on the field of battle. Fortunately, I was on the skirmish line and not ordered to stack arms. There was a near rebellion. We cussed and discussed the strange order. "Who commands this part of the line?" someone asked. "General Longstreet," was the answer. "Why, he is the fellow who stayed down on the peninsula and could not be gotten up in time for Chancellorsville. Why doesn't Anderson move the division forward without awaiting orders from such a man?" The stacks broke and the men took their guns. Most of the officers believed that it was a temporary delay only. But we were put to digging trenches. The artillery unlimbered in front of us at the brow of Seminary Ridge and trained on Cemetery Ridge opposite. We wasted the 2nd day of July in a fool preparation to repel a fancied attack when we were the attacking party. It angers me to this day, as I think of the cost of such actions, which allowed a wonderful offensive opportunity to turn into a defensive one. We were furious then, our wrath aimed at Longstreet, in whom we had already lost confidence. Night came at last and put a stop to the intolerable heat. All night we could hear the artillery and the infantry coming up and digging in over on Cemetery Ridge, and yet not even our skirmishers fought. There had been fighting going on both to our right and left. During the night, Brother Joe came from the right, where his field hospital was located in a cut in the road. He easily found me, and we lay in the trench and talked for some time. He brought something to eat and recent news from home. To him, I was little Stevie. I have never grown up, so far as he is concerned, even to this day. He was deeply moved by the risk to which I was exposed, and he looked forward with dread for me on the morrow. There would be fearful casualties, he said. At last day broke, and we looked across the valley and saw the strong, fortified position of the enemy, bristling with artillery and blue with Yanks. The fighting began both on our right and left. As Lee's line was about 15 miles long, we had no means of ascertaining the results. Some time after noon, the artillery on Seminary Ridge opened fire. The Yanks replied in kind. The whole battlefield soon became enveloped in smoke. Through the smoke came a shower of round shot and shells. The roar grew deafening. Our artillerymen stood by their guns gallantly, while the commanding officer of the batteries rode back and forth just to the rear of the guns. He had his hat in his hand, and, while we could not hear what he said, we knew that he was encouraging his men. He would dash off to the right and be lost to our sight in the smoke, then come back and ride up to the guns in front, waving his hat and shouting, and then dash off to the left. And again we would lose sight of him. It became to us a matter of intensely interesting speculation as to how long he could keep that up. But we had matters of our own to attend to. Some of the men put rails in the breastworks in front of them. We warned them not to do that and called their attention to the disaster wrought in the Yankee ranks at Chancellorsville by this same method. But it proved slow work to loosen hard ground with a bayonet and throw it up with a frying pan. We had only 2 spades in our company and only 1 pick, and while you got a spade when your time came, the time seemed long in coming. The boys tried to hasten things by using rails. Then solid shot hit the breastwork near the bottom of the bank, turning the whole pile of dirt over them. They were buried out of sight, while the solid shot was lying on top of all, rails, dirt, and men. We rushed to the rescue of the buried men and had to work in feverish haste in order to get them out before they suffocated. Besides, the cannon booming in front of us and the shells bursting around us had a most accelerating effect, an effective but unpleasant nerve tonic. 2 of the men were near the suffocation point, and all were full of dust within as well as without. Water was scarce, and it was with difficulty that we drained enough out of the combined canteens of the company to give them some moisture. Then we had to work like Trojans to mend the gap in the breastwork. All this time the sun took advantage of our plight and fried us to a doneness like spare ribs, and we had little in our ribs to spare. The wounded artillery horse began to come back. One large horse, with his mouth shot off, clambered over our breastworks and fell down lengthwise in the ditch. Fortunately, no one was caught under him, but he took up the room of 8 men in the precious protection of the ditch. The horse was on his back and his legs were waving in the air. We rushed to get him out. Corporal Thomas bossed the job. We had no ropes or appliances, only the pieces of rail that had been broken by the round shot. We pried the horse up, swung him around, and dragged him back of the ditch about 10 feet. Then we were ordered to shoot every badly wounded horse that came back from the batteries in our front. We killed a good many. All this time we dug ourselves in deeper. On our right the batteries ceased fire, and we knew that this was to let the infantry pass beyond the guns. Then those batteries again opened up rapidly, giving the line of infantry all the protection they could by firing over their heads and delivering shrapnel among the Yanks. Then they ceased firing again, and we knew the boys had gotten to the Yanks. They took up the fire again, and we knew that our line had failed to take the position. This was the first part of that charge, which is called Pickett's charge. We had no watches, and I cannot tell how much time elapsed between events. General Joe Davis's brigade came up to our line from our left and filed along double-quick to our right, just behind our breastworks. When they had gotten into position, they were ordered to lie down. The 2nd Mississippi, of which Brother Joe was the surgeon, was immediately behind the 16th Mississippi, and so he stopped to see if I was safe, before he established his field hospital in a cut in the road not far to our rear. We supposed that we would go as the first line, with Davis's brigade as our support. But as soon as that brigade got into position, they were ordered forward. They passed over us and ran on between the guns of the batteries, which ceased firing to let them pass. They moved on into the open field and deployed, then advanced, and as soon as the batteries could fire over them, they began a furious cannonade. The roar of the Federal guns constantly concentrated from both the right and the left upon the advancing line. Then our batteries ceased firing, and we knew that our line had advanced to the Federal position, while the rattle of muskets told us that they were engaged in trying to storm the works. Again, our batteries started up a violent shelling of the Federal positions, again informing us that Davis's brigade had failed, and that our artillery protected a retreat. Soon, the frazzled remnant of the brigade came staggering back through the smoke, singly or in small groups. The organization of the brigade had been completely broken up. General Davis, with his sword in his hand, came slowly down our line. I knew him personally, and went up to him and asked, "General Davis, where is your brigade?" He pointed his sword up to the skies, but did not say a word, and stood there for a moment, knocking pebbles out of the path with the point of his sword. He could not talk, and neither could I. He walked on, and I went back to my place. Then came a lull in the firing. About 1 hour elapsed, and then both sides opened up once more. Came the order from the right, "Form the line. Forward." We went double quick and filed between the guns, which ceased firing. Then we reformed the line beyond the guns and advanced rapidly. The Yanks played on us with solid shot and shell. When we reached the small stream that ran at the foot of the hill and began the ascent of Cemetery Ridge, they changed to canister and grape shot. We went, firing as rapidly as we could. We became enveloped in the smoke, through which we could see the fire of the guns. It looked as if we had charged into hell. Our line thinned down to mere groups of men, too few to accomplish anything. The order was given, "Fall back." We fell back over our dead and our wounded, with here and there the body of a Yankee who had been left from the fighting of the day before. Our batteries did not fire to protect us, and the Yanks had it all their own way. As we went back between the guns, we asked Warsh, "Why didn't you help us out?" And the dreadful answer was, "Out of ammunition." When I was a boy, the business part of the town of Woodville, Mississippi, burned down. The fire might have been checked, but the water gave out. We stood around and saw houses burn which could have been saved if the town had made provision beforehand for an adequate water supply. And so much property was lost by that lack of foresight. The whole cause of the Confederacy had been lost by Lee's army running out of ammunition. Pickett's charge of July 3rd, 1863, a fatal charge named after the commanding major general in the movement, failed, and with it our hopes sank. Mississippians, Alabamians, North Carolinians, Tennesseans, and Virginians participated equally in this charge. There was nothing in it to brag about except the heroic gallantry of the men. As far as the general officers were concerned, they couldn't have bungled things more nor shown less military skill. Longstreet was the corps commander and was directly over all that part of the line. He stopped us on the 2nd of July when we had the Yanks going good and when we were in sight of Cemetery Ridge with reinforcements to continue the advance. He waited for more than 24 hours, which delay allowed the enemy to fortify and get in additional artillery and more troops. When the charge was made, troops advanced by details. After each failure of a small force, the Yanks had ample time to prepare for the next small force. On 4 separate occasions this occurred. The men argued many and varied questions. They could not comprehend the disaster which occurred, neither could they relish such methods leading to it. What will General Lee do? Will he court Marshal Longstreet, and if so, what penalty will be inflicted? Was typical of the questions asked, but Marse Bob took the blame on himself and let Longstreet off. That night, July 3rd, 1863, it commenced to rain. Our skirmish line was ordered to advance just before day. The line was beyond the small stream, and we dug rifle pits with 2 men to a pit. I was with Johnny in a pit in a small depression that led down to the stream. We were well up on Seminary Ridge. The rain increased, and soon our pit began to fill with water. When day came, the skirmishers became brisk. One of us had to bail out the water, while the other shot. We took turns at bailing and shooting all day, soaking wet, hungry, and tired, too busy to notice the flight of time. We had nothing to eat, and could not have eaten if we had, without taking in quantities of that filthy water. We absorbed all the moisture that was necessary, and then some. Several times our pit was struck. Once a ball struck the mud just opposite my head, the mud splashing into my face. I dug out the bullet, and it had flattened out to about the size of a $50. We lost some additional men on that skirmish line. We remembered that it was the glorious 4th, and we were having fireworks. At last night came again, and we were withdrawn. We never halted at our old line of breastworks, but continued on a night march. The rain fell on the road in about the right proportions, and the tramping troops acted as a sort of mud mill, working the mud into the right consistency to make brick. It clung to our feet and to our clothes. When one stepped into a rut, he found it a hard matter to pull out his feet. My shoes were of Confederate half-tanned leather, the soles being pegged on. They had had a preliminary soaking all day in that skirmish pit, making them well prepared for the trick that they contemplated playing on me. It was so dark that it was impossible to pick the way. I stepped into a rut that was nearly knee-deep. I pulled out one foot, and the sole of that shoe came off. Then I pulled out the other, and the sole of that shoe came off also. There I stood, shoed but shoeless, with uppers but no soles on my feet. I walked on, and soon the mud packed into the uppers, so that I carried over 10 pounds of mud per foot. I reached down in the dark, and cut the strings, and scattered the uppers, like the last rose of summer, fondly over the road. My socks held out for a while, then the bottoms wore out, while the mud began packing around my legs inside of the socks, as if to take a plaster cast of them. We marched rapidly, and I had no time to adjust things, so I pulled off the socks and threw them away. Now I had my feet on the ground, and they surely found all the jagged stones within reach. I got out of the road and walked along the side, on the grass. I was getting along first rate, when the brigadier general came along and ordered me to get back into the road. I said I was barefooted, and that the stones cut my feet. He stormed out that he was not going to allow a private to talk back to him, and he called the guard with orders to take me in charge and bring me to headquarters at daylight. The general rode on, and the guard grabbed me. I do not know who the sergeant was, but he said, "Are you David Holt?" I said that I was. "That general is a fool to expect a barefoot man to walk in that road," he said. "Walk where you can." Chris had secured whiskey from some place, just enough for one good drunk, and he got that spree. He was very long-legged and thin, and walked in a sort of loose-jointed shamble. Now he scattered his big splay feet all over the road. It was impossible for any man to walk in file with him. His language was loud and not such as is used in the best families, but he kept up. After a long time, we filed off to the left across the fields and stopped to rest. As we could not get any wetter, we all sat down on the ground. In front of us was a gap in the fence, and the company next ahead of us was sitting down in and beyond the gap. To the left of the gap, a big timber wheel had been built into the fence. The huge axle and the other wheel were inside at right angles. Chris came up to the wheel. "Lord and master," said he, "but that's the first time I ever saw a fence built in round sections. How do you get over the blame thing?" "Clomb it, you fool." Chris began to climb and noticed the broad tires. "Why blame my cats?" he said. "If it ain't iron-bound, they must have mighty bad stock in these parts." Then he cooned the axle and climbed the other wheel, saying, "You fellows on the ground, you had better get up and go to climbing. It will take the regiment until morning to get over." Then he fell to the ground on his back and, looking up, saw what it was. "Well," said he, "I'd just be blamed if I wouldn't say I was drunk or a derned fool if you other fellows hadn't been climbing too, and a whole lot has got over." "Here's your mule" was a great expression at that time. Chris had hollered it out many times that night. After the fence episode, we scattered out across a field and down a hill. Chris yelled, "Here's your mule," and he was there, sure enough, and dead at that. Chris stumbled over the feet and fell over the dead body of the mule. Fortunately, he had his blanket around him. Some of the boys rescued him, but he left his blanket with the mule. He became very sick, but kept up and was with us when daylight came. We halted by a small stream that was swollen and muddy, and waded in and washed the mud off our clothes. Chris was in the water washing off when the surgeon of the regiment came riding along. "Doc, I have a plan that will make you and me a whole lot of money," said Chris. Doc put on an expression of interest, but did not say a word. He feared a cell. Chris continued, "Say, Doc, I am a live mummy. I am Ramses III. I have absolutely thrown up all my internal viscera and would have thrown up my toenails, but they are non-detachable. I have not a drop of blood in my body, and am living on the memory of what I was when I ruled Egypt. Now I propose that you sell me to a dime museum." But about that time, the deal fell through, as we were ordered to fall in and continue the march. We all felt sorry for Chris. His emptiness was excessive, but he kept his place in the ranks. We went over South Mountain, and, while in the mountains, one of the men noticed a tree of mountain birch. He said the bark was sweet and tasted like wintergreen. He stepped out of ranks and brought back a sample. Soon every man in the company was chewing bark. We had to get it as near to being a powder as possible in order to eat it. That was all the food we had for the 4th and 5th of July. There were very few blackberries along that road. In the defiles of South Mountain, we came upon some of our army wagons that had been burned by the Federal cavalry in a bold dash. But Jeb Stuart, with his cavalry, drove them off. We knew that Jeb was defending our flanks. We gathered wheat, which was in the milk, rubbed off the chaff with our hands, and boiled it in our little cans at night. It never got soft by boiling, but it was food, and we had the digestion of ostriches. The only good filling we got from Gettysburg to the Rapidan River occurred when we halted near William and Mary College. That famous old school had furnished intellectual pabulum to Winfield Scott and other near great men, and now it furnished material nourishment to the 16th Mississippi. Starving men prowl around like the roaring lion seeking what it may devour. Some of the 16th Mississippi went over to the college to see what they could find, They found a building locked up and as quiet as a tomb. One of the investigators noticed in the basement area a solid battened door, and beside it a grated opening too high to reach from the ground. He began smelling around it like a hound on a cold trail. "Boys, this is a storeroom," he said, "and I smell bacon in it. One of you let me stand on your shoulders, and I can reach that opening and look in." We raised him up, and when he looked in, he said, "By the holy smoke, but the place is crammed full of rations." They managed to break in and came back to camp loaded down with bacon and sacks of flour. Colonel Baker had them bring it all to the regimental quartermaster, and had the word passed along from company to company that any man was privileged to go and get all the rations he wanted. Then he stationed a guard around the camp and had them take everything the men brought. Then it was assembled and issued as rations. We all got full for once, but that came later. Back on the march, we moved along leisurely. The weather was good, the road improving, and our spirits picked up. We lacked rations, and some of us lacked shoes, but there was no grumbling. One morning, my brother Joe rode into camp, mounted on a splendid deep bay horse, a beauty of a high stepper with 4 white feet, and the trappings were as fine as the horse. He had been captured in the first day's fight when Davis's brigade struck the Ironside Brigade. The doctor was known to all the company, having gone to school with many of them, and they still called him Joe. He asked the captain to loan me to him for the day, saying that he would return me at night. He dismounted, and we sat on the roadside talking while the troops marched by. He waited until Davis's brigade came up with his ambulance, Heath's division being the rear guard of the army. After his brigade passed, the wagons came along, and I was placed in the surgeon's ambulance. It felt mighty good to be riding along the road instead of walking. It had been so long since I had gone in any other way than trotting along on my own feet that the sensation was novel. I stretched out on the floor and went to sleep. After a while, the surgeon came up and proposed that I should ride for the purpose of seeing what a fine traveler his horse was. So I mounted and took the gun across my lap. I soon rode beyond the wagons and came to the troops. The 2nd Mississippi had halted to rest and lay on the side of the road. When I came along, a fellow jumped and grabbed the bridle of the horse, waved his cap, and let out a mighty yell. He said, "France has recognized the Confederacy and has sent her most noted general over as a testimony of her goodwill. We are honored by a visit from His Highness. Let us give him a royal welcome. Attention, regiment, open ranks, present arms. Where is the music?" The music came, a fife, a tenor drum, and a bass drum. He called for a guard of honor, and about 10 men responded. Then the procession started between the open ranks. The musicians played "The Girl I Left Behind Me," and the regiment presented arms. I took off my hat and bowed left and right. Comments were freely made on my appearance, and the fellow had a ready answer for each one. "What is that blue patch in the top of his hat?" "Why, that is a decoration he won at the Battle of Balaclava." "Look at the fringe on the bottom of his breeches. What does that stand for?" "Why, you fool, they don't stand, they hang. Only generals of high rank are allowed to wear them kind." "That looks almost like a gun he has across his lap." "No, that's no gun. That's his official baton." "What's them kind of shoes he wears?" "Why, they are the new kind of French skin tights. Only princes are able to buy that kind of a shoe. They are waterproof." "The general must be a powerful fighter. He smells like a wolf. I can smell him from here." "Why, that's French eau de cologne you smell, It was made expressly for the general. I tried to keep up a bold front, but I was badly hacked, especially by the horse laugh I got from the Colonel Stone. When we reached the head of the regiment, they turned me loose with a rousing cheer by the whole regiment. I turned off into the woods and let the jolly crowd pass by, then waited for the wagons to come up and returned the horse to my brother and told him that his outfit was too rich for my blood. He put the ambulance driver on the horse, and I got into the seat. He told me of the charge of the Ironside Brigade and mentioned many men whom I knew who had fallen in the fight. He seemed to be much moved by the pathetic death of Jerry, who was killed in Pickett's charge. Jer was picked up by the litter bearers, who tied a piece of a tent fly around him and brought him back to the field hospital in the cut of the road. He suffered great agony, and when the doctor removed the tent fly, he found the whole of his right side had been carried away by the fragment of shell. It was a wonder that he was living with such terrible wounds. "Jer, my boy," said the surgeon, "you are bound to die, and I can't help it." "Doc," answered Jer, "are you going to let me die in all this agony? How long have I got to live?" The doctor told him he might live 8 hours. All depended upon how much the bowels had been lacerated. "Doc," said Jer, "you and I have always been friends, and on the strength of that, I ask you to help me out of this world in some comfort." The doctor told him he was going to help him. There was no morphine in the medical supply, so the doctor had mixed up opium and vinegar and given it the name of blackstrap. He poured some of that mixture into a tin cup and added a good drink of whiskey. He said, "Here, Jerry, this will ease your pain and make you die in peace." Jer wanted to write a note home before he drank it. The doctor sat down beside him and raised him up into a leaning position, put the paper on a satchel of surgical instruments in front, and held him up to write. He had to guide Jer's hand, who pronounced each word before he tried to write it. The letter was to his mother. He thanked her for her loving care and Christian training, and said he was willing to die for his state. Then he sent a brief message full of love and tender regret to his girl. The paper was stained with Jer's blood. It had to be short, for Jer said, "Doc, I can't stand this agony. Give me the stuff." The doc handed it to him, and he drank a toast to the Confederacy and to all the boys. They laid him down, and he slept the last long sleep. We passed through Hagerstown in the night and stopped to rest as we walked down the main business street. An Irishman who lay on the trap door of a cellar suddenly jumped up and stuck his nose to a crack in the door and shouted, "Whiskey, get a crowbar." Someone found a big bolt and broke open the door, disclosing a cellar full of liquor. The men flocked in, knocking out heads of barrels and filling canteens. As fast as one set got out, another took its place. Major Council went down to try and get the men out and separate those who were fighting, but they rolled a barrel of whiskey over him. It was impossible to do anything with them, and the whiskey had to give out before the men could be dispersed. Long after daylight, the brigade moved out of town and into a field where it could sober up. That was the biggest drunk I ever saw. The brigade lay there until afternoon before it could resume the march. We were 10 days on the road from Gettysburg to the pontoon bridge at Falling Waters near Williamsport, and we began to wonder where Meade was. On the Maryland side of the Potomac, the country was rolling, but there was flat land near the river. On the Virginia side, the bank of the river was abrupt and high. Undulating land and cultivation extended to the high bank. We crossed the pontoon in the forenoon and noticed that a new road had been made diagonally along on the bold front of the high bank, leading up to the open fields above. When we reached the top of the grade, we filed to the right and took the position in line of battle. On our front and on the bank of the river, many guns unlimbered, and every man was at his place. We had to wade the river, which was at a low stage, and then climb the mountainous bank on the south side, a hill at least 100 feet high. When we got to the top, we found ourselves in an ideal location for a camp. We were in a heavy forest of hickory and oak, free from undergrowth. The shade of those huge trees was grateful. The roll was called at once, and we broke ranks. I preempted a site under a big oak tree for my camp, threw my gun and accoutrements down, and went to sleep. They did not wake me for evening roll call, but just before dark I awoke, very hungry. Cousin Jim had drawn rations for me and had dug sassafras roots for tea. I cooked my supper in my little frying pan and boiler, took a smoke, and went back to sleep. Several days elapsed before I got rested, and in the meantime got excused from all duties. I was not sick, but fagged out and seemed to become more conscious of my feet. They swelled up, and I could not bear to put them on the ground. The surgeon had nothing to put on them that would give relief, and suggested a tea made of oak bark. So I went into the tanning business and made oak-tanned sole leather out of the hide of my feet in situ. I greased them with a bacon rind after each soaking in the oak ooze. It was good treatment, and they rapidly recovered. One day I was called up to the officers' quarters and given a pair of shoes and an outfit of clothes. I was deeply thankful, but asked no questions and did not know where they came from. Quartermaster supplies were not being issued, so they must have come from a private source. It took me over a week to teach my feet how to wear shoes. They would begin to act up and complain at once when they felt the confinement, and I would have to pull the shoes off to pacify them. They acted like spoiled, convalescing babies. I had often heard about breaking in a pair of shoes, but this was breaking in a pair of feet. They were not amenable to persuasion, but deaf to argument, and as resentful as a peeved pair of twins. That was a royal camp for sport. We went down to the river and swam nearly all of each day, and ate blackberries before and after our dip. There was a mill dam about 2 miles down the river, and I and some others swam from camp down to the dam. The only trouble was in coming back. It was too far to swim against the current, and while there was a beaten path along the river bank, the briars grew thick along the path and scratched our naked skins when we walked back to camp from the dam. We did a great deal of fishing. Indeed, it took much fishing to catch very little fish, and they were very small at that. We were excited by news that the next day we would be paid off. Our wages would be paid for 3 months, and the money would be of the Confederate variety. The bills were large and showy, but they had small purchasing power, and when spent, got mighty little for the money. A few sacks of zephyr puff, smoking tobacco, and a few bags of parched goobers, as peanuts were called, and a little stick candy would take the whole 3 months' wages. A man was lucky if he had any of the good things left after a few days of enjoyment. After we got paid, Bill West went around collecting his bets. Nearly every man in the company seemed to owe him a bet. The boys explained it to me this way. After you had gone on that barefoot detail to thresh wheat near Berryville, orders came to move. We moved within 2 hours. We learned by the grapevine telegraph that an army of Yanks was coming across the valley from the Allegheny Mountains to cut us off from Richmond. When we had gotten on the road, Whit said, "Oh, poor little Davy, we will never see him again." Bill spoke up and said that you would get through some way and turn up all to the good. "But how can he get through?" Whit inquired. "He is barefoot. He has no rations. The Yank cavalry is in the valley, and while we will get past the place where they want to cut us off, he can't. I don't doubt that he will do his level best, but in my opinion, he has gone up the spout. Then Bill was asked upon what he based his opinion. He said you were the son of old Dr. Holt, who never gave a case up, but stuck to it until cold death called the patient. And often something turned up and the life of the patient was saved after all. He said you would take every chance and do things that would never suggest themselves to an older person, that you would not be bluffed by danger, nor stopped by obstacles because you were a child, and your highest reason for doing anything was that you wanted to do or have that particular thing. Bill couldn't get any bets at first, but it was talked of every day, and when the line of battle formed at Gaines Cross Roads, he got bets at 10-1. Soon the ease of camp life asserted itself, and I began to feel quite like a gentleman again. What with a clean skin and shoes and new clothes, we got rid of every sign of graybacks and itch, and there was not a case of sickness in camp. But we had no dental supplies, and our teeth were in a pretty bad fix. Davis's brigade moved up near the river about 5 miles from us, and I got in touch with Brother Joe once more. Robert came to camp to ask the captain to let me go to the doctor's quarters, but the captain told him that he didn't have anything to do with my leaving camp, that I knew what to do. I got permission from the colonel and went. The doctor had camped under a large lone oak that stood in a pasture. Dr. Hubbard camped under the same tree. They were congenial friends, knew when to meet and talk and when to quit. The river was about a mile off, and another dam and mill had been erected there like the ones near our camp. I went often and got fat on the nice lunches Robert prepared. Our pleasure was sadly interfered with by news from home. The mail came to camp one day while we were having a rough and tumble fracas. There was a letter for me in a morning envelope, also one for Cousin Jim. He read his own letter, but reserved mine until the play was over. When I came to the bunk, I noticed that he had tears in his eyes, and when I saw the black lines around the margin of my envelope, my heart sank, and with trembling hands I opened my letter. It announced the death of my sister, Juliet White Holt. I was prostrated with grief. I made no noise nor outcry, but lay with an agonized heart upon the pile of leaves that constituted my bed. The sad news was soon known to the company from letters that others had received. The fellows did me the kindness to keep away and to offer no sympathy or consolation. That was the first real grief that had come to me, and it found me sensitive to its power, a novice in the grip of a giant. Heretofore, I had contended with physical force and knew how to meet the poignancy of hunger, thirst, and physical suffering. Now the realm of affection was invaded by the enemy in a surprise attack. Nature came to my relief and administered a mental anesthetic. I ceased to think. I did not sleep, for then I might have dreamed, but for a time my mental faculties and sensations obtunded. Time came for roll call, and I did not move. I was indifferent to what might be done to me for infraction of duty. When my name got called, some of the boys pointed to my bunk, and old Sewell, our orderly, counted me as present. Soon my mind began to wake up and resume its mental processes. My first thought was, how wonderful and how past all human conception are the ways of God. It cannot be otherwise than that all things in heaven and earth are ordered by the divine power of God along the ways of wisdom, mercy, and truth. It cannot be otherwise than that He has a plan, made known to us through Christ, to gather all things worth having and keeping into a new creation that He calls the kingdom of heaven. But why was I spared, through all the hardships and dangers I had faced, and my beautiful sister taken? It seemed fair enough for me to die, for many of my fellow soldiers had fallen. But why should death invade so sacred a place as my father's home, and take so gentle a person as Juliet? She seemed to be of the kind needed in this world. Her sweetness offset disagreeable things that come up in a large household, and her tact was the dove that often came over stormy waters with the olive branch of peace. I have never gotten over the impression that her death made on me. After a time, it seemed natural that she should be wanted in heaven. To this day, my mind pictures Juliet in ineffable glory and contributing to the joy of paradise. It has made me have an internal certainty of the realization of the promises of our Lord. Our camp was really only a halt on the road. Its joys and sorrow, its rest and sports, were swept into the past by a mighty flood of events. Along in the first part of October, 1863, the army of Yanks came into evidence again, spoiling for a fight. Ordered to cook up 3 days' rations, we prepared to move. We crossed the river and marched in the direction of Warrenton. We did not loll along the road, but went as though we were in a hurry to get somewhere. We knew that the Yanks were marching on our right and in a hurry, too. When we reached Warrenton, we stopped near the town for more than a day and then moved toward Bristow Station. We soon came in contact with the enemy, consisting of Warren's corps. Somehow our generals lost their customary precaution and failed to feel the position of the enemy with scouts, and instead threw out a skirmish line. Warren posted his men in a cut of the railroad and threw out a line of skirmishers behind them. When our line of battle advanced, our boys naturally supposed that the Yankee line of battle was somewhere behind their skirmish line, but it was in front. When the Johnnies came on, perfectly unsuspecting, the Yanks raised up in the railroad cut and poured a withering fire into our ranks. Cook's brigade suffered most, but Posey's brigade was also badly hurt. General Carnot Posey was killed and many of our men. We eventually took the cut and Warren fell back. There was no need for him to stay there any longer, as Meade and his army were safe by that time, and the well-planned flank movement had failed. General Longstreet, as usual, did not do his part. We could not reason out why General Lee did not have so inefficient a general removed, or, better still, court-martialed. During the Bristow action, the 16th Mississippi fought the cavalry on the left flank. Colonel Baker threw out a skirmish line, and we formed units of 3 in case the cavalry should try to force us back. The cavalry would hardly let us get close enough to shoot, because they kept falling back. The open and undulating country proved just right for cavalry maneuvers. When they made a stand and allowed us to approach, we got a chance to shoot. Then, when their horses and men began to fall under our fire, they broke and ran to the next vantage point. The regiment marched about 300 yards behind the skirmish line. It looked as though we were being drawn into a trap. The line of the regiment looked mighty short across those broad fields, with each flank exposed. The Yanks dismounted and made a better stand as dismounted cavalry, but still we drove them back. As we drove them through a small village on the left of the road, they made a stand behind fences and houses. Immediately in my front was a stout picket fence around a garden. The top of one picket was broken off even with the top rail. In this gap, a Yank rested his gun and did some shooting. I fired at him, and he disappeared. I loaded my gun quickly and advanced with the line. Another head appeared at the same place, and I fired again, and a woman frantically waved her arms and screamed. When I got to the place, there was a dead Yank on the ground and a live woman standing at the gap in the fence. She said, Oh, you scared me most to death. Look where your bullet hit the fence right by my head." And there was the ball, embedded in the rail, in the center of the gap. I had made a line shot. "Madam," I said, "I would not have hurt you for the world, and I thank the Lord for your protection, but I could not see your skirts, and your head was bare like the Yanks. You had no business there, and I am not to blame." She said that she did not blame me, and only wanted to tell us that the enemy had fallen back. I never did hear the last of that joke on me. One fellow said it was high science in marksmanship. He said I shot so as to hit the rail if it was a woman, and to just skim the rail if it was a Yank. Of course, no one knew who killed the Yank, so many were shooting at the same time. We did not advance any further, and soon a courier came with an order for us to rejoin the brigade. We remained there several days on the same ground that the troops had camped on and fought over in the first and second battles of Manassas. I never have seen so many rabbits in a small space as were there. We feasted on hare. The country was thrown out and grown up in briars and broom sedge. Then we returned to the Rapidan and went into winter quarters. I do not know who selected the site for our winter quarters, but I do know that a more exposed site could not have been found. It was on the summit of a hill that went off abruptly to the north but sloped off gradually on the south side. The wind could blow from the North Pole and hit us without any obstruction. On the northeast, at the foot of the steep hill, there was a small creek, and a farmer named Ellis had built a dam and erected a mill to grind corn. We did not name that camp, but it may well be called Camp Starvation. Rations had often been short before. Now we simply ceased to have any. Fortunately, brown wood rats invaded the camp. They came like the quail did to the children of Israel in the wilderness. We set the skillet with a figure 4 trigger every night and rarely failed to make a catch. But rats alone don't make a balanced ration. We needed bread. Ellis's mill had the machinery to make meal but was idle for want of corn. The pond was excellent to skate on, and we had a lot of fun skating and sliding on the ice. 4 pairs of skates appeared when needed, and nobody asked where they came from. 5 men in the company knew how to skate. I was not one of them. We who could not skate made a slide down the side of the steep hill to the pond. The only trouble was in getting back after we had come down the incline. Any kind of a board, or even brush, answered for a slide. It was astonishing that starving men would take so much exertion to have a little fun. One morning I told Cousin Jim that I was going to get some meal at Ellis's mill. "It is foolishness for you to think of such a thing," he remonstrated. "The mill has no corn and is not running." But I snatched up a haversack and went. When I got to the mill, I found it running. A regiment of cavalry had brought some corn to grind. Mr. Ellis was there, and the guard, Henry Patterson, was from my company. I asked Mr. Ellis to sell me some meal. He said that he could not do that, as his share was restricted to the small toll. I said no more about the matter and sat by the stove, smoking and talking about the war. The sifter of the mill sounded like a man patting Garin Juba. I could dance Juba. I left Mr. Ellis and Patterson sitting by the stove and slipped over by the sifter. The floor was smooth and the patting was perfect. I began to dance. I cut all the steps that I knew and wound up with a step called Turkey. Then I heard a big laugh and found that Mr. Ellis and Patterson had crept back to some boxes near me and were enjoying the fun. I was somewhat abashed. Mr. Ellis had tears in his eyes as he said, "Patterson, what sort of stuff do you reckon that boy is made of? He has borne the brunt of war, the fiercest battles, and the long marches, And now, while he is called upon to bear cold and starvation, in addition to all that, he has got the grit and the wit to dance juba. I have got to share with him, in the name of courage, take his haversack and pack it full. He walked away, and my sack was filled. It held at least 20 pounds. I divided it with the boys. Our camp was located only a few miles from Mount Clark, where a signal station had been placed amidst numerous cabins of mountain folk who constituted a distinct class and had some notions that seemed queer to us. They were unlike Mr. Ellis and his family, or any of the planters or town folk. They had numerous parties to which we were invited after we had made their acquaintance. Some of our fellows stuck to camp so close and were so shamefaced among the girls that they missed all the fun. Although the girls were all Baptists and models of propriety, they would not dance but sang and played games. No refreshments were served, and the music sometimes consisted of only an old, wheezy accordion, but generally they sang as they danced. I can only remember the refrain they sang after each verse. The higher up the cherry tree, the better the cherry, the riper grows the cherry. The sooner you do court that gal, the sooner you will marry. They used the figures of the Virginia reel without variation. When a man parted from his partner at the end of the line, each knelt upon one knee, holding hands and kissing before they arose. One of our fellows was so bashful that he did not kiss his partner, and no girl would dance with him after that, but it wasn't me. Some of the boys fell in love with the girls and contracted marriage with them for 3 years, or the duration of the war. When the war ended, if the war husband survived, he went back to his mountain wife, and in some cases brought his emergency bride along to Mississippi. In one case, a couple failed to get transportation and walked the whole distance. When a wife would not leave her mountain home, the husband stayed there with her. In November, at Camp Starvation, the whole army celebrated my birthday, but they did not know it. It occurred on the 27th day of November. The nation often celebrates it now as Thanksgiving Day. For 2 days, snow had been falling, covering everything with a cold, white blanket. A biting wind blew, and we, in our little shacks, wrapped closer in our blankets and hugged our little fires. The only complaint, I remember, was from a fellow who said it was a pity that a man could not hibernate like a bear or a snake. He stood ready and willing to swap places with most any kind of snake, as he already had 2/3 of the process of hibernation, but needed another third to make the process complete. His soliloquy was that he was so cold all the way through that it was all he could do to keep his heart from freezing, and the marrow in his backbone was frozen hard. Secondly, things that hibernate do not eat, and for his part, he hadn't eaten as much in the last month as a pet coon would consider a slim meal. The sought-for third point in hibernation was unconscious existence, such as one has in a dreamless sleep, and that was the fun of the whole thing. But for his part, he had 2 or 3 different pains, different in kind, for every nerve in his body. As for sleep, he had not slept 2 hours on a stretch since the cold came, and the roasting ears gave out. Early in the morning of the 27th of November, without any previous warning, the long roll was beaten, and we had to fall in line and go tramping through the snow, bucking the wind. We had not gone far before a courier came along the road. We hailed him with, "Hey there, Captain, what's the matter?" "Meade has crossed the river near Mine Run," he answered. Then the boys began to swear. The low-down skunk thought that he would catch Marse Bob sleeping, did he? Yes, he thought that Lee's army was frozen stiff, and all he had to do was to come over and haul it north and use it for fertilizer. like they use mummies. We'll show him. Say, you fellow who wanted to swap places with a snake, is that really what you want? No, came the reply. I've changed my mind. I wish I was a stout automatic hickory stick and Meade was a snake. I would smash him as sure as you are born if I got burnt for it here and hereafter. And besides, I am so full of patriotic devotion that I have no room for rations if I had them. Instantly the boys told him that he was one of two things, either a liar or a man that carried his devotion in his belly, and he could take his choice between the two. He replied that he had made great progress in learning to do without his belly, and when he had learned to do that, he thought he might learn to do without veracity, at times a most troublesome commodity. Much of the wonderful morale of Lee's army was due to the fact that the men carried on under great hardships by jesting and finding a laugh or joke in their difficulty. Old Uncle Peter would suddenly flare up and exclaim, I am weary of the inanity of your conversation. Are there not enough realities to engage your attention without the necessity of resorting to imaginary things and impossible and vacuous vagaries? And we'd have another laugh. Uncle Peter had been teaching a country school before the war, and he'd hurl his lectures at us now and then. His nephew claimed that Uncle Peter has no use for talk that cannot be worked out by the rule of three. After a long time, and as we came over a hill, the booming of cannon commenced on the left of the road. The effect was instantaneous. Every man tightened up, and a hush fell on the line. The colonel's horse set his ears forward and snorted, as though he too recognized the import of the sound. We forgot the cold and hunger as we filed off on the left of the road, the riverside, and went into line of battle. The skirmish line deployed, and the regiment began at once to dig itself in. The skirmishers were put two together and began to dig rifle pits. My mate was Johnny. In a very short time we threw up enough dirt to stop a bullet and soon had a good pit, for we were on the defensive. The Yanks were on the opposite hill, and between us flowed a brook, on our side of which was a frame dwelling house. The firing became lively. Our batteries, high upon the hill, were behind the line of battle. We were ordered not to waste ammunition, but to be all ready to meet the Yanks when they advanced. After that, only an occasional shot came from our side when some Yank exposed himself. When night came on, the firing ceased, and fresh men relieved the skirmish line. We went back to the ditch that the regiment had dug. There was no snow there, and some protection from the wind. I slept like a baby that night until just before day, when we relieved the men on the skirmish line. As day broke, a big rooster at the house between the lines crowed loud and long. From the regiment a man darted forth, laid down his gun, and ran through the skirmish line and on to the house, where he took after the rooster. He caught up with the rooster on our side of the house, and the chase commenced. We opened up a brisk fire on the Yanks to protect him all we could. Around the house they went, the long-legged rooster well in the lead. When they showed up on the Yankee side of the house, the Yanks popped away at him, and we did not know whether or not he would get back to our side of the house until we could see him. He slipped down several times, but continued the race. Around the house 3 times, and always under fire, traveled the soldier and the rooster. At last the rooster tried to get into the door of the house on our side, and the man caught the bird against the door jamb. The rooster squalled, the man whooped, we hollered, and the Yanks huzzaed. It was novel excitement for a skirmish fight. When the soldier got back to the regiment, he was promptly arrested, but he stuck to his chicken. He said that he had risked his life to get that bird, and he was going to divide it with his company as far as it would go, and further that he was willing to be punished, only wanting to vary the mode of punishment from starvation to something else. The matter was dropped. The Yanks were gone on the morning of December the 1st, but we stayed there for a few days to make sure of the thing, and then marched back to our old camp. Rations increased in quantity, and we found additional entertainment in a violin which made its appearance in camp. A big fire was built at each end of the company street, and we danced and sang every night when the weather permitted. We did not give up the fun of living just because we had constantly to face the chance of dying. We were very much alive. There was not a sick man in the company. At short intervals, there would be a concert of classical music given by Robinson, our hospital steward, and Captain Dewey, our regimental quartermaster. Robinson, or Little Rob, as he was called, had the most exquisite tenor voice I have ever heard on or off the stage. Dewey sang baritone and had been singing for years in the cathedral at Natchez. A concert always contained some church music from the great masters. I particularly liked selections from Beethoven's Mass in C. and Meyerbeer's Opera of the Huguenots. The fine music seemed to renew one's hold on the amenities and ameliorations of civilized life. It lifted us above the grime and the grind of our condition, out of the discord of war, and into the harmony and peace of God. It is natural that men always and everywhere have pictured paradise as a place of harmony and angels with harps. It is natural that they produce the best music of all in the worship of our Lord and sing to the harp with a psalm of thanksgiving. We do violence to our own natures when we try to repress this natural inclination to worship God with our choicest melodies. It was getting near Christmas time, and every man wanted to do something or get something that was out of the ordinary to show his perfect appreciation of the festive season. With some men, that something was to get drunk, but General Lee saw to it that the opportunity was wholly lacking. We had a mess of 5 in our company, the only mess that really stuck together and never broke up into new combinations. Corporal Thomas was master of this mess, in which one day, without any warning, there appeared a turkey all picked and cleaned. It seemed to come by magic or sleight of hand. One moment we looked at their mess fire, for they cooked in the open, and there was no sign of a turkey there. Then we looked again, and there was a big turkey all ready to cook. Then lots of mixed vegetables appeared and a big loaf of sure enough baker's bread. No one went near the mess or asked any questions, for both soldiers and dogs will bark and bite if you fool with them when they are eating. I was near enough to see and hear what went on anyhow. First they made an extra large fire, then they argued about cooking the turkey. One man wanted to cut it up and fry it. That was voted down as a sin against the Lord, human nature, and the stomach, and an insult to the turkey. Then it was suggested that they borrow a kettle from another camp and braise it. That was also voted down because they would have to cut up the turkey to get it into the pot, and besides, they would have to give some of the turkey in payment for the pot. Finally, Thomas said he would undertake to roast the turkey over the fire. He put 2 posts into the ground, selecting good and solid green oaks with forks in them. He then laid a stout oak stick in the forks and hung the turkey with rope on the stick between the posts. Then came a question about the piece of rope burning in 2 and letting the turkey fall into the dirt. The rope beginning to smoke, Thomas took the turkey and cursed his luck for throwing away a piece of wire that he had picked up last summer. He called himself some bad names and said he had always been an improvident darn fool that belonged by nature to the poorhouse, and if he survived the war, he was going there, and he was willing to bet his eye teeth that he would have to beg like a dog to be let in. It is said that self-praise is half scandal. It might also be said that self-scandal is half praise, or if you make it 3/4 praise, it would about hit the truth in the case of Corporal Thomas. Dick proposed to substitute a sassafras stick for the rope, and as he chanced to have wire enough to fasten the stick to the turkey, it was done, and cooking the turkey continued. The vegetables and a piece of bacon were put on to cook in the camp kettle. Dick undertook that job. He pushed around the chunks and made a place for his pot. The smoke ran the mess around the fire. They had to get first on one side and then on the other to breathe. The smoke was giving Dick the dickens. It had him in a tight place and was taking malicious advantage of him while he tried to keep the pot on the perpendicular. He fell back under the advance of heat and smoke, and the precious pot careened and started to fall. Dick promptly grabbed the hot bail of the pot, held to it, and set the pot straight up on the ground before he let loose. The hot iron had burned into the skin, but he had saved the vegetables and the delicious soup. He had to go to the surgeon and get his hand dressed, and it was a long time healing. His full share of the rich banquet was waiting for him when he came back. Rations had to be rich and rare to make a man go through such an ordeal to save soup. It made us, lookers-on, feel mighty hungry to see that mess eat such an abundance. True, we had some extra rations with a little coffee and sugar and some fresh beef. The baker's bread and the turkey captivated our fancy. Then Robert came as an act of divine providence. About this time, the Davis Brigade had moved to the other side of Orange Courthouse, making it 9 miles to Brother Joe's quarters, and, besides, a town in between had to be flanked. The provost guard was always on the lookout, and it became a matter of good generalship to get through to see the doctor. But it would be worth the risk, because Robert had been sent to North Carolina on a foraging expedition with Dr. Hubbard's man John, and they had come back loaded down with good things. Robert told me how to get to the doctor's quarters, and said he wanted me to come and stay all night and bring Cousin Jim and Sam Wall with me. I went to the captain and asked for permission for them. He told me to go to Colonel Baker, as he had no authority to let men out of camp to stay all night. I went to the colonel and had to argue the case quite a bit, and plead the case of the other 2 fellows. "Look here, Holt," he said, "if I let you take those 2 men with you this time, why, next time you might want to take the whole company, or maybe the regiment, on a picnic or a fish fry. I think we might as well rescind your bargain, and you stay in camp subject to the company regulations." This was a bombshell from a masked battery thrown into the argument, and betokened that I might have to vacate my whole position if I could not hold my own. "Colonel," I said, "the power to rescind, like the power to make such a bargain, lies with you, and, whatever you do, I will stand by. Sam Wall is a good, steady soldier who has no knack of getting around, and he is a personal friend of Dr. Holt and a kinsman by marriage. Cousin Jim is, as you know, a color corporal, and he, too, is always on the job. He would never eat a piece of dried apple pie unless it was either served in the regiment or somebody carried him to the pie. I look upon this as an act of charity." The colonel laughed and said, "Oh, hell, take your fellows and go along. But look, if those 2 fellows are not back on time, there is going to be something hot doing." We started a little after daylight. The thermometer registered 10 degrees below zero, but the wind didn't blow. We made a wide detour to the left of the town, met no guards, and soon reached our destination. We were welcomed with Christmas hospitality, a meal being served at once. This was an act of thoughtfulness that only a man who had been hungry himself at some time would be prompted to do. The tent was large, and Robert had made a bed for us in one corner, and we had our own blankets. We had a splendid time. When the time came for Cousin Jim and Sam to go back, I was asked to stay for a week. The trouble was, how was I going to make up with the Colonel if I should stay? I said that I had promised to return, the two on time, but nothing had been said about my coming back. The doctor insisted the fare was splendid, and the regiment was going to have a theatrical performance. This combination outweighed discretion, and I let them go back without me. I knew all the officers in the regiment, the brigadier general, and many of his staff, and the doctor's fire was a place of social gathering. I was received as an equal and treated with great courtesy. They all called me Stevie. Colonel W. W. Stone, who after the war was governor of Mississippi, was my particular admiration. Major Sam Harrison, the brigade commissary, was a friend and frequent visitor at my father's house. General Joe Davis was a friend of the family, and while we were no kin, we were kin to the same people, because the war had put stripes on them and hadn't put any on me made no difference in our social status. We sat around the fire and joked and talked and told stories like a lot of friends on a camp hunt. The night for the theatricals came, and we went to the place and all sat down upon the ground in front of the stage. It represented a wide front porch of a cabin without any roof. There was a door from the porch into the cabin and a small table with a chair on the porch. There was a short flight of steps from the right-hand end of the porch to the ground. The actors were behind the front of the cabin. The show was thoroughly enjoyed, with the exception of a hospital scene. Of course, it was burlesque, but there are some things that men esteem too highly to enjoy seeing them burlesqued. The medical arm of Lee's army happened to be one of those things that the men revered, as well they might. The devotion, sympathy, courage, and skill of the surgeons was universal. Late at night we returned to Brother Joe's quarters, and it seemed only a moment between going to sleep and waking up. I said that I had to go back to my camp, having been away more than a week. Major Sam Harrison offered me a bushel of turnips if I would agree to pack them back. I was more than willing. Robert said he had something extra for dinner, so I stayed, starting back for camp just at sundown. I had 9 miles to walk and 60 pounds of turnips to tote. I only weighed about double the turnips, so every 2 pounds of me had to pack 1 pound of turnips. I made haste slowly and stopped to rest frequently. I felt like an ant looks when it is trying to lug a big load to its nest. I also stuck to my job like the ant. It was slow going, and clouds soon caused darkness. I found the cutoff through the fields that flanked the town. I had to. I could never have explained that bushel of turnips to a provost guard. I could only tell the path by the feel of my feet, and I rested the turnips at short intervals. The moon rose and could be seen once in a while through a rift in the scudding clouds. The path forked, and I took the wrong fork. I stumbled over some bricks and stepped upon a plank floor. Just then the moon came out of the clouds suddenly and brightly, and I found myself in a deserted house, standing in the living room before a huge fireplace. The roof and upper story had gone, the walls were dilapidated, and nothing left intact but the fireplace. I felt ghosts all around me. They were there. I felt sure of that, and said out loud, "I have never molested the occupants of this house, and only wish the blessing of God upon them wherever they may be." My voice sounded queer, as it rang against the wall of the adjoining rooms and came back in a kind of echo. But no one else spoke, and, after a moment, I went out without haste. If somebody had spoken then, I would have been scared for certain. But the ghosts recognized me as a friend and did not try any monkey shines. I remembered what old Uncle Lewis had said about ghosts liking company and walked on to camp. Next morning, I reported for duty and was ordered to go and see the colonel. Colonel Baker expressed great surprise at seeing me and asked how I had managed to get out of prison and where they had confined me. He felt certain that either prison or cold death had kept me so long over time. I was in a tight place. I instantly saw that excuses would not go. "Colonel," I said, "I have not been in prison and have no excuses to offer. I have been having a fine time with the officers of Joe Davis's brigade, including the general himself. I have been the guest of my brother, and his tent is a general gathering place for all the officers, and they treated me as his brother. The rations have been bountiful and choice. I simply could not tear myself away sooner. I will bear any punishment you inflict without a murmur." The colonel said that was a pretty story to come back and tell him. Why didn't I bring some of the good things back? I might at least have brought some spiritus frou. "Why, Colonel," I said, "I thought about you, but I ask you, how in the world could I manage to bring any of the good things to you? Major Sam Harrison, the brigade commissary, tried to bluff me by offering to give me a full bushel of turnips in a gunny sack if I would tote them to camp. I saw his bluff and brought them, and the boys ate most all of them raw. There is not a one left by this time." The colonel told me to go back to camp, and when he had made up his mind about the style of punishment, he would send for me. But nothing ever happened. January 1864 proved a most miserable month, the mud worse than the cold and snow. When everything was frozen hard, the going was good, and we danced every night in the company street. But when a thaw came and the rain wet us all up, the mud balled up on our feet. The sticky red clay commenced to accumulate whenever one stepped out of his shack, and the further he went, the more mud he had to tote. It made the gathering of firewood a burden and a snare. We had some men who would sit around a fire all day and never bring in a stick of wood, then go to their bunks and go to bed in the cold. Some smoked all the time and never had any tobacco. Some people are parasites by nature and can only thrive upon a host. They can no more get along by themselves than a flea, but the Lord seems to provide for them just as he does for the fleas. We had one fellow that had to depend upon somebody else to wash and cook for him and never seemed to possess anything but his wants. Yet he was fat, and after the war married a rich girl with a big plantation. She took care of everything and was contented to have him around doing nothing. He would not even take the trouble to read a book and never tied his shoes when in the house. In February, it came our time to guard a ford on the Rapidan River near camp. A house of pine logs with a dirt floor and big chimney made of mud and sticks had been built nearby, accommodating about 30 men. We would have to stay there about 2 weeks. The weather turned cold, and the river froze over, except the rapid current in the middle. It was well called Rapidan, for it raced along carrying huge chunks of ice in its muddy waters, seeming in a great hurry to get to some place. While off duty one day, Jim Cage and I walked along the bank and watched the swirling water. The river made the line between the two armies. The Yankee skirmish line was back about a mile, but there wasn't shooting going on. A cottage on the Yankee side of the river fronted the road that came down to the ford, and, had a vegetable garden on the side next to the river. No one now lived in the house, it being between the two armies. The garden was filled with a rank growth of wild mustard. We stood on the bank and gazed fondly at the wild mustard. "Jim," said I, "don't that patch of mustard greens look good? We could get a mess big enough to feed the whole guard." "That's so," said Jim, "but they are in the enemy's line, with the river to cross, and that makes them safe, as far as we are concerned." "Jim," said I, "let's go back to the guardhouse and pull off our underclothes, jackets, and socks, tie our shoes and trousers up in our shirts, then tie the bundle on the top of our heads, walk out on the ice until it breaks in, and then swim over and fill our haversacks with greens. They will be easy to bring back because they will float." "Don't you think there is a Yankee vidette post in that house?" queried Jim. "Some of the boys are sure the Yanks are in there watching us." I said that I had no doubt about there being a vidette in the house, so that we must not risk going there, but neither would the Yanks risk shooting at us in the garden with a whole skirmish line at close quarters. But we had to be quiet about what we did, or else the captain would forbid it. "Look here, Dave Holt," replied Jim, "you can't back me out. If you swim over, I will too." We went to the guardhouse, fixed our clothes, and secured our haversacks. Then we went up the river, quite a distance to allow for the current, tied our bundles on our heads, and ran out on the ice. It did not break, so we had to jump off into the stream. We both managed to keep our heads up and keep our clothes dry. It took a vigorous swim and some artful dodging to keep out of the way of floating ice. When we reached the rim of ice on the other side, we crawled on our stomachs to keep the ice from breaking. When we got beyond the ice, we put our clothes on and ran into the garden and gathered greens with great rapidity. We both were silent. When our haversacks were stuffed as full as we could cram them, we ran back to the river, tied our clothes on our heads as before, and pursued the same tactics to get back across the river. We came out at the ford. The banks were cut down into a long, gradual approach, and that made a shelter from the wind for the men on guard. In addition to the guard, there was a sergeant and 3 men sitting in the shelter of the bank. The sergeant hailed us with, "Hello, you little chaps. Ain't you most frozen to death? Hurry and get your clothes on. You are almost certain of a case of pneumonia. The captain is as mad as a hornet and sent us down to arrest you as soon as you got back. I will take your greens." "No, sir," I replied. "You won't take our greens. We are going to give all hands a treat. There is enough to fill all 4 of our camp kettles, and we are going to have one big feed." The sergeant yielded the point, and as soon as we were dressed, we were marched carrying our greens up to the captain. He looked very severe as he said, "You have been guilty of a serious infraction of military law. You absented yourselves without permission when you were on the front guarding against the approach of the enemy. You passed beyond the line that divided the 2 armies and went into the territory of the enemy. Nothing but your unsullied reputations of being a pair of reckless damn fools who are likely to undertake anything you happen to fancy doing has kept the guard from firing on you as deserters. Then, too, you have risked your lives for a mess of greens. Your lives are not your own. They belong to your state and are to be carefully preserved or freely offered as the state may demand. You knew these things and willfully disregarded them. You can have no excuse to offer, and I will consider none." "Captain," I replied, "I am the one to blame and to punish. Jim had to either go or take a dare. Let him off." "Let off nothing," Jim spoke up. "Dave Holt, it is true that you proposed the scheme, But I went into it as willingly as you did. I will take what is coming to me, and won't be begged off by anybody." Then Corporal Thomas spoke up and said, "I will undertake to clean and cook the greens." Frank Littmer, our company commissary, said that he had a little bacon and some salt to add to the greens that would help make a real nice mess of it. We handed our haversacks to Thomas and resumed standing at attention before the captain. He continued, "Your generosity is commendable, but is not an exemption. You are under my authority, and I am responsible for you. Yet you ignored me and acted on your own impulse. I am compelled to punish you. Stand aside." As the captain was a graduate of Yale and a lawyer, and all that he said was true, we had nothing to offer in rebuttal except the greens. By the time Thomas and his helpers got them picked and boiling, it was dark. The guard was placed at the ford, and the remainder of the men gathered around the big fire. The perfume of cooking, greens and bacon, hung like a benediction over the men. Outside, we could hear the rush of the river and the rustle of the wind. After a time, Thomas announced that the greens were done, and he dished them out. The captain passed up his tin plate promptly and got a liberal helping. There was enough for all, and no stint. We did not have much bread, but the hot greens and pot liquor were the most satisfying poultice that I ever put on the inside of me. The very last drop was eaten, and we all took a smoke. The captain ordered Jim and me to spread our blankets in a particular corner so as to be handy when called for extra duty. We rolled up in our blankets at once so as to get all the sleep we could. I dropped off quickly and was awakened by hearing our orderly calling the men to fall in for morning roll call. It seemed excellent judgment to drop things when the incident was closed and never refer to it again. The swim for the greens was never afterward mentioned, and when our time on guard was up, we went back to camp. One day, we heard a band playing a hymn about a half-mile from camp. Somebody said it was Sunday, so some of us went over to the band and asked what was going on. An artilleryman said that General Pendleton, Lee's chief of artillery, was going to preach. I knew that he was a clergyman of the Episcopal Church and a hard fighter. We had all heard the story about his ordering a battery placed on a certain hill and telling the commanding officer to open up on the enemy and give them hell, and then folding his hands and looking up to heaven and saying, "And may God have mercy on their poor souls." The general had no robes nor prayer book, but he had his boots blackened, his spurs rubbed up, his hair trimmed, and his suit brushed. He showed some consideration for the occasion. He opened up in proper style from memory and went through the morning service. He preached a manly sermon, the gist of which was, "Stand by your guns." The whole thing had the right ring to suit me. We had more church services that winter of 1863 to 1864 than we had had during the whole war put together. The only way we could tell when Sunday came was when we heard the band play hymns on some hill near camp. We would lay down the cards, even in a game of euchre, and go over to the band. Though obviously it was Sunday, some fellow was sure to ask, "What day is this?" Sometimes the preacher would be our own chaplain, Brother Lomax, a stubborn old hardshell Baptist, ignorant and prejudiced, and narrow in his religious ideas. But all the men loved and respected him, thus showing that a man is often better than his religion. When a fight came off, Brother Lomax would fill his canteens with water and his pockets with tourniquets and bandages and go in with the line of battle. Often he would be the first man to reach the man who fell wounded or killed. If killed, Brother Lomax noted who he was and said a prayer commending his soul to God. If wounded, he rendered first aid and spoke comforting words, telling of God's love and the forgiveness of sin, and how courage was one of His gifts, and that God was our Father, who wanted us to have enough confidence in Him to ask Him for those things necessary for us. He seemed to be without personal fear and only intent upon relieving the man in distress. The religious peculiarities of such a chaplain cut no figure, because we all stood on the basis of Christianity. Our Lord has laid down the law that determines the judgment of men. By their works shall ye know them. I was the warm friend of Brother Lomax, and always went to hear him preach. One Saturday afternoon, a man came riding through camp, giving notice that at 11 o'clock Sunday there would be a celebration of the Holy Communion at a point about 2 miles up the river, and all Christians were invited to partake. Several of us got permission to attend. When we arrived, we found a large congregation of men from every brigade in the division. A large platform had been erected in the center of a recently cleared area, and the stumps and logs were the only seats. On the platform were about 15 chaplains, and among them was Brother Lomax. We sat around smoking and talking until a hymn was given out and the services commenced. The hymns were given out 2 verses at a time, and as they were familiar to the audience, all sang. There were 2 preachers officiating at the same time, one on one side of the platform and one on the other. They gave out the hymns at the same time, and the whole congregation sang them in unison, but the prayers and the sermons were different. Yet there was no confusion. I did not know the chaplain who spoke on our side, nor do I remember any of his sermon. When the preaching was over, the preachers consecrated the elements in a brief ceremony and handed them to many distributors. The cracker crumbs came around on tin plates and the wine in tin cups. The distributors passed through the audience the man with the bread going in front, followed by the man with the wine. They said, "The body of the Lord and the blood of the Lord," and offered the elements. We took them or left them at our option and without words. With so many servers, it took only a short time for all to commune. When the service had ended and the benediction was pronounced, an old chaplain waved his hand and shouted, "Attention! Wait a minute!" The whole audience stood expectantly, and he said, "Men, before we part, let us sing, 'How firm a foundation, ye saints of the Lord.' I know full well that this is the last communion for many of you. The next campaign will be the hardest fought and bloodiest of all. It will be the extreme test. Many of you in the pride and vigor of early manhood will be laid low in death, and all your fond ambitions for the future, expectancy of home, wife, and children will be blotted out in your blood. But oh, this simple feast that we have just eaten is a token and a pledge of the undying love and power of our God. It is also an earnest taste of the feast and joy of the world to come. May the remembrance of it console you in your deepest distress and comfort your hearts with a sense of the personal love and presence of your Lord." Then he gave out the hymn, "How firm a foundation, ye saints of the Lord, is laid for your faith in his excellent word." Everyone sang with a will. We could feel the spiritual presence of our Lord as a kind of heart manifestation of his love. The men all stood at attention, with shoulders back and heads up, as though they were receiving a command from their superior officer. I never heard such singing in my life. I looked around at the glowing faces of these seasoned warriors who seemed to be receiving some kind of inspiration and a new hope and the impulse of a sublime courage. The hymn ended the service. The men lit their pipes, and in small groups went their different ways without words. My squad assembled and went back to camp, and not a word was spoken on the way. After the war, I had occasion to go to a small town in Alabama. It was winter, and I sat by the stove in a drugstore when a man came in on crutches and took a seat by the fire. I asked him if he had been wounded in the war. He answered in the affirmative, stating that he had been wounded on the 6th day of May, 1864, in the Wilderness, and that he belonged to Wilcox's brigade. I told him I had been in that fight too and belonged to Harris's brigade. He asked me if I had attended that joint communion on the banks of the Rapidan. I told him that I had. He said, "You remember that old chaplain who proposed that we sing 'How Firm a Foundation' before we parted? That scene made a deep impression on me, and the supper of our Lord took on a new and grander meaning than I had ever comprehended before. When we went into battle on the 6th of May and were advancing through the briars and brush, I got shot in the groin as I broke my way through a briar patch. When I came to, I could hear the fighting going on some distance off in the woods and knew that our line had pressed back the Yankees. I suffered great pain and a most intolerable thirst. I had no water in my canteen. I called for help with a feeble voice, but no one answered. Near me lay a dead Yankee, and further over in the brush I could hear the groans of a man who seemed to be dying. I fainted again, and when I came to myself all was quiet except the distant roar of the battle. My mouth was so dry that I could not call, and my head ached from loss of blood. I would become unconscious, but whether it was from sleep or fainting I could not tell. Then, after I had been unconscious for a long time, I awoke and looked up. There, way above me in the heavens, I saw a star, and its rays filtered through the foliage, calm, quiet, and bright. It brought a message to me out of the depths of space. I looked at it, and this thought came into my mind from the first chapter of Genesis. He made the stars also. And I thought, who made the stars? My Father, which art in heaven, made the stars, and I know him as my Father. Then I thought of the suffering of Christ, and how he said, "In me ye shall have peace, but in the world ye shall have tribulation. But fear not, for I have overcome the world." The Christ himself was not exempt from tribulation. He bore his suffering with the fortitude of faith because it was the divine plan of God. As God's child also, I must bear what comes by the divine plan with the fortitude of faith, knowing that the very hairs of our heads are all numbered, and we are of the greatest value in the sight of our heavenly Father. As the pure and quiet light of the star fell upon my sight, so the peace of God fell upon my heart, and in spiritual joy I forgot my bodily pain. I was awakened by a voice saying, "Drink," and I felt a cold canteen put to my lips and the cool, delightful water within my parched mouth and throat. I resolved then and there that I would do what I could to show a proper response to the great love of God by doing good to men. I am too badly wounded and am too ignorant to enter the ministry. That work requires a young and an active man, but I can and do serve God by words and deeds in the Christ spirit. Then the old man said he had to go. He got up with difficulty and put his crutches under his arms. I noticed that his clothes had a country cut and were of coarse material, but were clean. His face was thin and marked with the lines of constant suffering and bleached by the drain of an unhealed and running wound. But his eyes gleamed with a light that was more than human, and his thin, compressed lips were marked with fortitude and kindliness. I took off my hat to him with the deepest veneration. I had learned a lesson about the peace of God that passes all understanding. Some days after the Rapidan preaching, When the weather was good, General Witherspoon came into camp as a Campbellite preacher. He promptly opened up a meeting on top of a hill near camp and began to preach religion from the viewpoint of Reverend Alexander Campbell. He was a vigorous preacher and looked impressive, but included all in one verse, "Believe and be baptized, and you will be saved." Some of the boys were impressed, especially Hawkins. He was the champion chuck-luck player, and went with a pocketful of dice to hear the preacher. The reverend gentleman stated, "Preparation is unnecessary, and belief is in your own control. When you make up your mind to believe, why, you believe. And when you make up your mind not to believe, why, you do not believe. And that is all there is to it." He said that for all the simplicity and ease of choice, the final results were momentous. You either had, on the one hand, salvation for your believing, or damnation for your unbelief. Unbelief took you on the road that leads to perdition. Belief took you down the road to life eternal. The church was set up as a sign to tell men which way to go. He said that if you are lost, you cannot blame our Lord. He has done everything consistent with our own manhood to influence our choice for the good and the rejection of the bad. I thought his preaching fine, and endorsed all he said. He failed to show that the Campbellite Church had any particular cinch on the matter, and, after stating that the Campbellite Church believed the doctrine of immersion, he dropped consideration of that church out of the question for me. He preached the same sermon all the time, with slight variation. That is a fine plan to use in a revival meeting. One morning in the latter part of April, he preached to a large audience of soldiers. What confidence the Lord seems to have in human nature, when he leaves so great a matter as future citizenship in the kingdom of heaven to the choice of men. If you are lost, he is a loser by it, for God loses a son whom he loves, and it is always a grievous matter for a person to lose a son. Do you suppose that our Lord is not hurt by such a loss? It is no mere form of words to say, "Our Father in heaven." It is stating a fact. Just then we heard, away off on our right, the boom of 3 cannon. The preacher stopped until the sound of the last gun died away, and then said, "Brave men, with hearts of steel, listen to your doom. Your splendid courage will be your undoing. With intrepid zeal you will charge the battery, or like a rocky shore you will receive the wave of the enemy's line that rushes on you, proud and foam-crested, and hurl it back all shattered and broken. The attrition of the wave wears away the solid rock and the solid army, and like particles of sand on the seashore, you will mingle with Mother Earth. But you need not be lost, though your body moulders in an unmarked place. You have only to believe and show your sincerity by being baptized as our Lord commanded, and you will become a child of God and be the companion of our Lord in infinite bliss when worlds shall have passed away. Who will follow me to the river?" Then he got down off the stump upon which he had been preaching, and started for the river. About 100 men fell into line, and at the head of the line was Hawkins, the chuck-luck player. The rest of us walked on the side of the road so as not to be identified with the candidates. Hawkins commenced to take the dice one by one out of his pocket and shoot them like marbles way over into the grass. Some fellow hollered, "Hawkins, have a care. You will need those dice after the campaign is over." To which Hawkins replied, "I don't care a damn. I can buy more when I need them." The parson made out as though he had not heard, and Hawkins was the first man baptized. We were curious to see how the preacher would proceed in the very cold water. He waded in with his full uniform on. He grabbed Hawkins and used the symbolic words, "I baptize thee In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. When he had baptized 4 men, he stationed them in the river and stood on the bank. He directed how they should hold the candidates, then said, "Are you ready?" The men said, "We are ready." Then he said, "Dip." And as each man dipped the candidate that he held, the parson said the words. Each time he would command the newly baptized to take their positions in the river and assist. The service proceeded along the line of geometrical progression and a multiple of 4. It got through in a hurry, but teeth chattered and men were shivering. The general assured them that they would not catch cold, because the service had been commanded by the Lord. Some fellow remarked, "They won't catch cold, because they get wet every time it rains just like stock, and they are as tough as rawhide." No one caught cold. Someone said to Hawkins, "Say, Hawkins, weren't you baptized when you were a baby? Your folks are all Episcopalians, and your mother is a devoted churchwoman." "No," said Hawkins. "I got christened when I was a baby, but this hasn't got anything to do with that. This is a new scheme, and I am willing to go that much on it. There is no harm done, and I am going to try the plan out." Hawkins descended from Admiral Hawkins, who, with Admiral Drake, fought the Spanish Armada. War and recklessness were prime elements in his nature. As the month of May, 1864, dawned, we cooked up 3 days' rations and prepared to move at a moment's notice. The order to move came, and old Jeffries beat the long roll. Within 15 minutes, we were going down the road to the wilderness. We marched all that day and went into camp beside the road at dark. We were told that Grant had crossed the Rapidan with a well-rationed and equipped army, and had said that he was going to fight it out on that line if it took all summer. After we ate our mush and bacon and drank our sassafras tea, we laid down on the ground and went to sleep. On the 5th of May, we initially came within hearing distance of the cannon, and as the day advanced, we came within the sound of small arms. That night we went into camp in a clump of oak trees beside the road. Wrapped in our blankets, we laid down on the ground, and I slept a solid, dreamless sleep as peaceful as a child. Mentally, I had already given up my life to the keeping of our Lord, and said in my soul, "Not my will, but thine be done." As the horizon became streaked with the first blush of rosy dawn on the 6th of May, we were quietly awakened for morning roll call, and the captain gave us a short talk. "Boys," he said, "you are all tried and true soldiers, and I know that every man of you will give a good account of himself today. Aim low, keep cool, and stay in your places in ranks as well as you can. Break ranks." We cooked a little pot of mush, made a cup of sassafras tea, fried a little piece of bacon, and ate in silence. After we had eaten, Compton jumped up and began to sing in a very loud voice. "Once upon a time, I had a little chicken. He crowed long time for day. By and by, a weasel come and stole the poor chicken away. Then he threw his cap up in the air and yelled as loud as he could. Corporal Thomas was standing near, and said in a sort of grieved air, 'Comp, I think your gaiety is ill-timed. Here you are, standing on the brink of the grave, and you may be called to stand before your Maker within an hour. It seems to me that you should have serious thoughts in the presence of death.' 'Well,' replied Comp, 'I ain't dead yet, and while I am living, I am going to act like a living man. When I am dead, I will act like a well-behaved corpse.' 'I have a presentiment,' said Thomas, 'that I am going to be killed sometime after 1 o'clock today. Here, Pouncey, I want you to have my watch, and I want Dick to have my knife. I made my will before I left home, and have given directions about the disposition of all my belongings. Pouncey would not take the watch, and said it was foolishness, that every man had to die at the will of God, no sooner and no later. Speaking of presentiments, spoke up Comp, I had an old maiden aunt, and she had a presentiment that a lover was coming, riding up on a fine horse, that he would court her like a knight of the olden days, and that they would get married and go riding off to a nice home and be very happy. So she commenced to lay up things for that happy day, and made her bridal robes, and got some artificial orange blossoms. She gathered up a whole lot of finery and household stuff, but the lover never came. After years of waiting, the wedding dress turned yellow with age, and the expectant bride turned as yellow with age as the dress, and the finery faded and looked like a lot of old junk. But she never gave up hope, and died an old woman, still expecting her cavalier lover. Ever since then I go light on presentiments. Orders came to form the line, and we took our place and loaded our guns. We marched for about an hour down the road towards Fredericksburg, and came under the enemy fire from the bushes on the left, or riverside of the road, where a skirmish line was hidden by the brush and at close range. We halted in a cut in the road, and were ordered to lie down. The Yankee skirmishers kept up a brisk fire, several of our men being killed or wounded, but we lay without firing. General Lee came walking along the road as though he were out for a morning stroll. There was only one aide with him. "Where is General Harris?" he inquired. General Harris was near by, and quickly came up. "Good morning, General Harris," said Lee, as he waved his hand in friendly salute. General Harris returned the salute, replying, "Good morning, General Lee." Then Lee said, "General Harris, put your men in and press these people back," and made a gentle motion of pressure with his hand, palm out, toward the Yankee firing line. It was all so calm and quietly done that General Lee had the air of being master of ceremonies at a Sunday school picnic, who wanted General Harris to keep back the crowd to let the children march by. I almost expected to see their banners and hear the children singing. General Harris shouted, "Form the line, throw out the skirmishers, forward." Captain Slay ordered, "Left wing of Company K and right wing of Company C, advance and deploy." The movement was made in a moment, and, with the skirmishers about 20 paces in front of the battle line, the brigade plunged into the brush. We came upon the enemy at once, fighting at close range. Soon the Yanks fell back. We pushed on rapidly down the hill, and near a narrow valley came into a clearing. The open space was blue with Yanks. They had come through the woods and brush by the compass, and collected at this open space, and had not had time to deploy the line. There were so many of them that they were in each other's way. We had struck Wadsworth's division, and the general was on the spot with his sword in his hand. He was nearer to us than the first line of his men, and, from the way he waved that sword and shouted, he was encouraging his men to stand fast. His back was toward us, and he was paying us the slightest attention. But his men could not stand. They were too crowded to use their guns, and only the front line could shoot. As we poured a withering volley into the mass from close range, they broke. We were so close, and they were so thick, that one of our bullets would go through several men. As we rushed forward, the line came up to General Wadsworth. He was between Williams and Chapman, and they were both covering him with loaded muskets and shouting to him to surrender. Instead of surrendering, he was foolish enough to draw a silver-plated, pearl-handled Colt pistol of .38 caliber. While it might be an effective weapon elsewhere, it was a pretty little toy in such a place as that. I could have knocked it out of his hand with the muzzle of my gun, but Williams put his gun to the right side of the general and fired. The general threw his arms around a small oak and sank to the earth. By that time, the whole line of Yanks began to move back under our fire, and their retreat quickly changed to a stampede. We raced after them at top speed, and when we would catch sight of a blue figure breaking through brush we would shoot. After going more than a mile, we came to a clearing with thick brush beyond, where we halted and were ordered to dig in. For while that bunch of Yanks had stampeded, they would not stay that way, but were sure to come back and run us a while, if we could be run. I never saw men dig with a better will. We only had our bayonets to dig with, and frying pans to throw out the dirt. Before I had had a chance to throw out a pan of dirt, orders were given to throw out the skirmish line, and I lost my place in the earthworks. The skirmishers halted about 50 yards in front of our line of battle. On my left was Bradley, on my right was Jim Walker, and next to him on the left was Corporal Thomas. We were all as flat on the earth as possible. We did not have to wait long before a line of Yankee skirmishers came through the brush. They seemed so perfectly at our mercy that it was a pity to shoot them. But this was war, and on our own soil, and they were invaders. Their line ceased to be, leaving the ground strewn with men in blue, some crying, some dying, some still, and some begging for water. We lay there a while, listening to calls we could not relieve, and prayers that could not be answered in a material way, when we heard a sound like a storm coming through the woods. It was a line of battle, and soon we could distinguish the commands of officers. Steady, keep the line straight, keep your place, and other commands sounded amid the jingle of cups and accoutrements. Our skirmishers were ordered to fall back on the line of battle. I had no place of my own in the ditch, and was going to crowd in on some of the boys on the left. They protested most vigorously, and appealed to the colonel, who was behind an oak log about 5 paces in the rear. The colonel called me and said, "Davy, there is room for you here by me." Then the fellows asked the colonel to please keep me from shooting. "Colonel," said one, "I might pop up just as he shot and catch his bullet." The colonel replied, "You needn't tear your shirts about this boy. I reckon I can make out to manage him." Then the Yankee line of battle burst the brush. They had only a little way to run between the thick brush and our ditch, and they came at top speed, shouting all the while. We greeted them with a volley from the breastworks, and the line seemed to melt away, some falling on the breastworks, while a few fell into the ditch among our men. The survivors of their shattered line retreated to the cover of the brush. Then we heard the officers again rallying their men, and again they rushed forward over their fallen comrades. Our line held firm, and added many more Yanks to the mass of dead and wounded. A third time they came with the same results. Then they withdrew, and for some minutes there was no fighting. Colonel Baker ordered the skirmish line to advance to the brush beyond the dead and wounded Yanks. We picked our way through the gruesome mass as best we could, and laid down at the edge of the bushes. A line of Yankee skirmishers crawled up into range and began to shoot. They, too, were lying down. Jim Walker was wounded on my right, and Frank Littmer, one of our litter-bearers, came out and carried him back to the field hospital. Then the fighting became harder, and Bradley was shot through and through just above the hips. Thomas called for the litter-bearers to come and take him back. I heard Bradley say, "It's no use. I can't live." Shortly afterward there came a lull in the firing, and I heard Bradley again, "Call the litter-bearers. I have something to tell Dr. Snell before I die." They came, and took him back to the field hospital. That must have been some time in the afternoon, but we had no watches, and fighting at close quarters is most engaging work. Meanwhile, Corporal Thomas raised up to get a better view of a Yank whom he wanted to shoot. He exposed himself to another on his left. He caught the Yank's bullet in his left temple and sank to the ground without a groan. His presentiment had come true. Then we heard a great commotion among the Yanks, with lots of cheers, and knew by that token that a line of battle was coming again. Our skirmishers were ordered to fall back, and I went back near the colonel behind the oak log. Here they came again with great intrepidity, and more died on the breastworks or fell into the ditch among our boys. They retreated only to the cover of the brush where, lying on the ground, they commenced a fierce fusillade on our line. Our log was struck many times. As I could not shoot, I looked down the line of the brigade on the right, for the 16th was the extreme left of the line. I saw Captain Tom Halliday, of General Joe Davis's staff, come walking down about 10 paces behind our line. I called to the colonel and said, "Here comes Captain Tom Halliday of Davis's staff." "You know him, do you?" said the colonel. "I wonder what he could want here." Just then a bullet struck the captain, and he fell. The colonel said, "Quick, Holt, he may have had a message of importance. Put your gun down and run out to him and get his message before he dies." I laid down my gun and ran out. When I got to the spot, I laid down beside him. He seemed to be asleep. I shook him gently by the shoulder and spoke into his ear. "Captain Halliday, I am Holt, and know you well. Have you a message?" "General Davis says send reinforcements to the right," he replied, and died with the last word. I raced back and told the colonel, who said, "Reinforcements to the right? If we can hold our own, it will only be because God's grace and our ammunition holds out. Pass the word along the line for the men to cease firing and hold their ammunition for a charge." After a while, the colonel said, "Holt, I think that is only a skirmish line. What do you think?" I told him that I didn't think. I knew it was a line of battle, as no skirmish line in the world could keep up such a fire. "For all of your skillful opinion," he replied, "I am going to order out the skirmishers. Pass the word down to Captain Slay to throw out the skirmishers and press those devils back." Word was passed, but Captain Slay made no move. The colonel sent word along the line twice more, but still no move was made to get out the skirmishers, and he got mad. "Holt," said he, "I suppose that Captain Slay has got your same skillful opinion, but neither he nor you have got the commission as colonel of this regiment. I am colonel, and when I command, something has got to move. You go down and tell Slay that I command the skirmishers to be thrown out. Now I don't want you to say a damn word, but do as you are told." I replied that it was all right with me, and he took my gun and told me to run faster than a jackrabbit, which I did. I had to step over the body of Captain Halliday, and many a man who had lost his life in the fight, and not a few dead Yanks who had fallen into the ditch and were thrown behind it by our boys. Now Captain Slay was a Scotch Presbyterian of most positive ideas, and to move him out of his set way would be about as easy as moving a brick church. He used some language I never saw in the Presbyterian Confession of Faith, and finally said that he would walk up and see the colonel. "Holt," he said, "you can run along as fast as you like, but I believe in predestination. When a man's time comes, you can't hold him from death, and until his time comes, you can't kill him. You may think different, and you are free to act as you please." "Captain," I replied, "the matter of when we should die is in the hands of God, and he is always on the job and has no partner, and I never deserted a companion, much less an officer. So we sauntered up the whole length of the regiment. As we passed over the body of Captain Halliday, the captain asked who he was, and I told him, but I noticed that he did not halt to see where Halliday was hit. There were several men hit in the line of the regiment as we passed along, but the captain stuck to his Presbyterian doctrine, and I stuck to the captain. At last we got to the old oak log and the colonel, and nobody had to command Captain Slay to lie down, for it could not be done quicker than Slay did it. Then commenced an animated conversation. "Slay," demanded the colonel, "what in hell do you mean by defying my orders? Do you know that your opinions are no guide to your conduct in face of a direct order from your superior officer? What do you mean by it?" Before Slay could answer, we heard the Yanks yelling, "Huzzah! Huzzah! Forward, men, forward!" And the line of Yanks sprang from the ground and rushed forward in the most determined charge of the day. They had so short a distance to cover between where they had been lying and our ditch, that they were right on us as soon as the order was given. I was astonished to find them so close. They were not Germans either, but fighting Americans. Not a man in our line budged from his place or said a word, but poured a volley into the oncoming line. Many Yanks fell, and the remainder came on to the ditch, thinking to oust us before we could load again. But many of our boys had held their fire, expecting that very same move. I fired from behind the log. They were so close, I simply had to. The charge lasted only a few moments. There was a clash of bayonets and a slamming with the butts of muskets, and the Yankee line again melted away. Then there was a calm. Not a shot was fired, and no sound could be heard but the groans and cries of the wounded and dying. It was growing late, and the smoke which settled in the trees and brush made it prematurely dark. Dick Varnell asked to be allowed to crawl out to the body of Corporal Thomas and get his watch and things. Granted permission, he crawled through the mass of dead and wounded Yanks. About 40 paces beyond them, he came upon the body of Thomas and got his watch and other possessions. He saw nothing to report. We laid there silently in position for the remainder of the day, and when dark came, it was the darkest I ever experienced. None of the battle smoke had been blown away, and some sort of clouds obscured the skies. The screech owls joined in the hell's melody, and a distant whippoorwill punctured it with his weird staccato. The world seemed to be blotted out. Many of us dozed. We had eaten no food since the little pot of mush at daybreak, and had not had a drink of water all day. But the battle had been so engrossing that not a fellow seemed to realize what he was going through. We were too much preoccupied to think of eating and drinking. We fasted in the true sense of the word, and lost the run of time. After a long period, word came to us along the line of battle from man to man, "Fall back by the left flank to the road." "Where is the road?" inquired the colonel. But no one could say. Then he called out, "Davy Holt, Henry Patterson, Tom Gildart." We all responded to our names and came to him. "Boys," he said, "I want you to find that plank road. Now don't ask any questions, but go and find that road, and find it quick." We held a short consultation, and I said, "Boys, we know that it is somewhere between a mile and 2 miles behind our line. I propose that we deploy 50 paces apart behind the line, and when we get in position, that we move to the rear of the line and locate each other by calling every time we have taken 30 steps. That will keep us from swinging around for a long time." They thought well of that scheme, and so did the colonel. We put it into action at once, and the colonel ordered the regiment to follow me, as I was the middle man. When we had taken position and had located each other by hollering, we started back. We had to keep one arm constantly before our faces to ward off the bushes and briars. We bumped up against trees and fell over logs. Our progress was slow, and we would have lost direction except for calling and locating and going at right angles from each other. As we were going down a long slope, I ran into a bushy scrub oak tree. I had to stoop down to go under the branches, and as I came clear of the tree, I stumbled over the feet of a wounded man and fell full length upon him. As my ear came near his mouth, he let out the loudest and most unearthly scream I had ever heard. Such screams belong in the agony of hell. It struck my hearing like a tangible body blow and seemed to knock me back upon my feet again. I was more frightened than I had been in all the days of fighting. Then the wounded man began to wail, "Water, water, water, oh, water." I shook my canteen and found that it contained some water that had been there all day. I put the canteen to his lips, being guided by one of his hands, and told him to drink quick. I think that the good Lord withheld me from drinking that water all day, that I might give it to that wounded man. He drank every drop in the canteen, and I ran forward to regain my place and fell over a dead man and ran into another bushy scrub oak. But I got back into my place. I remembered that we had crossed a drain at the foot of a hill and wondered where it could be when I heard Gildart fall into the water with a great splash and do some mild swearing. He had found the drain. Then I heard Patterson go down into the mud and do some artistic embellishment of the situation in big, full-grown men's words. I said to myself, I bet you I will profit by their mishaps and look out for that water and mud proposition. I felt along in front of me with the butt of my gun, smiling to myself at my smartness. The darkness was complete, and I was feeling along the bank, almost parallel with the drain, when the bank gave way, and I went off sideways into a big hole with lots of water and mud. I said, "Dad, blame my cats," while both boys laughed, as did the colonel and the front rank of the regiment. They had caught up with us. Shortly afterward, we saw lights ahead. Our hallooing was answered by others, and we were told that they were the ambulance corps picking up the wounded, and that the road was nearby. We halted in the road, and the men were directed to find their companies, as the regiment had gotten badly mixed. After that was done, we commenced to move rapidly down the road to the left. We marched and marched and marched until I began to feel numb from fatigue and indifferent to the situation. I was wet and muddy, which gave me an additional load to tote. At last we filed off to the left of the road and halted in a pine thicket and laid down. Then orders were given. No noise, no lights. We are close to the enemy. Vedettes were thrown out, and we silently lay on the pine straw and wondered if rations had played out all over the earth. I knew that the captain was somewhere nearby, and I whispered, "Captain, I want to take a smoke." The captain said that he wanted to smoke too, but that he could not allow a match to be struck. Then I proposed to dig a hole with my bayonet and make a small fire of pine sticks in the hole, while some of the fellows held up a rubber poncho between the fire and the enemy. Several fellows offered to hold up the poncho, and, as the captain and all wanted to smoke, it was allowed. We never enjoyed a smoke more in all our lives, and when I hear anybody tirade against smoking, I think of that time, and all their plausible arguments vaporize and vanish like that same smoke. Just before daybreak I had a most realistic dream. I dreamt that the war was over, and that I was back at old Oddity Hall. The table was set in the big dining room, and we were all there. Julie was there in all her radiant beauty, and yet I knew that she was dead, but it seemed perfectly natural. In the same way, our friend Sheldon Rose was there. He died the first year of the war, of camp pneumonia, but it seemed so natural to see him that the circumstance of his death never crossed my mind. The whole family was seated around that hospitable table, resplendent with cut glass, solid silver, snowy linen, and lovely flowers. My father said, "Let us say grace," and I bowed a thankful head and had a grateful heart. Just then a man laid a heavy hand on my shoulder and said, "Wake up and take this bread." I awoke and felt keenly the transition from dreamland to the savage reality of war. I held out my hand and received a pone of hard-baked cornbread about as big as one's fist. There is quite an art in eating for satisfaction when you have only a little to eat. You seem to mock your stomach by eating very slowly. It took me at least a half hour to eat that cornbread, and then I laid down to a dreamless sleep until we were ordered to fall in for roll call. The bloody battle of the 6th of May had passed into history, but another started as we moved at once to the left. Skirmishers were thrown out, and a skirmish fight began. But I must not fail to mention a singular thing that happened that night when we lay in the pine thicket. We were all asleep except the vedettes, when we were awakened by hearing the Confederate yell given by a large body of men away off to our left. Then it was quickly taken up by a body of men nearer. The army seemed to be yelling by brigades from left to right. We lay there silently and listened, every man awake. The yell came on down the line in a perfectly regular manner, and when it reached our brigade, we jumped up and yelled as loud as we could, and stopped and heard the brigade next on our right yell. Then we heard it coming back up the line from our right, and when it reached us, we again jumped up and yelled with might and main, and lay down and went to sleep. We never found out what started the yell, but it was certainly weird and made you have that creepy feeling that belongs to ghost stories. The first time that our surgeon, Dr. Snell, came into the company, we asked him about Bradley and whether he had died in the field hospital. "No," said the doctor, "Brad did not die at the field hospital, but was sent to a general hospital at Richmond. When I examined the wound and had pulled a long piece of his shirt out of it, I found that the bullet had gone straight through him. I said, 'Brad, if you have anything to say, you had better say it quick, as you can't live long.' 'Doc,' he replied, 'have I got one chance in 10? I told him no. Then he asked if he had one chance in 20, and I told him no. Then he wanted to know if he had one chance in 50, and I told him yes, that any man who had strength to talk as he was doing, and grit to calculate his chances under such circumstances, had one chance in 50 on his nerve alone. Then Brad said that he would go in on that chance. We never heard any more of Brad in the Army, but some years after the war, I had occasion to go to Cincinnati, where I put up at the Burnett House. One day, as I was sitting in the lobby, reading the morning paper, a big man came in, wearing a stovepipe hat and a long beard, and walked up to the desk, looked at the register, and talked some with the clerk. The clerk pointed at me, and the big fellow came over. "Hello, Dave Holt. I am glad to see you again." I looked at him and said, "Partner, you have led trumps and taken the trick, and now you will have to tell me who you are." "What?" he replied. "Forgotten old friends so soon? I am Bradley, and the last time I saw you was in the Battle of the Wilderness. I told Snell that I would go in on one chance in 50, and I won out. During the conversation I said, 'Brad, "What are you driving at now the war is over?" He said that the war wasn't over with him. "Oh," I replied, "come now, Brad, you can't convince me that you have come up here to make war on these Yankees in their own country. What do you mean?" "Dave Holt," he replied, "I always thought that you were quick-witted. Don't you understand? I came up here and married a Yankee woman, and the war is still going on at my house." I laughed and asked how it was going, and he said, "Oh, the North is still victorious." We also asked Dr. Snell about General Wadsworth, and he told us that the general had identification papers and that both he and Robinson had met him in New York before he became a general. He stated that the litter bearers had picked up the pistol and brought it with the body. The general lived for some hours after he had been brought back, though he could not make a sound nor say a word, but his eyes followed the doctor around with seeming consciousness, as though he had something to communicate. When he died, his body was sent through the lines under a flag of truce, with all of his belongings, money, sword, pistol, belt, and all. The doctor said that the case of Bill Phipps was the most remarkable thing that had ever come under his observation in gunshot wounds. At the last charge that the Yanks made on our breastworks on May 6th, Bill got shot through the head. The bullet went into his forehead and came out at the back of his head. He lost a large quantity of brain matter at the ditch and more when he was brought back to the field hospital. Yet he lived and was sent back to Richmond. Some months afterward, we learned by men of the regiment who had been wounded and carried to Richmond that Bill had been nurtured and petted up at the General Hospital as the greatest curiosity that was ever seen. He was allowed full liberty, being only required to be in his bed at a certain hour every night. He was nicely dressed and was exhibited at private houses of Richmond's best citizens. A very handsome young chap with fair manners, he became popular with the young ladies. Warned about going out in the hot sun and told that he must not take a drink, one day he did both and fell dead on the street. Generally, the surgeon thought that abstemious living and sassafras tea had a lot to do with our quick recovery from injuries and our wonderful health. Our health kept us going, although it rained every day and our clothes never got dry, and every day we skirmished, always going in a circle to the left with Richmond for a center. Along the way, a bullet or a fragment of a shell had carried away about half of the front sight of my gun without knocking it out of place. I found out that when I rubbed up the point of the piece of sight left on the gun, it shined like a diamond, so I could draw a fine bead on a Yank. On the night of May 11th, we halted in a pasture on the right-hand side of the road. It was raining hard, and we were too worn out to attempt making a fire and cooking mush. We laid down on the wet ground with about as much comfort as a wet, starving steer. I had a few morsels of wet corn pone and a small piece of bacon, which was not dry nor cooked, and after eating that moist ration, I wrapped a soaking wet blanket around me and went to sleep in a puddle of mud. We did not remove our shoes or hats, nor even unbuckle our belts, but we slept like graven images without moving until the first gray of dawn. I was awakened by hearing a fellow say, "But I know when I hear a volley fired. There's no dream about it. You will see." I got up at once and rolled up my wet blanket and fixed it for marching. Some of the boys were trying to start a fire and were still teasing the fellow with the sharp ears. They told him that when, in the previous life, before he became human, he was a prairie wolf in the Arctic regions, and his business was to listen and to howl, and that when he got through this life and went to hell, he would have the same job in the torrid zone. The conversation was becoming more animated when we heard a running horse splashing through the mud and water in the road, and a courier on a weary and blown animal turned out of the road into the pasture and shouted, "Where is General Harris?" I had noticed what looked like a bundle of dirty rags lying a little ways off in the pasture, and when the courier shouted, the bundle moved and unwrapped and said, "Here, I am General Harris." The courier handed a dispatch to him. The general hastily read it and shouted at the top of his voice, "Attention, brigade, fall in, march by the right flank, and follow the courier." His own horse was quickly brought, and he and the courier started together down the road, the general shouting, "Come on, boys, double quick!" The rain was still falling, and the mud was deep and clingy, but General Harris kept on calling, "Keep the ranks closed up, push forward, boys, hell's to pay, pass the word down the line." He was excited, which was very unusual. We floundered along in the mud at double quick. We passed word along the line and asked the general what was the matter. He replied that Johnson's brigade had given way and the line was broken. That piece of news gave us our second wind, and we went on, every man in his place and as silent as a tomb. As we ascended a hill, we came within sound of musket fire, and soon cannon began to roar, while bursting shells added to the noise of the battle. We left the main road and turned to the left into a lane and came under fire from the cannon. We halted and were ordered to lie down. There was a slight bank to the road on the side toward the enemy, and we got as close to the bank as we could. While we lay there, Brother Joe came walking along, and I called to him. He came and laid down by me and said, "Stevie, are you not sick or hurt, or is not something the matter that will excuse you from this fight?" I told him no, and that, sick or hurt, I would go in all the same. Then he said, "Your brigade has been selected to retake the works because General Lee asked General Rhodes who could be depended on for this task, and Rhodes said, 'Harris's Mississippi Brigade.' So a courier was dispatched to bring you up. Oh, Stevie, if we could only keep you out some way. You are such a little fellow to go into a hand-to-hand fight of such desperation." "Brother Joe," I replied, "God holds me in the hollow of his hand. If he wills that I shall die, shall I shrink back and refuse to do my duty because death is the portion he has appointed for me? I will die with my face to the front, trying to retake those works. But who knows? He may not intend for me to die, but he does intend for me to do my duty with courage as long as I live." "Goodbye, Stevie," said my brother as he wiped away tears and went back to his field hospital. General Lee and some of his staff rode up. We all stood uncovered. While stopping in the ranks of our regiment, a solid shot killed the horse of one of his staff, and several men in the line were struck. He stretched out his right arm and said, "Men, I have sent for you. The line of the Army of Northern Virginia is broken, and you must retake the works. I myself will lead you in the charge." Compton was standing by the head of Lee's horse. He grabbed the bridle rein and shouted, "General Lee, you are worth all of us put together. Can't you trust us?" "Yes," said the general. "I can trust you. Go, and may God go with you." General Harris shouted, "Form the line." Word passed along the brigade, and the line formed in a moment. Then he commanded, "Forward," and we made a rush for the Yanks. We knew that they were somewhere to the left of the road, but the exact location we did not know. Their artillery got our range, and many a gallant fellow fell before we came in sight of the Yanks and the breastworks of Johnston's brigade. When we saw them, we rushed forward, every man for himself. There was a skirt of woods just back of the fatal salient. and it happened that the 16th Mississippi headed for there. At the first volley of the Yanks, 9 men fell in Company C alone, a Mississippi rebel in the Army of Northern Virginia. We yelled and dashed head-on at 2 lines of them, one in the trenches and another a short way back. We hit the line back of the trenches, and they gave way and fell back. The first shot I tried to fire was at a Yank about 20 steps in front of me, and in all the noise and confusion, I still knew that the cap failed to explode. I dropped on one knee, got the picker out of my cap box, picked the tube, put on a fresh cap, and fired at the mass of Yanks in the trench. Where the Yank went to, that I was about to shoot, is more than I know. General Harris came up and called me by my name and shouted, "Charge!" I became aware of the presence of many of my company, and we charged up to the trench and fired point blank into the ranks of the Yanks. The living Yanks scrambled over the breastworks, and we laid the wounded on the ground, back of the trench, and threw out the dead, all done in a short time. More of our men came into the trench. We were in the V-shaped salient that had traverses thrown up to prevent an enfilading fire. The line was mended, and we had to keep it mended. Soon the Yanks made a determined charge with fixed bayonets, but the mud fought for us as the stars were against Sisera and for Israel. The breastwork was in a bog, and to make a charge in such a place against a line of fierce men close up who have no idea of giving way was more than those gallant Yanks could do. Many of them were shot dead and sank down on the breastworks without pulling their feet out of the mud. Many others plunged forward when they were shot and fell headlong into the trench among us. Between charges, we cleared the trench of dead and wounded and loaded all the guns we could get hold of for the next charge. I was shooting 7 guns myself. We stacked them up against the breastwork with the butts in the trench, and when the Yanks came, we picked them up one by one and fired and set them down again. Many times we could not put the gun to our shoulder by reason of the closeness of the enemy, so we shot from the hip. All the time a drizzling rain was falling. The blood shed by the dead and wounded in the trench mixed with the mud and water. It became more than shoe deep, and soon it was smeared all over our clothes. The powder smoke settled on us, while the rain trickled down on our faces from the rims of our caps like buttermilk on the inside of a tumbler. We could hardly tell one another apart. No Mardi Gras carnival ever devised such a diabolical-looking set of devils as we were. It was no imitation affair of red paint and burnt cork, but genuine human gore and gunpowder smoke that came from guns belching death at close range. There was a white oak tree behind the salient, immediately back of the apex. It was a spreading tree in full leaf when we got to the ditch. About 1.5 feet in diameter and solid, it had no decay in it at all. First the leaves and small branches were cut off by bullets, and then the larger limbs went. The whole trunk of the tree became plated with lead on the side toward the enemy, and at last it was cut down with bullets that just skipped over the top of the breastwork. We speculated about which way it would fall. If it fell forward, it would get us. The limbs that sustained the least damage were the ones behind the tree. Their extra weight determined the direction the tree fell. It fell away from us and sank down. Our gallant and much-loved Colonel Sam Baker lay dead near the tree. Close to him lay Lieutenant Colonel Dode Feltus, who had been a captain of our company. All called him Dode, but his real name was Abram M. Feltus. The flag of the 16th Mississippi was exactly in the apex of the salient and served as a mark for the enemy. I was in the same section as the flag, about 10 feet to its left. The flag bearer who carried it into the ditch was soon killed. Another man swung it aloft. In one of the persistent charge of the enemy, the United States flag was held by a brave soldier on one side of our flag, and the state flag of New York was held by another gallant Yankee on the other side, the three waving together, but not for long. The men that held them were shot down, and the two flags of the enemy fell in the mud. Our flag bearer was shot down again, and another man grabbed the flag and swung it aloft. 8 times in succession the United States flag and the flag of New York were raised, only to be shot down again. The staff of our flag was shot to pieces, and Peter Stockett, who had the banner at that time, picked up a limb that had been shot off of the oak tree and fastened the flag to it. It waved in his hands for a time until he, too, was shot. Ben Chisholm picked it up when Pete fell and carried it through the fight. The hill dropped abruptly to a branch a short ways in front of the breastworks. The Yanks could come up behind the hill and have a short distance to charge in the open. They massed under the protection of the hill and made a rush at us over their own dead and wounded. We could hear the screams of the wounded over all that infernal noise. They were trampled by their oncoming comrades. Often the dead lay on the wounded. When there would be any kind of a lull in the fighting, as when the Yanks reformed their line, there floated over to us the faint, pitiful cries of the wounded, and often a painful plea of, "Oh, for God's sake, take this dead man off of me." At one time, toward evening, there came a complete cessation of fighting, as if by some tacit agreement. A heavy line of Yanks stood up at the slope of the hill, in plain view, and not over 50 yards away. An officer ran forward from the line of Yanks and came to the foot of our breastworks. He waved his cap and said, "Gentlemen, you have made a most gallant defense, but it is useless. Surrender and save bloodshed." I was standing on top of the breastworks, and he was immediately in front of me. Some of the boys began to shout, "Come in and surrender yourself." He placed his cap back on his head, waved his hand, and shouted, "Gentlemen, if you won't surrender, neither will I." He then turned and started for the Yankee line. Comp fired. The man was so close that I saw the lint fly from his cap as the ball struck the back of his head, and he plunged forward dead. I slid into the ditch in time to miss the volley that was fired by the Yanks as they rushed forward in a desperate charge. Many got into the ditch and were killed. Both sides freely used the bayonet and wielded the butts of guns as clubs. Again they fell back, and we had quite a job piling the dead behind our ditch and laying the wounded back of the pile of dead. No man thought of eating or even taking a drink of water. Indeed, no man thought at all. That function seemed to be suspended. The Yankees piled so thickly into the section holding the flag that we were soon outnumbered. "Fall back to the left," shouted Major Council. And we went around the traverse to the left into the next section. The Yanks raised a huzzah and commenced to pour into the place that we had given up. We fired over the traverse into the mass of Yanks, and in a remarkably short time, not a man of them was left alive. Major Council then ordered us back, and we had a hard time clearing the trench of the dead and wounded. At one time, when John Patterson was on my left and some other big fellow on my right, the Yanks made one of their determined charges. Patterson emptied his gun into the Yanks on the breastwork and then, grabbing it by the barrel, straddled the ditch and knocked down 4 more. Then he crumpled up like a bundle of bloody rags and sank down into the ditch. The big fellow on my right also fell, but the Yanks were beaten back. We were ordered to clear the ditch, and other men came in, replacing those killed and wounded. I recognized that I was a little fellow and acted accordingly. I always loaded all the guns that I could get, stacking them in front of me for the next charge. In that way, I became a rapid repeater. I stood to my guns and shot carefully. Sul Uri, our orderly sergeant, happened to be sitting on the back of the ditch with his feet in the bloody mud, I being seated opposite, with my feet also dangling. We were as close together as if we were sitting on the front and back seats of a carriage, our faces being less than a foot apart. "Davy," said Saul, "swap seats with me." "Why, Sewell," I answered, "you are not a shooter, and I would have to get by you in some way when the Yanks come to get to my stack of guns." To this he fell silent for a moment, then said, "Davy, I thought you was my friend. I would do anything to accommodate you, but you must refuse me such a little thing." "Sewell," I replied, "I would do anything for you in reason, but your request isn't reasonable because it cuts me off from my guns. I am in as much danger as you. Our heads are not a foot apart." Then I dozed, being awakened by someone saying, "Lay him down." Sewell was the man they spoke of. He had been hit by a bullet which had ricocheted off a tree, and had gone through the top of his head and down his spine. He was falling forward on me when he was caught and laid backward on the ground with his feet still in the bloody mud of the ditch. Even while the Yanks were not making a charge, they were only a short distance off, and kept pouring a continual fire at us. Along in the evening they moved some mortars into position and attempted to drop a few shells into our trench, but they either overshot, the shells falling harmlessly in the rear, or else they undershot us, the shells falling among their own men. Once they made a direct hit. 2 men, just to the right of our flag, were sitting with their backs to the breastworks and their feet in the ditch. A shell burst between them. One was blown into the ditch in fragments, and the head of the other was knocked off without moving the body. The big severed artery spurted a fountain of blood high at first, but lower with each succeeding pulsation of the heart. While we were waiting for the enemy to charge, I sat there watching the fountain of blood spout up on a declining ration like a geyser, when Major Council shouted, "Clear the ditch," and we sprang to and threw the dead out. About that time some man lost heart. Placing a shirt on the muzzle of his gun, he lifted it up for a white flag. The Yanks, seeing it, huzzaed, but a shout of anger was raised in his section, and yells of "Shoot him" were answered by the man next to him on the left. He rolled over dead in the mud as the Yanks came charging again. I will not mention the name of that man who raised the white flag. He was a good soldier, but allowed himself to be overcome by the horror and terror of the situation. Nor will I mention the name of the comrade who shot him. He was his friend, but his sense of duty and that thing which we called grit forced him to forget friendship and the value of the life of one of the company and shoot quick. In a battle, as in a yellow fever epidemic, the general safety comes before personal regard. A member of the 19th Mississippi came up from the left to see how we were holding out, and took a seat on the bank of the ditch exactly where Sewell had been shot. He made a remark lost in the noise, and at the same instant he received a bullet in the center of his forehead and fell backwards with his feet still in the ditch. He lay still for a moment, then put his hand into his pocket and took out a piece of tobacco, trying to bite off a chew, but died before he succeeded. As evening came on, bull bats flew over our heads. We could hear their cries and the swish of their swoops amidst all that racket. It was a different sort of noise from the battle. We received our ammunition from hand to hand as it passed up from the left of the line. About dark, the men in the section to my right began to call for more ammunition. "Dave Holt," said the captain, pass cartridges over the traverse, and I fell heir to what seemed to me a real suicidal job. But as the captain had ordered me to the task, I did not complain. I secured a lot of packs. They were done up 10 in a pack and tied with stout cord, and strung them on a ramrod. The man on the other side of the traverse spread down a rubber poncho. I called out, "Are you ready?" And as he answered, "Ready," I threw myself up on top of the traverse and poured the packs onto the poncho, the work being repeatedly interrupted by the charges of the Yanks. When they had been repelled and I had loaded my guns, I would again accumulate packs of cartridges to pass over as they were called for. I kept at the job until way into the night, when the firing slackened and no further calls for ammunition came. As day began to dawn, the firing ceased. I was very much exhausted and sat down on the front edge of the ditch, with my feet unconsciously resting on the back of a dead man who lay face downward. Near me was a dead Yank, his feet stuck in the mud of the breastwork, and his head in the ditch. Laying my head on his leg to keep my face out of the mud, I went to sleep in a moment. While I slept, an order came from the left to move silently by the left flank. The troops began to vacate the trench. Those who passed me looked and said, "Dave Holt is dead." I was left alone with the badly wounded, the dead, and the screech owls. I was lying on my left side when someone yelled into my right ear, "Get out!" The sound was so loud that it hurt my ear. I sprang up and grabbed a gun and stood on the defensive. But no one was near except the dead and the line of Yanks being formed at the brow of the hill in front in plain view. I stopped for a moment only, but in that moment I took in the whole ghastly scene. It was still drizzling rain, and a thin mist hung over everything. There lay the tree cut down by bullets, and the bloody ditch, and the many dead and wounded. One wounded man was cursing, another praying to the Blessed Virgin. Many were crying for water, some begging to have the dead taken off them. I don't expect to go to hell, but if I do, I'm sure that hell can't beat that terrible scene. Indeed, I'm sure that the hell on earth is a pledge for the hell after death. I carried my gun at trail arms, ducked my head, and went on down the trench to the left at more than a double quick. When I caught up with the company, they were more than astonished, having left me for dead. We soon got out of the salient and reached the line of breastworks which had been constructed while we held the salient. Lee's line was still intact. We halted in a pasture and broke ranks. Then came the reaction. All moved by the same impulse, we sat down on the wet ground and wept. Not silently, but vociferously and long, officers and men together. Some of the boys had been at outs with one another. They made friends and deplored the times that they ever held an unkind thought against one so true and brave. Two fellows, both named Bill, who never could get along together, rushed into each other's arms, begging forgiveness and swearing undying friendship. We washed our hands and faces in pools of rainwater. We were covered with bloody mud from head to foot. Soon we got rations of corn dodger and fried bacon, but not a man could eat. Then we inspected each other to see how many were slightly wounded and what damage had been done by bullets to our clothing. Only a few of the survivors were untouched. I was inspected closely, but no bullet marks could be found. Bill West was a curiosity. He wore a skull cap with a patent leather visor. A bullet from the right clipped off the visor on one side, and one from the left clipped it off on the other. Only a little triangular piece of the visor was left. A bullet had split the cap open on top of his head from front to back and had cut his hair down to the scalp, giving him a very wide part in the wrong place. The lower end of one of his ears was cut off, causing one fellow to say Bill was marked with an underbit, like a pig. His blanket was rolled and carried over the left shoulder and tied under his right arm. It was cut through all the folds on top of his shoulder and those where it was tied on his right side, and his jacket and shirt and undershirt had been cut, and his shoulder was scratched and bleeding. As Bill went into the fight, a comrade remarked, "Bill, ain't you going to throw away that new deck of cards you have got in your pocket?" "No," said Bill. "My mother taught me how to play cards, and she is a good Christian and a member of the Episcopal Church. I have never gambled with this deck, and I am going to stand by my convictions." The deck was in the left-hand pocket of his jacket. A ball had struck him and knocked him down. In a few moments he recovered and continued fighting. When he got his jacket open, back there in the pasture, he found the ball that had penetrated the deck of cards, flattening out when it reached the ace of spades. Upon discovering this, Bill claimed the ace of spades to be his lucky card, and that in the future he would order it up and go it alone every time he held it, which he always did. His trousers were cut in 3 places, and the sock on his right foot nearly severed. When we had finished washing, we were surprised at how much flesh we had lost, and how wan and bloodless we looked. For over 36 hours we had been without food or water, but the desperate strain on our nerves and the continuous hard labor of fighting at close quarters had had more to do with the loss of flesh than the fast of 36 hours. Next, we moved on a short distance into a pleasant grove of trees, where, after roll call, we broke ranks, laid on the ground, and went to sleep. I slept until evening. Nearby the band was playing "Nearer, My God, to Thee." I heard it in my sleep, and the soothing effect seemed like a dream of quiet sylvan, green-leafed branches, of nature unfolding a garden, nestling in a vale of gently swaying flowers, nodding in the gentle breeze, while my own loved ones were nearby, singing. I heard the voice of Julie sounding clear and strong above all the rest, even though it be a cross that raiseth me. When I became sufficiently awake to know I had come from the heavenly back to the earthly, I heard Robert talking to the captain. "Captain, Marcy Joe sent me over with this horse to ask if you would let his brother come over to the hospital for a while, and I will bring him back." I was called, and Robert burst out crying at the sight of me. Upon arriving at the hospital, I found General Davis, Colonel Stone, and many other officers gathered at the doctor's fire, waiting for me. As usual, we all met as equals, the matter of rank being laid aside, and, as I told my story of the agonies and furies of the battle to attentive listeners, I was accorded a hero's reception. We had a good supper, sat on the ground, and drank real coffee out of tin cups, and ate beefsteak from tin plates. I had no idea where it came from, and asked no questions. Brother Joe told me about Robert insisting on being allowed to crawl in as near to the bloody angle as he could, because Marsa Steve might come back wounded and need some help. Robert had been allowed to go. He found a gully that wound around back of the battle line. He slid down into that and crawled under fire as near to the angle as the gully went. He claimed to have heard of me twice from wounded men who were crawling back. His was a deed of great devotion often exemplified by many faithful black servants during the war, generally mortally afraid of gunfire. Their attachment to their owners shoved fears away. Late in the night, Robert carried me back to camp. Upon arrival, I laid down on the ground without even pulling off my hat. The rain had ceased, The leaves on the ground were soft enough for a soldier's bed, and I dropped into a dreamless sleep. The next thing I knew, I heard morning roll call. We had no way of washing our clothes. When they got dry enough to brush, we knocked off some of the dirt with a stick. Human gore and Virginia red clay do not make a pleasant mixture to have on one's clothes, but we had to stand it and did not grumble. We drew extra rations and were allowed to rest all one day. Then we took our places in the fighting line. I again was on the skirmish line. We had long ceased discussing the ultimate outcome of the war, and while there wasn't a cowardly nor disloyal note uttered, we all seemed to feel that the cause had only a slim chance for success and an equally slim one for any kind of compromise. But as long as Marse Bob said stay in the game, we were going to stay. We were always moving to the right, swinging gradually in a circle with Richmond for a center. Rain was constant and heavy, making roads impassable for most anything, but the men of Lee's army marched through. Rations were scarce. Marching, maneuvering, and skirmish, fighting every day and all day became our schedule. Once we marched in a terrific downpour, and, as night came on, we halted in the road beside a swamp. Water covered the ground. We had no tents, no rations, and could not find a place to make a fire. By the failing light, I noticed a swamp full of trees of Magnolia glauca, interesting in a botanical way. I mentioned the fact to one of the fellows, but he was too wet and hungry to take any interest in trees unless a fire could be made of them, or something to eat wrested from them. He said some hard things about Magnolia glauca. There was a fence along the road that skirted the swamp, the water along which was nearly knee-deep. I waded to the fence, picked out 2 rails that suited my purpose, put the rails close together with one end on the ground and the other on the fence. Then I climbed up on the rails above the water, got in between them, and slept there all night. By morning, as I awoke, I found I had slipped down and my feet were in the water. As my feet were no wetter than the rest of me, I wasn't disturbed in my slumber. In the morning, we marched about 2 miles. The rain ceased and the sun came out, drying us. We halted in a wooded place, drew rations, made some sassafras tea, and were happy once more. From May 14th to May the 23rd, we were in the woods, and while we were certain that Lee knew where we were and what we were doing, we only knew that our part of the job was to keep the Yanks from breaking through the line. We soon noticed a change in the tactics of the Yanks. They were not so eager to try and rush the skirmish line, and evidently had learned to take advantage of any cover they could find. Grant's plan of hammering Lee was known. We got hold of Northern papers quite often, and while they contained many lies, they formulated Grant's theory of wearing Lee's army out until there were not enough men left to man the line. They said that Lee could not replace the men killed and wounded, while Grant had the world to recruit from. But the Yanks that we came up against did not relish being butchered for the sake of wearing out Lee's army. We had become expert shots by that time, and had learned to make every shot count. Furthermore, we had become expert in the matter of making rifle pits on the skirmish line and throwing up breastworks for the line of battle. The skirmishers often had to fight in the open, in which case we always fought lying down. One evening our skirmish line held a thicket of cedars. We were well concealed under the spreading boughs. In front of us spread an open old field, with a few bushes growing about. The Yanks advanced through the woods and took a position on their side of this old field, where they were content to keep up a heavy fire without risking a charge. We judged from the firing that it was a line of battle. Soon dusk enveloped us, and the shooting ceased. a Yankee sharpshooter ventured out into the field to pick off a Johnny, I being the man he was looking for. He crept from bush to bush until he had gotten about 30 steps from me. I was flat on the ground, and the bush was between us. He raised up a little with his gun pointed and moved around to get a better view, thereby exposing himself to Tommy on my right. Tommy fired, and the Yank fell. There were many shots fired by the Yanks in response for a few moments. Then the firing ceased, and we heard the wounded Yank say in a feeble voice, "Oh, for the sake of God, come to me. Come quick. Please come." "Captain," said Tommy, "let me crawl out to him. I shot him." The captain gave consent. Tommy pulled off his accoutrements, laid down his gun, and crawled out to the Yank. They were so close that I heard every word spoken. "What can I do for you?" Tommy said in a low voice. "Put your hand into the breast pocket of my jacket and get out the daguerreotype of my wife and child and hold it before my eyes," answered the Yank in a weak voice. As Tommy complied with his request and held the picture for the dying man to see, we plainly heard the Yank sob, "My darlings, oh, my darlings, it's hard to leave you." Then he said to Tommy, "My sight is failing and I am dying. I want you to promise me, man to man, that you will send this picture back to her. The address is on some letters that you can take off of my body, and I give you all my belongings and money. Tell her that I died gazing fondly on her dear face, and her name was on my lips." Then he said, "Mary," and died. Tommy took all his possessions and crawled back. It was very pathetic, and I found tears in my eyes. After all, we were Americans and brothers. Underneath all the sectional hatred and political strife was the broad foundation of blood relation. To get through the accumulated superstrata that had been piled on by ambition and selfishness and reach the living bedrock, it required a death scene and a pathos that could touch the heart. The death scene of our Savior draws all men unto him and to one another. It is the one place where strife is forgotten and the love of brotherhood is supreme. Tommy laid on the ground and cried like a baby. He seemed to be struck with horror at the idea of war and bloodshed. "Damn war and shooting your brother, man," he said. "It never came from God and can't be justified. I had no quarrel with that fellow. Why couldn't he stay in ranks where he belonged and not come trying to pick off a Reb as though he had a personal grudge?" "Tommy," spoke up another, "he would have settled Dave Holt's hash if you hadn't got him. You can go north after the war and marry the widow. She will sure marry some fellow. She is too pretty to stay single. Then you can show your good feelings by raising his baby." Which made Tommy mad, and he said some things that are not heard in the best society. He placed the letters together with the picture in the oilcloth case that the Yank carried, and he would not let any of us read the letters, saying they were sacred. To Tommy, that package became a heavy burden weighing on his heart. In the siege of Petersburg, when we got to exchanging coffee and tobacco and swapping papers, Tommy got in touch with the Yanks' command and sent back everything the Yank had to every cent of his money. Meanwhile, we were lost in the woods so far as we were concerned. Not a man of us had ever been in that section before. There was a perfect network of small rivers such as the Mat and the Ty and the Po and the Nye and the North Anna and the South Anna. We were skirmishing on some river every day, and some of the fights were hot enough. For instance, one day we held the road and the open woods on the left of the road. The Yanks held a large old field that had grown up in pines. It was more than a skirmish, for both sides had a line of battle. The Yanks attempted to rush through the pine thicket and drive us back. We stubbornly resisted, and, in the contest, the pine thicket caught fire. There hadn't been a rain for 2 or 3 days, and the pines were thick. A wind sprang up and carried the flames back through the pines with a roar and an intense heat. As soon as the heat and smoke had subsided a little, the skirmish line moved forward into the burnt-over pine thicket. It was a most suffocating experience, for, in addition to the intense heat and smoke, there was the sickening smell of burning human flesh. The dead and wounded had all been burned. One man was burning like a huge torch. We thought of the persecutions of the Christians in the days of Nero, when they were wrapped in inflammable materials and burned as torches at a garden fete. Those old heathen must have had tough stomachs to stand that smell at a party. It nearly got us. We came on one poor fellow who had been wounded in the leg. He had scraped the pine straw off of the ground for quite a space, and then lay down in the center of the clearing, yet he too was dead. What an agony of terror he must have endured while the crackling flame approached. We felt sorry for the poor Yanks, but we found no one alive to receive our sympathy in the form of cold water. It was clear weather for several days after that. In moving from one place to another, we came by that place 3 days later and found the Yank still burning in the clearing. We came to the conclusion, when we were in that mess of rivers, that we had cut off Grant's right wing from the center. We were skirmishing first on one side and then on the other side of the same river. On the other side of the river, where the Yank was burning, we deployed and held a bridge. There was thick brush opposite us across the river. A man on horseback came galloping through the brush. I hailed him with, "Who are you?" "I am General Wright," he answered. "What regiment is that?" "16th Mississippi," some fellow yelled. Then General Wright wheeled his horse, laid down in the saddle, and tore through the brush. I fired at him, but we could hear the breaking brush and the running horse for some time. We had a General Wright, and so did the Yankees. I was not certain which one it was until he wheeled his horse. I did not want to make the mistake that had been made in Stonewall Jackson's case. The fellow next to me said, "Why didn't you shoot when he said that he was General Wright?" "Why didn't you shoot?" I replied. "You saw him plain as day. If I had shot and killed our own General Wright, you would have blamed me for being too quick on the trigger, and would have said I ought to have known better than to shoot on an uncertainty. You would have claimed that your superior judgment kept you from shooting." Then an officer spoke up and said, "Boys, no quarreling. The incident is closed. Holt acted right." We stayed on the bank of that river until night, when we began a night march in a heavy rain. The going was over a country road which had been badly cut up by artillery and supply trains, so that it was soon worked up into brick-making mud. In some places the mud was a loblolly overshoe deep. During an occasional halt, we had to stand up in the mud, which was more difficult than moving on. Along toward morning, when we were all badly worn out, a corporal, floundering through the mud, jostled against Frank. He asked pardon, but Frank cussed him out. Then Frank started like a wet-weather spring. A fountain of cuss words broke out. Frank cussed a while on general principles and then started in on the officers. One by one, from the corporal up to the command, was given a cussing. Nobody said a word. It got dark as pitch and was silent except for the steady splash of mud and the filthy geyser of vituperation from Frank. When he got to Billy Mahone, our division commander, he dwelt quite a while on his case, showing evident dislike that would have made Mahone feel bad if he had heard. Finally he said, and there is General Lee." Comp, who was in the file with Frank, remarked, "Frank, you have cussed from corporal up, and nobody has said a word because you are hungry and wet and tired. But we all are in the same fix, and if you say a word against General Lee, I will knock you down in your tracks." "No quarreling in ranks," an officer called out, but Frank never noticed him. He said that General Lee was a blankety blank, and ripped out a mean oath. We heard a dull thud and a big splash, just as the command came to "close up ranks and move forward." And before Frank could get up out of the mud, the whole company had gone, leaving him to join the rear corporal. When daylight came, he presented a sorry sight. He had fallen in a deep rut and had been submerged in the soft mud. Mud was in his mouth, in his hair, and even in his pockets. A silent, pathetic specimen. Frank was a good soldier, but received no sympathy. He had dared to cuss Marse Bob. From May 23rd to May 27th, we struggled over North Anna, Jericho Ford, and Taylor's Bridge, around to the South Anna, where I received my only permanent injury. We had to build a traverse to guard against an enfilading cannon fire, which came at more or less irregular intervals. Immediately after a shot, a man would get on top of the traverse and shovel for a few minutes, and then get off before the next shot, a risky business at best. A corporal kept tab on the time. When my time came, I jumped up and went to shoveling like all wrath. Somehow the Yanks sneaked a shell, which burst beside my head and knocked me off the works into the ditch. I thought I was killed. The boys picked me up, and I came out of the muddled condition to a right valuation of things and found all of me there. But Doc said that later in life my right ear would lose its hearing, and so it did. For several days we were in that fight. The Yanks made no determined charge against our positions, the battle consisting mostly of artillery duels and skirmish scraps. At roll call one evening, an order from General Lee was read, which said we must arm ourselves with the new Springfield rifles which Grant had just issued to his men. The captain said we had to be certain to let no opportunity pass to get a Springfield, as our guns had seen hard service and were showing the strain. That night there came a hard rain. Cousin Jim and I had put up a little bunk of linen flies and ditched it all around. We got in and kept dry. The ditch around the bunk was full and carried off water like a good ditch should. I put my gun by my side and went to sleep. I slept very soundly all night. Early in the morning, before roll call, the captain aroused me and asked, "Who is this man on the right in this tent?" "Dave Holt," I answered. "Get up and come out here," he commanded. As my dressing consisted only in putting on my shoes, I was out in a moment. He had my gun in his hand and said, "Is this your gun?" "Why, yes," I answered. "I am much obliged to you. Where did you find it?" "In that ditch, submerged in the muddy water," he replied. "I suppose it slipped out from the bunk in the night," I answered. "But I will soon have it clean." "You take your misdemeanor with great complacency," he remarked. "Suppose a night attack had been made, where would you be with your gun in that fix?" "Why, Captain," said I, "the shooting power of that gun is perfect. Don't you notice that grease stopper in the barrel and that lead cap over the tube? If a night attack had been made, I would have been on the firing line, giving the Yanks hail Columbia. All the same," he said, "I am going to put you on the skirmish line where you can test the shooting power of your gun." "Captain," I answered, "I was on the skirmish line yesterday, and you have no right to expose my life for a misdemeanor. It's against the rules of war." Then he flared up, saying in a loud voice, Things have come to a pretty pass when a private can call down his captain and instruct him about the rules of the army. Sergeant, put Dave Holt on the skirmish line in place of some other man. I called to Cousin Jim to come out, and, as he came, I said, "Cousin Jim, you see the injustice that the captain is doing. I want you to be all ready to kill him if I am hurt. He shan't go home with a whole hide when mine is punctured by his unlawful orders. I want you to inform Brother Joe, and if you fail to get him, Brother Joe will." By that time the whole company had assembled, and many others from other companies. I had put the captain in a bad fix, so that he could hardly back down from his position. He became very angry, exclaiming, "That is mutiny, and a threat to an officer's life. You both deserve to be put in irons. I can't be intimidated." "Neither can I be intimidated," I angrily cried. "And what I say stands. Sergeant, I am at your service." And I went on the skirmish line. The man I was to relieve was lying behind a small bank where a tree had blown down. Just in front of him grew a small white oak. As I approached, he whispered, "Lie down," which I promptly did. Then he beckoned with his hand and made me understand that I was to crawl up to him. When I got there and asked why all this caution, he told me that the Yank, who was my vis-a-vis, had got the range down fine and had struck the tree several times, and that the bushes were so thick and the drizzle so persistent that he could not locate the devil by the smoke of his gun, with which information he left me alone, or what appeared to be alone, for the brush was so thick that I could not see either the man on my right or my left, and we dared not talk. Soon the hidden Yank fired, but I could not locate him. After a while he fired again, the bullet striking the tree. The shot gave me a general idea of his direction, and I calculated that he was not far up the hill. After that I shot in reply, instantly after he fired. After an exchange of several shots, he evidently concluded not to fire any more, and I spent a wet, hungry, but quiet day in the woods, all to myself, even though firing was continually about me. Sometime during the day an order came down the line from the right. At 4 o'clock 2 cannon would fire as a signal on the right, and we would charge the Yankee line. We had an anxious wait. We had no idea of time, as no one had a watch, and, had there been such a piece of property, it likely would have been several hours out of time. At last, away on our right, we heard boom, boom. We jumped up and instinctively gave a loud Confederate yell, which gave away the location of our line and drew the fire of the enemy. We rushed them before they could reload. Many Yanks fired, but my pet Yank sniper kept silent. I ran up the hill with both eyes very open and found the Yank sharpshooter under a bush, kneeling on his left knee. His left hand supported a new Springfield gun, and the forefinger of his right hand pressed on the trigger of the same. He fired at me and missed. Then I fired and struck him in the left shoulder near the neck. He seemed to be dazed as I quickly reloaded and slipped the cap on. He threw down his gun and fled. I shot at him, but missed. Then I picked up his gun and all his belongings, even to his poncho and linen flies. He had pulled off his accoutrements and made a sort of bed in a swale place. His belongings were stenciled, J. B. Star, Company B, 48, Mitch. We went a little farther, and then were drawn in. When I got back to the company, the captain greeted me with, "I see you are back safe." "I see that we are safe," I retorted. He gave a little chuckle, but said nothing. That ended the episode, and no mention was ever made of it afterward. We were good friends after the war, and in it too. Later, at Petersburg, where we and the Yanks swapped tobacco for coffee, I met a fellow between the lines. I had a plug of tobacco, and he had a pound of coffee. "What regiment is this?" I asked. "Company B, 48th Michigan," he replied. After we had traded and talked for a few moments, I said, "By the way, do you know J.B. Starr?" "Why," he replied, "he is my messmate. Do you know him?" I told him that I had seen Starr, and in fact we had had some dealings together. I then asked him if he would carry a message to Starr. He said that he would be delighted to do so. "Tell J.B. Starr," I said, "that I am the man that got his gun at South Anna River, and he can have it back if he is man enough to take it." Then he swore a mild oath and said, "Let me see that hat." It was getting dark, but I handed him my hat. He looked at the blue patch and the crown. "Well," he exclaimed, "I will be dad blamed if that hat don't bear out what Starr told us. He said that when the signal guns fired and the Rebs yelled, he knew they were coming, and he held his fire. When up the hill came a little devil, about as thick as a match, with a thin hatchet face and a bright blue patch in the top of his hat. He fired and missed him, and the little fellow fired and hit him in the shoulder and went on reloading. He saw that he had no chance to load, so he threw down his gun and got." I asked him how bad Starr had been hurt, and he said that it was only a flesh wound, and that Starr preferred to stay in camp and be treated. The next time I went to exchange, I met the same man. We traded, and I asked him if he had told Starr. He said yes, and that Starr had said, "The little Johnny is welcome to all he got. The government has given me a new outfit, but I hope to God that Johnny won't shoot me again, and with my own gun at that." We kept moving to the right, and by June the 1st we came to the ground we had fought on under Jackson when he flanked McClellan. Here was a sandy ridge which the natives called Turkey Ridge. It may have been fine for turkeys in the old colonial days, but the timber, as well as the turkeys, had long since disappeared. The loamy surface soil was gone, leaving only the poor sand and red subsoil. We halted there and began to dig in before the Yanks got to us. We gave them a warm welcome when they did come, and as they had to advance at us in the open, they had no chance, and we mowed them down in good numbers. We felt sorry for them, and wished that they had had sense enough to stay at home. We called it a brutal disregard of Grant for his own men, and they felt the same way about it. The idea evidently was that Lee could not replace any of his men who happened to be knocked out, while the United States could buy soldiers without limit in Europe and keep up the killing. All around lay the shallow graves of those who had fallen in the former Battle of Cold Harbor during the Peninsula Campaign. At night, these old graves would shine with a phosphorescent light, most spooky and weird, while on the surface of the ground, above the ghastly glimmering dead, lay thousands of dead that could not be buried. A constant battle went on over them, which lessened but didn't cease at night. The only retaliation they had was to smell bad. This did not trouble us as much as it did the Yanks. They had dug in too, but nearer to their dead. In their charges, they were shot down at a distance and did not get to our breastworks to die heroically. At night, we buried our dead who had fallen in the trenches, as did the Yanks, but neither side could get at those who fell between the lines. We became indifferent to the noise and bloodshed and privation of the horrible scenes, but we could not be indifferent to the stench arising from the unburied dead. The skirmish line received more bad smells than did the battle line. It was dreadful on the men who were wounded. They had to lie in the pit until the skirmishers were relieved at night. The sun was extra hot, there was no shade, no breeze in the well-like pits, and the bad smell settled down in vast quantity and variety. We speculated on the cause of our being so highly favored by the offensive odors, and concluded that they flowed along the ground in streams, and, being heavier than air, poured into the pits and displaced pure air, but could not displace us. We did not jump up and expose ourselves, however, to get away from the bad smells, and neither did the Yanks. Our skirmish line was thrown out far in advance of our trenches, and could only be relieved in the night. We had to stay in the skirmish pits all day and nearly all night. The battle lasted 12 days, although the Yanks quit charging after the second day and settled down to a constant artillery and musket fire. They also got some mortars into position and treated us to the novelty of that kind of shelling. We ran back and forth trying to dodge mortar shells until we learned the trick. When a mortar fired, it did not have the crisp, sharp crack of a cannon, but more of a dull thud. Then the shell seemed to leap straight into the air until it came to the zenith of its flight, then turned on its downward plunge, so that no man could tell within 100 feet of where it would light. And many a man, running from where he thought it was going to light, ran into the place where it did land. We worked the ditch night and day and dug zigzags and bomb-proofs. Before we got the zigzags finished, we lost some men going back for water. As the detail list was called, the man ordered to the work would take the canteens of the company and go back to the spring. Generally, he would hang his will, say his prayers, and bid, "Goodbye, boys, if I never see you again." Then came a dash under fire for the spring. Many never returned. One member of my company returned, loaded down with full canteens, and got to the edge of the ditch. He had the confident smile of achievement as he shouted, "Boys, I made it!" I was sitting with my back to the breastworks and looking at him. A ball from the enemy skipped over our breastworks and struck him through the heart. He plunged forward. His head and one arm hung over the ditch. The canteens rattled to the ground as he died without a sound. We had to cook in the trench. Often a bullet would skip over the top of the parapet and fling a handful of sand into the frying pan or pot. One time I had to cook a small lot of beans over 3 times and wash them between each cooking to get the sand out. The boys said that the Yanks could get a sight of my blue top cap and wanted to see if there was a sure enough head under it, or only a sawdust-stuffed imitation. Our skirmish line lay far in front of the trenches and only about 200 yards from the Yankee breastworks, while the Yankee skirmish line wasn't over 75 yards from us, so the fighting was continuous. There were skirmishers in each rifle pit, and they constantly dug in deeper. We made covered embrasures at the ground level and piled the loose dirt up so high that our heads could not be seen when we shot. Johnny and I pulled some boards off a deserted farmhouse that stood just in front of the main breastworks. It was a risky job, even at night. We carried them out to our rifle pit and worked from 3 o'clock until morning getting our embrasure made. We made only one and drew straws for who would shoot first. It reminded us of a picture of an Eskimo watching a seal hole in the ice. When it got light enough to see objects 75 yards off, a Yank in the pit opposite us concluded that he would raise up high enough to look around. He did not look long. Later in the day, the Yankee skirmish line ceased shooting, and we turned our attention to their breastworks. The slightest exposure on their part drew a deadly fire. The Yanks had a flag flying, with the staff planted in the top of the breastworks. I told Johnny to watch me cut that flag down in 3 shots, but 2 shots sufficed. The Yanks huzzaed and the Confederates yelled, and my name was passed along the line to the right and left. I shot with J.B. Starr's gun through an embrasure with rest. Some of the boys said it was an accident, and I thought so too, but the flag was cut down all the same. Along in the afternoon, I suppose about 4 o'clock, a white flag was raised by a Yank officer who boldly stepped out in front of the skirmish line and waved it. An order came down our line from the left for Lieutenant Jim Bryan to take a guard of 3 men and go out and see what was wanted. Jim appeared out of one of our rifle pits with a white pocket handkerchief in his hand and called Bill West, Bill Compton, and myself. We accompanied him to where the Yankee captain awaited. We were all unarmed, as was the Yank. He had no guard. The 2 officers saluted, and Lieutenant Bryan said, "Captain, what do you want?" "We want a truce for 2 hours to bury our dead," replied the captain. "It will be granted," said Lieutenant Bryan, "if we have the same privilege." "Certainly," replied the captain, waving his hand. Instantly a crowd of litter-bearers and other unarmed men swarmed over the breastworks and commenced their gruesome job. "Lieutenant," asked the captain, "how many men have you lost today on the skirmish line?" "We have lost 1 officer killed and 2 men slightly wounded," Jim replied. "How many have you lost, Captain?" Tears came into the eyes of the captain, and his chin quivered when he said, "I came out this morning with a company of 92 men and 4 officers. Now I am the only officer left, and there are but 6 men fit for duty. The gallant fellows had been fighting an unseen foe at close range, but they stuck to their work to the last. We were bound to admire such splendid courage in a losing game, such as theirs was, against our embrasures. After the truce, the shelling and shooting commenced again. We feared our own artillery more than the guns of the enemy. Our batteries had dug in, and they kept up a constant fire over our heads at the enemy. Sometimes a shell would fall short, and then again would explode prematurely, and we would get the benefit of what was intended for the Yanks. It was all well enough to get rations and clothing and ammunition intended for the Yanks, but when it came to inheriting the shrapnel and canister and shells that our batteries intended for them, it looked like indiscriminate generosity without judgment. At night a courier was dispatched to talk the matter over with the battery commanders to see if it wasn't possible to devise some scheme to help us out. But they said our only chance was to dig in deep and lay low when a shell came, which was all we could do, what with the Yank skirmishers now lying so low that we could not get a shot. Some fellows in the second pit on my right thought up a plan to flush the Yanks out of their pits and give us a shot at them. They made a mortar by burning out the end of a log, using the process common in the South to make a mortar to hull rice. The batteries gave them some shells, cannon powder, and fuse. When ready, word passed along the line to stand to your guns and look out while we flush 'em. Then they fired off the mortar. The shell did not go very high, but sailed along over the rifle pits of the Yanks as if it was looking for a good place to land. Every pit that it passed over turned out 2 men who thought theirs the selected target, and in the excitement we got in some telling shots. The Yanks quit exposing themselves for fear of the mortar shell, and it fell into disuse. Hand grenades had not been invented at that time, but we thought often of a missile we could throw by hand. On the night of the 12th of June, we hustled away from that ridge, which had been the apex of unpleasantness. We left in such a hurry that the boys opined that General Lee was as anxious to get us into some other place as we were to get out from that spot. Early in the day of the 15th, we marched through Petersburg. We would have liked to stop in the city for a little while and have a look at Calico, the pet name given to the dear women folks. It had been months since we had seen a female of the species. Soon we espied a girl, becomingly dressed in ribbons, lace, and nice shoes, and carrying a parasol. She looked more lovely than a dream of angels. She glanced at us with modest interest and a smile, and captured the whole company. We pulled off our caps, and would have followed her, like Mary's little lamb, except for a sharp command, "Keep your place, and close up the ranks." "Lord," exclaimed one, "I didn't know that there were any more pretty things like that left on earth. Just to think of owning such a layout as that, it's too good a dream to come true." He was destined never to own such a layout, on earth at least. I don't know what his luck might be in heaven, where he shortly went. We rushed along over a pasture and to a long ridge where we halted, and the skirmish line deployed and was ordered to lie down. We kept a sharp lookout. After a while, a squadron of cavalry, which we judged was some general and his staff, made its appearance on the opposite ridge. They halted, and we saw one using a field glass. They were nearer the left wing of our skirmishers, and I was ordered to fire and find the range. I fired, and soon we had the range, and saddles began to be emptied and horses to fall. They fell back in haste, leaving some dead horses to mark the spot. A large white horse was among the number, and he was a landmark for many days. Soon dismounted cavalry made their appearance, and they displayed more knowledge of war than the average infantryman. We judged they were Western men and did not come from behind a counter. One fellow in particular gave us a lot of trouble. He hid in a drain behind an apple tree. Fultz was the man opposite him. They exchanged shots, and as Fultz, for all his bravery, was not much of a shot, it became evident that he was no match for the Yank. The captain ordered him to go back and lie down and let men that could shoot handle the sharpshooter. But Fultz had his dander up and would not obey the captain. The boys were always joking him about his shooting. They would say, "Fultz, you can't shoot," and he would get excited and answer, "Pie tan, my gun goes off just like hell, and to pull it must go some fares. Fair he goes is de business of de Almighty. My business is to bull de drigger." He was an everlastingly good soldier, and a sporty old numbskull that knew more about a yardstick than he did about a gun. He stood up to shoot. Many men yelled at him, and the captain ordered him down. He shot, but instantly fell over, with a bullet through the center of his forehead. Word was passed up to the left wing, "Don't let that fellow live." We got a glimpse of the Yank at our end of the line, and soon saw him roll over into the drain. We began to dig rifle pits with our bayonets and throw out the dirt with our frying pans, and soon had enough dirt in front of us to stop a ball. That became our permanent skirmish line, although the battle line was nearly a half-mile behind, on a line with Fort Mahone, which the Yanks called Fort Damnation. The Yanks got cannon into position and kept up a continuous cannonade. After a few days of skirmish firing, the Yanks hallooed over to us and said that they would quit shooting if we would. We readily agreed to this, and also agreed that if at any time we had to break this compact, we would give the other side due notice. This bargain held for quite a time. Our skirmish line followed the contour of the ridge, swerving back on the left. The Yanks built a fort at the angle, mounting a big gun that was trained to enfilade the rifle pits of the 16th Mississippi. The pit nearest the fort was held by Pouncey and Varnell, and the next pit by Holt and Stockett. From these pits we could look into the big mouth of that cannon. The distance was not over 70 yards. One day word was sent to us that a new lot of ammunition had come in and sample shells would be fired at 5 p.m. We had to take notice and govern ourselves accordingly. That meant we had to lay mighty low. The Yank battle line was near their skirmish line, while we were moved a long ways from our line and mighty close to the Yanks. Word passed up to the 2 pits on the left. "Say, you little fellas, don't let that Yank cannon shoot a single time." We got ready. 5 o'clock came and our batteries opened. The big gun was a muzzle loader and was run forward into an embrasure. We heard the order given to haul it in and load. Men sprang to the levers and in so doing exposed themselves. 4 shots from our pits rang out at the same time. We could see arms thrown up. We quickly reloaded and heard the order given again. Other men sprang to the levers and met the same fate. They did not try to pull in that gun any more. Then we started shooting at the gun, the bullets glancing into the fort. The balls would sound plunk as they hit the cannon. Soon our guns ceased to fire, and the Yankee skirmishers moved around and went to cooking, and we ceased firing into the fort. A few days after that, the commander of the fort stood on the redoubt, looking around with a field glass. Our boys were moving about. Presently he put his hands up to his mouth and shouted, "Oh, Billy Thompson, I am your uncle. Ask your captain to let you come see me. I will return you at 6 o'clock. The captain said he might go if he wanted to, and Billy shouted, "All right, I'm coming." He left his gun and things and went to the entrance behind the fort and walked in. Then he appeared at an embrasure and shouted, "All right," and waved his hand to let the boys know that he was safe. He had taken his haversack along and returned with it bulging full. He did not want to talk much about his visit. Said he had had a bully time and had lots to eat, but that was about all he would say. We settled down into routine work, 4 hours on duty and 8 hours off. This rule applied for night as well as day. The artillery, with the exception of that one fort, kept up a constant fire, and a battery on the left of our battle line had the range on our works down fine. It was far enough off that we could see the flash and get under cover before the shell came. We were constantly digging trenches and building traverses. One man was set to watch the cannon flash while another fellow shoveled dirt. Garnet Howell stood watch once, while I shoveled back dirt on a traverse. Next to our company came Company C of the 12th Mississippi. A private and a lieutenant of that company messed together. They got into a quarrel about a piece of beef and had some hot words. At last the private said, "Jim, you talk mighty bold because you are behind them stripes on your jacket, but if you was to come out from behind 'em into the open like a man, your mammy wouldn't know you when I got through with you." As quick as a flash, the officer pulled off his jacket and waded in without any words. Garnet turned his head to look at the fight and let the battery sneak a shell in on me. When Garnet shouted, "Here she comes!" she had arrived. I made a spring for the ditch, but too late. The shell burst and a fragment hit the sole of my shoe, sending my foot up into the air. Then it glanced down into the trench, wounding John Pilot in the arm so that he was never fit for duty afterward. My foot was bruised but soon got well. Garnet was full of remorse, but that did not mend things. He was killed shortly after that. Meanwhile, the private and the lieutenant were allowed to fight it out, and the lieutenant got the best of it. We were having almost as much trouble getting water here as we had in the Battle of Cold Harbor. One day I asked permission to dig a well. Permission was granted, but I got the horse laugh from the boys. They said that I was always up to some trick and always wanted to tackle some new proposition that nobody else thought of. Not a fellow would help me, and I went to digging alone in my spare time. It was no hard job, as the soil was sandy. My idea was to dig a well 4 feet square, with a flight of steps leading down into it. Whenever I went to digging, a lot of fellows lay around with one eye on the battery that had our range and one eye on me. Their instruction to the battery would have been quit, but to me, go on, you darned fool. It's fun to watch you work, but you will never drink a drop of water out of your well, and your idea of steps is rich. It would be a good idea to go to hell by that route, for if you found things not to your liking, you could walk back. But when one of our company was wounded at the spring and the litter bearers had to go for him, they changed their tune to, "Say, Dave, get out of that hole and hand me that spade, and let me show you what a man can do." When we got down about 10 feet, we dug up a 2-inch iron bolt about 6 inches long. It seemed to belong to a ship. That occasioned a lot of discussion. Some contended that for 10 feet of earth to accumulate over that bolt took about 5,000 years. According to that theory, some race with a knowledge of metals must have inhabited this country before the Indians. Others argued that the bolt was dropped on the surface of the ground and by its superior gravity had sunk into the earth deeper after each rain. Still others claimed it was as easy for the Lord to make an iron bolt as it was for him to make a rock, and he made it right where it had been found. It was an interesting argument and whiled away the time as we sat in the trench waiting for the next shell. We ran into a root of an oak tree at 15 feet and found water at 17. It was a great find, and if it had been the custom of Company K to enthuse over any performance whatever, I would have come in for some credit, which I did not want or get. I had found the water. Aside from digging and dodging, we played cards a great deal, and euchre was the game. We spread down a poncho or a tent fly and played while Fort Mahone would be firing away, and while various Yankee batteries were returning the fire with interest. Towards the latter part of June, we began sending a detail every day to a point on our left where General Lee was running a mine. I worked one day there. It was said that it was a countermine. To run into one, the Yanks were digging under a fort. On the evening of the 29th of June, we were ordered to load our guns and get everything in fighting trim, as the Yankees were going to spring the mine. We supposed they would make a charge along the whole line, with the fierce fighting to be near where the mine exploded. As we were only a short distance to the right from where we expected the explosion, we were taken out of the ditch and lay in line of battle just behind it. We talked about mines and explosions of every kind, but no one knew much about the subject, as we had in previous experience. Even poor old Guy Fawkes, with his attempt to blow up the Houses of Parliament, was brought to remembrance and found some sympathizers, but we laid such sympathy to contrary cussedness and a desire to help out the underdog. At last we went to sleep. There being a guard set, I never slept sounder. About 3 o'clock we were awakened and were called to attention by the orderly sergeant. We sprang up and took our places, and every last one of us had the buck ague. Our teeth were chattering, and our arms and legs shook in an uncontrollable manner. We began to joke with each other about it. One fellow said, "David Holt, what ze matter with yer?" And I said, "Who de dickens do I know? I newer had these before." Now, if you will try to say all this when you are shaking with the hardest kind of a chill, you will get about the same result. We laughed and joked about it, but not once did any man say that another was a coward. The time dragged along slowly. Not a cannon was firing on either side. Daylight came and found us over our ague and still expectant. Some of the fellows were standing up, but I was sitting down with my gun in my lap and looking toward the left, when suddenly I saw a large section of earth shoot up in a cloud of dust and smoke. The men who were standing were thrown down, and I distinctly felt the shock. Instantly, every gun on both sides began a furious bombardment. We were ordered into the trench. Fort Mahone was thundering away, and the shot and shell that the Yanks intended for the fort struck our earthworks by the shovelful. We could hear the yells of our boys that were engaged on our right and the rattle of musket fire. The Yanks hurled a heavy force at the point where the fort had been blown up, Negro troops in the lead. They were the first we had seen, and the sight of a nigger in a blue uniform and with a gun was more than Johnny Reb could stand. The visage of his countenance was changed like Nebuchadnezzar of old, and he was filled with fury. I looked around at my comrades and noticed the change, but fury had taken possession of me also, and I knew that I felt as ugly as they looked. The darkies were intimidated by the fearful explosion and by being forced against their old masters. They piled into the yawning chasm, or crater, in time to catch the falling earth on top of their heads, and were met in their charge by some of the fort's siege guns that had been drawn to the front. With fixed bayonets, the white troops came behind the blacks. The Confederate breastworks were dug so deep that a covered wagon could be driven along the ditch without being seen by the Yanks. Into this ditch the Yanks crowded. All was confusion mixed with terror. The infuriated Confederates, all of whom had been withdrawn from the ditch, did not wait for orders, but rushed up to the rim of the crater and the edge of the ditch and began firing into the living and squirming mass. They fired as long as they saw any movement. The Yanks stopped all artillery fire along the whole line. Of course, they could not shoot at the Confederates near the crater, because their own troops were in the way. Anyway, it looked like folly to shoot perfectly good shells when all they could accomplish was to kick up the dust. There came along our way a fellow covered with dust and bleeding at the mouth, nose, and ears. He was from the old North State. One of our fellows said, "Hello, old North Colony. You look like you been someplace." "I belong to that battery that went on a sailing excursion," said he. "I had left my coat in the fort and went back for it just as the fort started to travel, and I thought that I might just as well go along too, seeing as how the riding was free. As I went up, I met my captain coming down, and as we passed he says, 'Bill, you derned fool, you ought to have your overcoat. It's cold up there,' which showed the irrepressible humor of Johnny Reb. The charge of the Yanks was confined to a small part of the line. My command was in full sight of the movement on our left, yet we were not under infantry fire during the whole engagement. The artillery was active for a short time, and when they saw that the blow-up was a failure, they ceased firing. We felt sure that the skirmish line of the 16th Mississippi would be driven in. They would have had a long way to come under a heavy fire of both artillery and infantry. But they were not driven in at all. On the contrary, the Yankee skirmish line in front of them didn't fire a shot, and the fort, with the enfilading gun, which we would not allow them to shoot, had closed up the embrasure that we had shot into. Now they trained one gun through a new embrasure on the other side of the fort. They may have withdrawn most of their troops in our front to take a hand in charging at the crater. We pronounced the blow-up a dismal failure, which scared the Yanks more than it did us, and killed them more than 10 to 1 of us. When things had quieted down, we were allowed to go in squads and inspect the crater. It was the most horrible sight that even old veterans in the gentle art of war had ever seen. It beat the bloody ditch at Spotsylvania and the Yankee breastworks at Chancellorsville. The crater was about 150 feet long and 30 feet deep, wider in the middle than at the ends. The average width was about 60 feet. It contained about 4,000 dead Yanks, mostly blacks. We felt sorry for the poor nig and looked upon him as a victim of the diseased sentiment of the North. They wanted to give him a white man's chance, and they expected him to fight with valor and address for his liberty. They forgot that the poor nig had been a slave in Africa before he was brought to the United States. So far as he was concerned, it was only a matter of change of ownership, since his race, from the beginning of history, had been slaves. No people in either religious or economic slavery can develop the highest qualities. That is the reason that Christ said he would make his followers free, and that freedom is the hope of the world. The utter failure of the mine had a most depressing effect on the Yanks. When we would meet them to exchange coffee and tobacco, they would voice their opinions freely, being certain that we would not tell General Grant. The dirt was shoveled into the crater upon the dead. Our line was moved a short ways back, a new fort was built, and the battle went on along normal lines. This was distressing, for it meant our declination to a point where we would be unable to meet the charge. Comp was lying on the ground, asleep one day shortly after the mine fiasco. Time came for him to go on guard, and a corporal shook him by the shoulder, saying, "Wake up, Comp. You must go on duty." "I wish you had let me sleep a little longer to see how things turned out," complained Comp. "What turned out?" asked the corporal. "Why," said Comp, "I dreamed that I was lying here on the ground when General Lee came along. He had a mountain howitzer on an old wheelbarrow and a guard of 3 men. He said, 'Get up, Comp. I need you to fill out a corporal's guard. We are going to give the Yanks one more tussle.' Then we moved toward the Yankee line, but before we got anywhere near there, you woke me up." We laughed the sort of laugh that a man gives who's about to have a tooth extracted. Later, the captain called me and said, "Dave, get your gun and outfit and come here." When I had done so, I found 4 other men with their guns, one of whom was a sergeant. "All ready?" inquired the captain. "All ready," replied the sergeant, looking around. We moved in single file behind the breastworks until we came to the extreme left, finally reaching our cavalry pickets. We were allowed to pass to their front with nothing between us and the enemy. We kept our eyes peeled and our guns ready for whatever might turn up, from a fight to a foot race. We soon came to a creek with a broad savanna, or bottom, of thick brush. The captain halted us and said, "Boys, you must not shoot except when absolutely necessary. We are not out here to kill Yanks." We did not ask him what our mission was, neither did he volunteer any information. We knew by instinct that we were on some sort of scouting expedition, which pleased us all. The sergeant was Joe Johns. The rest of the men were Marion Haynes, Chapman, John Walker, and myself. We were all scouts by natural selection and adventurous by instinct, and it made little difference to us where we went, so long as we went. We kept a sharp lookout for snakes and Yanks as we worked our way through thick brush down the creek, always going to the left. There were many sloughs populated by big bullfrogs with deep bass voices. We moved with caution, not with speed. Food we had none. It must have been 5 o'clock in the afternoon when we came near a clearing containing a small garden and a cabin. We all crawled up to the rail fence, separating the clearing from the brush, and lay there listening. The cabin seemed deserted, while the garden was overgrown with weeds, with the exception of a small bed of Irish potatoes. Haynes and myself were directed to go inside and inspect the cabin. We slipped up to it and found the door wide open and the inside empty of furniture save a few broken chairs, an old kitchen table, and a few rusty iron pots. We went into the potato patch and grabbed a few potatoes about as big as marbles. Then we notified the captain, and all came to the cabin. Next arose the question of how to cook the potatoes. If we made a fire in the fireplace, the smoke from the chimney would be a signal to the Yanks, leading to an investigation by some provost guard. We knew by the lay of the land and by the firing that we were in the rear of Hancock's corps. Haynes proposed to cook the potatoes by a small fire on the hearth that would let the smoke out into the room. The captain stood guard while Haynes did the cooking, and the rest of us grabbed the potatoes and washed them in a sluice. We soon got every potato in the patch. Haynes had found some salt, the water was boiling, and the captain was relieved at the door by one of the men. The sergeant divided the potatoes, the captain sharing like the men. We ate fast, as we were in a hurry to get out of the cabin and back into the brush. We left stealthily and moved on to the left. Night came on, and we could see the Yankee campfires up the hill. It was quite exciting being in the rear of the enemy's battle line. We had to get out of the brush and away from the Slavs, and the only open ground was next to the enemy. We went along slowly through the pine woods and came to another cabin that had a small corn patch beside it. It was the captain's idea that we should sleep in the corn patch with a man on guard. My time to go on guard was just before daybreak. 2 Yanks got after some pigs that were sleeping in the road by the patch. The pigs made a lot of fuss, which aroused the fellows, and we lay quietly in the corn patch, and the Yanks jumped over the fence in close pursuit of the pigs. One pig came up the row that I was lying in. He was badly blown and loudly complaining of the meanness the Yanks were giving him. I cocked my gun, and the captain whispered, "Don't shoot unless you have to." They caught the pig within 10 feet of me, their whole attention being taken up in keeping the pig from squealing. They quickly got back into the road and vanished. At daybreak, the bugles blared out the morning call. A company of cavalry, or a park of either wagons or artillery, sounded the feed call a little beyond the corner of the fence. If we had gone only a couple of 100 yards farther, we might have slept in the Yankee quarters. We had to leave in a hurry, and after a short consultation, we concluded that we had better take to the open woods, even if we were so near the infantry that we could see their morning fires. After a short walk, we got into the brush again and moved on the back track. When we passed the house where we had the potatoes, a shot was fired from just across the creek, evidently a signal and not intended for us. The captain whispered, "Lay low." Presently we heard the clash of cavalry. A squadron of one side had attacked the other, but whether the attacking party was Reb or Yank was more than we knew. The bullets struck around us freely. We each appropriated a tree and laid very low. We figured that the road that ran by the patch where the Yanks had stolen the pig crossed the creek and ran along the other side to the main road. We were close enough to hear the order to dismount and heard the men count off. 1, 2, 3, bully. Every 4th man had to hold horses, and it was bully to get out of the fight. The captain made up his mind that we should move on, and soon we got back to the breastworks without mishap. Next day we learned that a new long-range rifle with a telescope sight was to be given to the best shot in the division. A range had been prepared About 3 miles from the lines, we had 3 shots apiece at 100, 300, and 500 yards. We went back to the range in squads. It took several days to get through the job. I wasn't interested because the fellow who got the gun was expected to pick off enemy officers from long range. I was informed that I had beaten our brigade but had tied with a man in Wright's Georgia Brigade. Ordered to division headquarters, I got to General Mahone's tent and met the fellow who tied me. I said, "Well, Sonny, I suppose we will have to shoot about 3 times to find who gets the gun." "No," said an officer of the staff. "We are on the eve of an important move and have no time to shoot any more. You will have to draw straws." I said that I had never won anything in my life, and that if we drew straws old, Georgia was certain of the gun. I was told never to bank on my luck. The officer prepared the straws, and I lost. The next day, Mahone flanked Hancock's position, going over the identical route through the brush that our little scouting party had traveled. It was the most brilliant move that Mahone ever made. We doubled up Hancock's corps like a jackknife and captured much material of all kinds, from men and artillery to quinine and shoestrings. Harris's brigade was drawn up in battle line to receive the charge of the enemy when they came back in an effort to retake the works. Our battle line was nearly at right angles with the Yankee breastworks and stretched out across an old field grown up in scrub pines and blackberry vines. It was a quick piece of work, and as soon as the line formed, every man quickly went to digging himself in with his bayonet and frying pan. 2 shovels turned up from somewhere, and an old axe to cut roots. The shovels were passed along the line from man to man, and each man was allowed 5 minutes to dig before he passed the shovel to the next man. No skirmish line was thrown out. We dug with frantic haste, and had not been long at it before we heard the Yanks coming on. The command, "Keep the line straight. Don't crowd. Steady there, men. Steady," and the jingle of accoutrements mingled with the rustle of many men breaking through the brush like the sound of a mighty rushing wind. We felt a grim thrill of satisfaction in our little ditch and kept on digging. Of course, the Yanks could not keep their line straight in that brush. The most forward part burst into view and was met by a withering fire at short range. They fell back, reorganized, and came again in better formation. They did not show very strong fighting spirit, and having failed to drive us out in the second charge, they lay down in the bushes and kept up a hot fire in our direction until night. The smoke settled down among the scrub pines and made the darkness doubly so. We posted sentinels and went to sleep. Just before day, I was awakened and went on guard duty. It was impossible to see very far before us, but we could hear. The Yanks were concentrating a force on our front and flank, and the troops on our flank began to move as soon as they had enough light to move by. The guard gave the alarm. We were ordered to double quick to the rear by companies. Double quick is a flexible term that can mean fast, faster, or to run like a scared rabbit. Every company put its own interpretation on the word and acted accordingly. Those men that went in a hurry got beyond the enveloping lines of Yanks, and those who took their time and refused to be hurried got to see the inside of a Yank prison. Major Mills on General Anderson's staff took his time, and the Yanks took him. We lost 2 men from Company K that morning, but whether they were captured or killed was not known. Our backward movement was not for a great ways, and we got beyond the crest of the hill and reformed the line. But the Yanks didn't come to attack us. General Mahone, wearing a short jacket, came along astride a big sorrel horse. His little legs were stretched to the limit in straddling the big horse, and he was in a very bad humor. He rode into Company K on the extreme left of the line. His voice was small and slim like his legs and had an irritating hum like a mosquito buzzing around your head after you get to bed. We all got mad as soon as he began to talk. "Damn Harris's brigade," he shouted. "It wants support on the right and left when it fights." The bridle of his horse was instantly seized, and several men shouted, "Shoot him! Shoot the damn Irish ditch digger!" "Don't do that," said a man who was lying down. We recognized the voice of our colonel. "Are there no officers present?" General Mahone inquired, and for answer we all began to shout, "Yah, yah, yah." We could see Mahone's lips move, and soon he had both arms going in wild gesticulation, but not a word could we hear. That went on for some time, until a fellow called for silence while he told a joke on Mahone. The racket stopped at once while he told a story that was witty and bright, but, alas, it cannot be repeated in polite society. Billy Mahone tried to speak again, but his voice drowned in the racket. Then another fellow called for silence and told another joke. He said, "Boys, to look at little Billy, you would think that a biscuit and a cup of coffee would fill him up so full that there wouldn't be room left for that mosquito voice of his. And if you look at his little pipe stem legs, you would think he ate only about once or twice a month like a rattlesnake. But little Billy is so greedy that he acts like a dog with a bone. Last Christmas, somebody sent Billy a turkey, all stuffed and cooked. He would have the turkey set on the table, and when he had helped himself, he would have it carried back and put away. That turkey lasted him a week, and not one of his official family got any more than a look at it. Little Billy would inspect the turkey closely to see if anybody had eaten any of it between times. Then came more racket until Mahone said he wanted to apologize. This time we let him talk. "Men, I most humbly apologize for rude and unjust remarks. I have had a wink of sleep for over 30 hours and have been under such a strain that my head aches as though it would burst open. I have not even had a biscuit and a cup of coffee. In your own suffering, can't you make some allowance for mine? There are important matters for me to attend to that concern the whole division, and with that humble apology and reasonable explanation, I ask you to let me go." A voice called out, "Let him go." His horse was turned loose, and some fellow yelled, "3 cheers for Billy Mahone." Billy pulled off his cap and smiled, and we cheered. We thought lots of him, but could not let him get away with any uppity high mightiness. Generals must know their places just the same as other folks. Mahone's flank of Hancock's position had been a master move, but we had so few men that we could not follow it up. We went back to our place in the trenches and the siege began again. In the latter part of July, we were detached from the trenches and taken by rail to Richmond. Thoughts of a restaurant dinner came into our minds, and Johnny made out a bill of fare which included everything from soup to toothpicks. When we arrived in Richmond, we hurried down to the steamboat landing and went aboard a little steamer that could hardly hold the regiment. We were placed and seated and warned not to move, or we would turn the boat over. Then the little craft began to paddle down the river. One fellow shouted to the pilot, "Say, mister, I got a big tablespoon, and I can paddle on this side with it if you don't think there's any danger of my pulling the boat into the bank." "Go to hell," the pilot yelled back. "That's where you are headed for," the soldier said, "and I don't like being forever on the way. Soon as I saw you at the wheel, I knew where we were going." It soon became dark, and the only thing we could do was smoke. Sometime in the night, the boat landed, and we got off in a thicket and marched inland from the river. There was no road, and we had no idea why we were there. We went over a hill that paralleled the river and halted just over the crest. In the bottom was a spring branch that spread out over several acres and was grown up in long water grass with here and there a clump of willows. We ate our mush in a singleness of heart and drank water out of the branch. Once, during the day, we heard a distinct explosion, and, looking up, saw a big shell loafing along through the skies, like it had no particular place to go and wasn't in a hurry to get there. "That's from a gunboat throwing ambulances for us to haul our wounded out of the fight," said someone. "Those Yanks are too considerate for anything." The shell passed over us and struck the marsh. It burst on impact, throwing up a great geyser of mud and water. Instantly, big bullfrogs commenced to jump all over the marsh. Every soldier picked up a stick and made a rush for the frogs. They were plentiful, and soon frying pans sizzled all around. Some did the catching, while others cooked. There was plenty of time between the sound of the gun and the arrival of the shell for all the catchers to get under cover of the hill. We stayed there all day under that fire from the gunboats, and if any man got hurt, I never heard of it. We caught all the frogs and had a feast like the quail feast of the Hebrews. Next, we moved to another part of the battlefield and were thrown out as skirmishers, and soon engaged the enemy, which was another matter altogether, for somebody was getting hurt every once in a while. We were ordered to drive in the Yank skirmishers, which we did to our sorrow, for we ran into the Yankee battle line, fortified with a strong abatis of scrub oaks. We went to the abatis, but it does not stand to reason that a line of skirmishers could take such a position, and we had to fall back with heavy loss. We laid down at the abatis not over 100 feet from the Yankee breastworks, and kept up such an accurate fire that every Yank who stuck his head up over the breastworks to shoot got it promptly knocked off. We should have had some support, but having none, we were ordered to fall back. As we retreated, the Yanks were emboldened to shoot and poured a volley into our ranks. Our flag bearer was shot down, and the flag fell on the ground. Lieutenant Coleman turned back and picked it up, but took only a few steps when he was killed, and the flag went down again. Ben Chisholm, a private in Company K, ran back and picked up the flag from the dead hand of Lieutenant Coleman and brought it out. We did not retreat far, but stopped under the cover of the crest of the hill and continued to keep the heads of the Yanks down. Our guns were our best protection. Night came on, and the fighting ceased as daylight vanished. We stayed there 2 more days and skirmished with the Yanks. We were in a deep bottom, and they were up on the crest of the hill. The advantage was all on our side. If a Yank moved, he was silhouetted against the sky and made a fine target. They would howl and scream when they got shot, and treated us to all the horrors of both sight and sound of men dying from gunshot wounds. We were not hard-hearted nor cold-blooded, and regretted the pain and death of the brave men. Why could they not go away and not force us to shoot them? They were kept there by the ambition of politicians, and had only a faint idea of what they were dying for, which was to take away a man's property, guaranteed by the law, without paying for it. The whole matter could have been settled without war. That was one of the worst-smelling battles that we ever had. An overpowering stench enveloped us for the last 3 days. We were held on a battlefield that had been fought over, and the dead were not buried. At last we went back to Richmond, and from there back to the same old breastworks to Petersburg. Company K, in council, talked over the move. From the evidence brought out, it appeared that Grant had been thwarted in his move by a small force of Lee's men. Some fellow suggested that we send for General Lee and have him come over and explain things. We blamed the fool charge that we made on the Yankee fortifications on our Brigadier General, Nat Harris, for whom we had deep respect and affection. By grapevine telegraph word came that Wilson, with a large force of Yankee cavalry, was making a raid for plunder. He was reported to be on the west side of Richmond and making for Grant's army at some point near the Weldon Railroad. We had learned from experience that the grapevine always had the news about right. We had such confidence in General Lee that this news did not disturb us much, and we said, "Just wait until Marse Bob is heard from before you draw any conclusions." We noticed that men were quietly being withdrawn from our division, a Florida brigade going out of the trenches, leaving only a skirmish line behind. Then a part of every regiment in Harris's brigade was withdrawn. I was among the goers, and Johnny among the stayers. We had no option in the matter. The Yankee cavalry had crossed the Appomattox River over a bridge that spanned a deep chasm. Before them went a great herd of Negro men, women, and children, a happy and hungry set going after freedom. After the Yanks had crossed, we got batteries into position and knocked the bridge into kindling wood. Then the batteries turned onto their cavalry as the infantry advanced. The poor niggers, being between the two lines, suffered from the fire, many being killed. They hugged the ground as the Confederate infantry, without any display of malice, ran over them and rushed into the ranks of the trapped cavalry. It was a short fight, and few of the Yanks who had crossed the bridge escaped. The prisoners and the Negroes were moved along toward Petersburg, and there were so many women and children and weak old men among the darkies that stops had to be made often so they might rest. Our surgeon was called in a case of childbirth. A hasty pallet was spread in the bushes that grew along a rail fence, and the little pickaninny squalled lustily when the air of this cruel world struck him. One old Negro, who looked like a family servant, interested me. I asked him how he came to be in that bunch. "Little marster," he replied, "hit warn't none of my doin's. All the niggers on the plantation lost their senses when the Yankees come. Old Ben, the colored preacher, begin to shout, 'The Lord is gwine to lead his people to the promised land,' and my wife, dat is exhortin' and prayin' woman, was gwine through the quarters shoutin' dat the day of Jubilee done come. Old Miss come out to the quarters and said that we had better stay where we was and let the soldiers settle the matter. She said that if we was going to get free hit, it had to be done by law, and there warn't no use for us to suffer while the lawifying was going on. She said that freedom without bread warn't endurin'. The preacher said, 'The Lord will provide, just like he did for the children of Israel in the wilderness. The time has come to march to freedom. Fall in line, everybody, and cast your cares on the Lord.' And everybody started to move. We was behind some soldiers and before some, and hit was mighty dusty and hot. There was a whole lot of other niggers scattered along the road. When we stopped at night and went into camp, we seed dat old miss was right about freedom without bread. The Yankees lowed that they didn't have much to eat theyselves and none to spare. The chillun suffered the most, and pretty nearly all we had to eat was given to them. When we got to the bridge, all the niggers was put in front. Then lots of the horse soldiers and some of the big guns got over the bridge. We was powerful, mournful, and hungry about that time. Then the fighting began, and we was ordered to lay down on the ground. Then the preacher, who was old Uncle Zeke, commenced to pray, but the big shells that went screeching over us, both a-gwine and a-comin', and them many bullets had the attention of the niggers, and the preacher had all the prayers to hisself. My daughter Susie had a little sucking baby. The baby began to fret, and Susie kind of set up and let the baby suck. Well, sir, a big shell bust over us, and a chunk of the shell came and knocked the baby's brains out at its mother's breast. Susie just sot there without a word and held the baby, and the front of her dress was all covered with the baby's blood and brains. Then a nigger boy named Ike says to my wife, says he, "Aunt Maria?" She didn't answer him, and he said, again, "Aunt Maria?" Dean, she says, "Ike, you fool nigger, you had better lay down there and say your prayers, 'cause you ain't more dan a foot from a red-hot hell." Then he says again, "Aunt Maria?" And she says, "Well, what you want?" Then he says, "Aunt Maria, you said that this was the day of Jubilee. Lord gal, this is Jedgment Day." Then she says, "Don't you call me gal. If we is done, got cotched in a battle, I ain't gwine to take no impudence off you, you knock-kneed, splay-foot nigger. And if I hears any more from you, I's gwine to come over there, and you gwine to wish, when I gets through wid you, dat the Jedgment Day done come shore 'nuff, and you was done wid your misery." We divided our scanty rations with the darkies. Some ambulances came along, and the newborn baby and its mother were taken back with other women and children. I think we had been 3 days out of the trenches, and such is the power of attachment that we called it getting back home when we returned. We threw ourselves down on the ground and rested like boys who had returned from a hunt. The first thing to do, after resting a while and taking a smoke, was to make a pot of mush and some sassafras tea. We next sat down and made a killing of the grayback colony, which had preempted territory, with water housing and ration privileges in every fellow's shirt, and maintained a good increase during a campaign season. So they had to be thwarted and set back a little whenever a chance occurred to get around to that kind of bloody work. We went into the regular routine of 4 hours on and 8 hours off duty, playing cards, watching the progress of things, attending the company council of war, which held meetings most all the time in clumps, and digging ourselves in deeper. About the 1st of August, we were ordered to prepare for a move. Such preparation consisted of tying the ends of a blanket together, placing a poncho and a pair of linen tent flies on the back of the belt, and putting on shoes. It took about 10 minutes for Winans to get ready, and he was considered the laziest and slowest man in the company. The goers parted from the stayers, and both Johnny and I were goers. We started from the trenches about 10 o'clock in the forenoon under a blazing sun, and moved across a field that had been in grain. The land had been liberally treated with marl and glared like snow. The radiating heat seemed to come both from above and below, a new and trying experience, and the hardy 16th staggered under the heat. "I never had but one opinion about hell," said Whit, "and that's what makes me say what I have always said." But he could not get any attention in that stifling heat. No one asked him what his opinion was. The road led down into a deep ravine where a cold spring branch was flowing. The boys rushed into the cold water like oxen on a hot day. They dipped cups and canteens, and even scooped it up with their hands to drink. The effect of drinking that cold water when they were so overheated was most disastrous. Many fell where they stood and were dragged out onto the bank by others. Some waded out before they drank, and, drinking, collapsed. Some died in convulsions. Before long, the roadside was crowded with men in all stages of prostration. Cousin Jim came up with a quart cup in his hand. I called him. Ignoring me, he filled his cup as he passed through the branch, and, when he had gained the other bank, stepped out of ranks and took a big swig. He fell as promptly as if he had been hit by a shell. I filled my canteen, bathed my face and hands quickly in the stream, shifted my canteen around to the sunny side, and let the water get warm. When we had gone about half a mile beyond the branch, I took a drink. I preached my theory that drinking water on the march was a bad habit, that the extra load of cold water in the stomach was harder to carry than many pounds on the back. To which argument many of the boys said, "Damn your theories, you've got more theories than either sense or grub," thus regarding perfectly good advice with a sneer. We had not gone far beyond the branch before old Wit said, "Boys, I just got to stop," and he staggered out of the road and got under the shade of a bush. It was the first time he had ever straggled in all the campaigns. I felt sorry for him, as he had the reputation of being the best man in the company for keeping in ranks. For myself, I had no reputation to lose. I always got out of ranks. There is an art in straggling, when not to, and when to straggle. I had the reputation of knowing that art. We marched all day, but only traveled 6 miles. Lined up for evening roll call, Company K revealed but 1 officer and 6 men present. The rest came straggling in long after dark. Old Wit was full of apologies, not that he cared what the men might think, but he was apologizing to himself for himself, trying to find justification in his own eyes. From the field hospital came a report of casualties inflicted by nature. Some had died, some were knocked out for quite a long time, and some were doing very well. Cousin Jim was in that last class. In the morning we moved on, and before long were thrown out as skirmishers near an old deserted tavern. The Yanks were the attacking party this time. The fight continued all day. At night we withdrew into company formation and fell back to the old tavern. The building was so constructed on the side of a hill that the front was almost flush with the ground, while the rear was on posts about 8 feet high. As there was still light enough to look around, I proposed to Johnny that we explore the old house. We took our guns and slipped in. We tiptoed through the halls and went through every room, looking into every closet. A pair of pet coons could not have made a more thorough examination of the place. On the 3rd story was a big room with a low ceiling in which there was a trapdoor opening into the loft of the roof. By jumping, I figured I could reach this opening. Johnny held my gun while I jumped and pulled myself into the loft and looked around. It was as bare as the rest of the house. "Johnny," I said, "here is the place we are looking for to take a quiet sleep. Hand me up the guns, and then I will help you up." It was done, and we lay on the floor and went to sleep at once. At daylight I was suddenly aroused, awakened by a mysterious presence, as though someone was near and had spoken to me. Instantly I was wide awake and alert to some kind of danger. Johnny was sound asleep. I felt like a trapped animal. I sprang up and shook Johnny by the shoulder and whispered, "Quick, we must get out of here." He jumped up and grabbed his gun and followed me. We dropped into the big room below and looked out through the window toward the Yankees. We could see their battle formation plainly as their skirmishers advanced with great caution only a short distance from the front door. We slid down the banisters to the 2nd story, and in the same way down to the 1st, expecting the Yanks to shoot us at every moment, but they had stopped and did not shoot. We ran to a window in the back of the kitchen and threw ourselves out like a bundle of rags. By the grace of God, and not by our own calculation, we struck a soft place instead of a pile of bricks. We began to run before we got up. expecting to see a squad of Yanks come around the corner of the house and take a crack at us. There was a choice of ways to run. To our left was open field. To our right were bushes and some small trees in an old fence row. This row ran at right angles from the house, and we were running down it on the left-hand side. The Yanks began to shoot at us, and we rushed through the brush and broke through the old fence like a yoke of steers. They could not get a good view on that side and shot where they had last seen us. I have known boys to shoot into the bushes where they had last seen a jackrabbit disappear, as if the shots had but furnished a good appetite for a 100-yard sprint. That was the way with us. We came up to the rise of a little hill and found ourselves exposed to the Yanks on the right, drawing a few more shots. But we soon went over the top and lay down to make observations. We were going it blind and might bump into worse than we were running from. "Look over there at the line of woods," said Johnny. "Don't you see the Confederate flag?" "Yes," said I. "And look in the field, way over on this side of there, and don't you see our line of skirmishers?" I never had a chance to look at them from the Yankee side before. They were so perfectly blended with the field that they were almost invisible. We hurried along and soon came to the skirmishers under command of Lieutenant Jim Bryan. He got so mad and, among other things, said, "Who gave you permission to go into that house? You're always up to some damn trick and always taking long chances to satisfy your fondness for pranks and your damn curiosity. Don't you know that you have no right to risk your life that way? I am mad, and would punish you some way if we were not in a fight. You can't have any excuse to offer." I did not call him Jim, nor mention the fact that I was one game ahead in chess. "Lieutenant," I replied, "I don't offer any excuses, and we only got out of there by the grace of God, but I am to blame. I led Johnny into it." Then Johnny got mad and said he was no baby and was not following anybody's lead. The company had been ordered back early in the night and had gone some distance before we were missed, and then we were given up as lost. We had been so many times on the skirmish line that we were hardened to danger and in a large degree to death. That is the only way that I can account for doing such a foolish thing as sleeping in the loft of a deserted tavern on the skirmish line. It did not occur to any man to question our loyalty or our staying qualities. The men were only curious about the spirit manifestation that had been the cause of our escape. I had questions about that myself, and have no full explanation of the manifestation to this day. It would seem to be crowding our guardian angel when we blindfold our judgment and rush into danger willfully, counting on being rescued in spite of our folly, tempting God, so to speak. May the Lord save us from presumptuous sins. After a few days more of skirmishing, we went back to our old place in the trenches, or, as we said, back home, and had a strenuous rest. Again, we had to be on duty only 4 hours and off duty 8. The difference between the two was too slight to notice. On the afternoon of August the 20th, we moved again out to the Weldon Railroad, where we enjoyed a good night's sleep in the open. On the morning of the 21st, we answered roll call at daybreak. We mustered 21 men under command of Lieutenant Jim Bryan, about half the strength of Company K, the others being on picket duty in front of the trenches at Petersburg. Without waiting to eat our morning ration of mush and a little drink of sassafras tea, we started down the road. It was a pleasant morning, and we were a cheerful lot of ragged, dirty, wild ruffians. "Where do you think we are going?" inquired one. "We are going down the creek on a fish fry," answered another. General Lee, as a mark of esteem, is giving us a little outing. We passed over a small but steep hill in the road, and about a couple of 100 yards beyond, halted for a rest, being directed to lie down upon the left of the road. "My!" exclaimed one from the ranks, "but they are getting mighty particular these days when we have to lie down on the left of the road. Why not lie on the right or in the middle? I am sure my clothes could not get any dirtier than they are." He was told to apply for the job of instructing Lee, and was assured of being able to put Lee wise to some tricks that the general never knew. As the last company, we brought up the rear of the brigade, and Pouncey, the end man, happened to look back over the way we had marched. He called our attention to one of our batteries coming over the hill. Looking, we saw the worn-out horses struggling up the incline. When they had gained the summit, they were urged into a run. I counted 8 guns before the dust got too thick to see them. The first guns dashed on down the road, but the last ones wheeled into the brush on the right. They ran over an old fence line, breaking down small trees and brush, and disclosed a cornfield we did not know was there. On the right of the road was a thicket of pines. As the guns reached the open field, and before they swung into position, the Yankee batteries opened fire. The shells, which overshot the batteries, went crashing into the pine thicket, creating a dreadful noise as they smashed the pines into kindling wood. We were ordered forward and passed through the brush into the cornfield, and found the corn in full growth. Our guns were firing furiously, but stopped as we passed between the pieces. We rushed on down the hill into the charge, as our batteries fired over our heads. Down a long slope, through corn as high as our heads, we sped to a drain overgrown with alder, bushes, and briars. The hill beyond rose abruptly, but was enveloped in the smoke from Yankee batteries. The Yankee breastworks were in the shape of a circle, and we charged the center. On we went, and the corn was cut down by bullets, shrapnel, and shell. We fired and loaded as we ran. A man appeared on my left, running at a slight angle to me. With his red hair, I thought he was Bob Gerald. As we touched shoulders, a missile of some sort struck his head on the side next to me and knocked his brains into my face. He plunged forward, and I ran on without looking back, wiping his blood off with my sleeve. We came to another drain about 100 feet in front of the Yankee defenses. The mud and water were over shoe deep. Sam Wall, who was next to me, fell, shot through the groin, just as we reached it. We pulled him into the drain, where he lay displaying great fortitude. Colonel Council received a mortal wound, and we pulled him into the drain also. "Boys," he cautioned, "your guns are your protection, but keep your heads down." We opened an accurate and instantaneous fire on anyone showing up at the breastworks. Our ammunition was beginning to give out. After a man had fired his last shot, he would curl up under the bank and lay low. "Do you see another line coming?" inquired the colonel. We looked back over the cornfield. Not a stalk of corn was standing, and our batteries had ceased firing. We told the colonel that no relief was in sight. "Raise the white flag," he said. One of the men possessed a pair of drawers that had a faint semblance to white. Placing them on the muzzle of his gun, he raised it up. Instantly all firing ceased, and the Yanks came pouring over the breastworks. I pulled off my accoutrements and laid them down with my gun in the mud, and trampled all of them out of sight just as the Yankees reached us. Then we stepped out of the drain onto the bank. "Hello, but where is your gun?" exclaimed a Yank who ran up to me. "I never had a gun of my own," I answered. "I was shooting another fellow's." Looking at me in blank amazement, he said, "Great God, Did you come in the desperate charge without a gun of your own?" I told him yes, and asked him whose command he belonged to. He said Warren's Corps, and then inquired if I had had any breakfast. I told him no. I felt that I did not have to explain to him that I was shooting with J.B. Starr's gun, and he would not have appreciated the joke if I had. He said that he was just going to eat his breakfast when we made the charge, that he had a little fire and some hot coffee just behind the trench, and invited me to take breakfast with him. Starting to the breastworks, our attention was attracted by something happening on our left, and we went over to investigate. Jim Bryan had started by himself toward the breastworks when a crowd of Yanks rushed upon him and made a grab for his sword. He had pulled loose and, drawing his sword, shouted, "Stand back! I will die before I surrender my sword to a damn Yankee private." An officer came running up and said, "Lieutenant, you can give it to me. I am a captain." Then Jim returned the sword to the scabbard, unhooked it from the belt, and presented it in pure Lord Burgoyne style. "I want the belt, too, for a souvenir," said the captain. "It is part of my dress," said Jim, "and I won't give it up." "These are my men," stated the captain, "and I will have them take it away from you if you don't give it up." Jim didn't say a word, but took off the belt and rolled it into a ball with a heavy buckle on the outside. Then he hurled it into the captain's face, saying, "Take it, you—" When the buckle struck the captain's face, blood ran as he staggered under the blow. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" he shouted as many of his men covered Jim with their guns. Just then another Yankee officer came up and said in a pleasant voice, "Lieutenant, come with me," and they walked together over the breastworks. "Come, Bud," said my captor. "Let's go to breakfast. You fellows are hell for fighting. You come in a charge without a gun of your own, and your lieutenant fights on a point of etiquette after he is captured." Locating the fire, we sat down on the ground. He poured me some coffee in the only cup he had, and then gave me hardtack and fried bacon in the only plate he possessed. I was the guest of honor. The Yank at the next little fire said, "Bud, come over and eat breakfast with me. I have a better breakfast than he has. I have some dried apples." That brought on a quarrel in which words as warm as the coffee were spilled. At last I said, "I am the one to settle that question, and there is no need to quarrel about it." "That's so, Bud," one of them said. "You came from the South, and you know manners. How is it?" "It is manners to eat with the man who asked me first," I replied. "That's so," said the fellow with the dried apples. "That's manners, and I will bring over my apples, and we will all eat together." But I never got a taste of his apples. A shell from our batteries came screaming over and burst just behind us. A command rang out, "Get into your places." "Come, Bud," said my Yank. He took me into the line under the protection of the breastworks. That was the first of a large flock of shells. They were bursting all around us, and men were being hit. The prisoners were lying just behind the ditch, and there were casualties among them. As our batteries ceased firing, a command to fire was given by the Yankee officers. They sprang up, and so did I. Across the fields to our right, we could see the gray line of Confeds and the battle flag of each regiment. Never had I felt such a feeling of exultation. I jumped up on the breastworks and waved my hat and gave the Confederate yell for all I was worth, while my Yank had his gun pointing over the breastworks by my feet and was shooting for all he was worth. "Take that damn little devil down," someone shouted. My Yank pulled my trouser leg and said, "Bud, you must get down," which I did, But I stood in the line and continued to look. On came the Confederates over a clear pasture beside the cornfield, but as they came, their line seemed to melt away. Every cannon and every rifle in that rainbow of fire poured a stream of death into their ranks. Soon few remained standing, and my Yank ceased firing. Then we saw an officer mounted on a fine dark bay horse ride out from the Yankee side. He galloped up to where a Reb color bearer was standing, and as he came alongside, we saw the Confed draw the Yank's pistol from the holster at the pommel, place it to the officer's side, and fire. Then, as the Yank toppled out of the saddle, the Confed went into it. He wheeled the horse, and lying down, with the Confederate flag streaming off the flank of the horse, he went back at top speed. I and the Yanks stood at breathless attention and watched the gallant ride under the fire of more than 2,000 rifles. We figured he was bound to fall, but how far would he go? As the horse reached the top of the hill, he fell forward, throwing his rider well over the crest. Then we all yelled, both Yanks and Johnnies. A squad of men from the Yankee line went out and picked up the Yank. Next, an officer called to Lieutenant Bryan to form a guard of honor and go out and bring in Colonel Council. The guard was made up of men from each company and, under command of Jim, went with the Yankee officer to where the colonel lay. They filed in open rank by the litter and stood at attention uncovered. Jim stood at the head of the litter and the Yank at the foot. A surgeon knelt beside the colonel with his fingers on his pulse. All was silent for a few moments. Then the surgeon arose. "The gallant colonel is dead," he said. They picked up the litter and carried it back of the breastworks to the field hospital. The surgeon said he would see to it that the colonel was properly buried and the grave marked. By the time the guard of honor got back, our batteries again commenced a furious bombardment of the Yankee positions and were putting shots in with telling effect. General Warren rode up on a big sorrel horse. As he passed, a shell struck the ground and burst under his horse's nose, causing the animal to rear straight up, but the general gave no heed to the disturbance and went on talking. "Move those prisoners quickly to the right, from under the fire of their own guns." We moved, and the general also moved in the same direction at the same time. I had no desire to keep company with him, but we went along together, as much as that can be done by a man on foot and another on horseback. We came to a point where the wounded Yankee officer, shot off his horse by his own pistol, was being brought in on a litter. General Warren dismounted and pulled off his cap. At a motion of his hand, the litter was lowered to the ground. He advanced and kneeled on one knee beside it. "Colonel, I am deeply grieved to see you so badly wounded." Opening his eyes, the colonel replied in a feeble voice, "General, I am killed, and that too by the man who was my roommate at West Point, General Haggard." Then he gave a small convulsion and a big gape and died. The fire of our batteries lifted from the breastworks and was directed to the wagons, ambulance, and caissons parked about 100 yards behind the line. It was a fearful, but to us a glorious sight to see. Many teams were hitched and went plunging into a confused mass of wagons, horses, and men, while a constant shower of debris kept falling as stores and vehicles were blown up by the bursting shells. We moved again, back of all this, and were made to lie down before a line of battle that was in reserve. I lay down for a few minutes and then concluded to smoke. I sat up and filled my pipe and asked for a match. The Yank nearest me gave me one. I thanked him and lighted up. "Bud," he said, giving me a curious look, "war is a mighty cruel thing when they have to rob cradles to get soldiers. A little fellow like you should be at home with your mother, going to school, and not made to take part in such a scene as this." Some of the fellows laughed a kind of chuckle at that, and I got mad. "If you had stayed at home with your wife, or sweetheart, or mother," I said, "then maybe I could have stayed too. But you had to invade a state with arms to rob its people of their property. If I had a gun, and even a small chance, I would shoot you." "Bud," he replied, "I have got a gun, but I wouldn't shoot you for anything in the world. There is more in this thing than niggers." Then he pulled out 2 $5 bills and continued, "Bud, I drew this $10 this morning, and I am going to divide it with you." And he offered me a $5 bill. "No thanks," I replied. "Bud, you had better take it," he said. "You're going to a mighty tough place, and I hate to think of the way you're going to suffer." "That is blood money," I answered. "It is part of your wages for murder, and when I think of the companions that lie dead or wounded out there in the cornfield, I don't want any part of money you got to do the killing." "You put things mighty blunt, Bud," he said. "Neither you nor I brought on the war, and while no doubt you are here of your own free will, I had to come or be punished. Not but that I am willing to fight for the Union." Then one of the fellows spoke up. "Give me the money. I don't object, nor care where it came from." The expression of the Yank changed and put on a hard look as he said, "I'd see you rammed and jammed into a red-hot hell before I would offer you a cent. You are a man, and don't class with Bud." Then he turned to me, and his face wore a kind look of curiosity. "Bud, I have heard of Southern chivalry and Southern loftiness, but never ran against the genuine before. I am real sorry that you won't take the money. Form the prisoners into line, and group men of the same company together," came the order from a captain. We all got up and formed the line. The shelling was still going on, but there was no rifle fire. A Yankee guard formed, and we moved on toward City Point between a double line of guard. I cannot describe my feelings as we marched away from the battlefield without guns as prisoners of war. I was stunned. So were we all, and we traveled a mile or so in silence. Behind us we could hear the fire of cannon, and we knew that the scrap was still going on, but the idea of sending troops by detail into a charge seemed to us sure of failure. The guard was very friendly and desirous of doing all that could be done for us. My shirt was worn out and would have been a disgrace to any tramp. I glanced around and beheld a brand new shirt lying in the ditch beside the road. It was in the same folds that it had been in at the store, and had evidently never been worn. "Can I get that shirt?" I asked the guard. "I will save you the trouble," he replied. "I will get it for you," and he did. I pulled off the old shirt and put on the new without getting out of line. It was like the find that Hagar made, of water in the wilderness, and came from the same source. When we stopped to rest, some fellow asked, "How many of us are wounded?" That led to an examination of the condition of every man. I was the only private that had not been touched. Lieutenant Bryan was also unwounded. We were all undergoing the supreme test of our manhood. We had been ragged and hungry and dirty many times before, and had borne it with fortitude. Now fate was adding the additional condition of being prisoners. We were depressed, but not for long. All of us were young, the sun was shining and the birds were singing, and "when do we eat?" became the leading question. The guard did not know when nor where, and if they had anything to eat, we never saw it. Conversation started up. "Say, Ben, If you should get back to the Confederacy before the war ends, you are going to be shot for attacking an officer." Upon inquiry as to why, the speaker continued, "He knocked General Finnegan down and then walked on his hat. I was right by him and saw the whole performance. As we passed between the guns in the first of the charge, General Finnegan stepped in front of Ben and ordered him to halt. Ben had the flag of the regiment over his left shoulder and told the general to get out of the way. The general told him that he must stop, that it was a mistake, and there was to be no charge. Ben said, 'Get out of the way, I told you,' and moved on. Then the general stretched out his arms like he was shoeing a chicken and shouted, 'Stop! Stop!' And, as Ben came up, he gave the general a mighty blow on the nose that flattened him out on the ground. Then he ran over him and stepped on his hat. The old Florida cracker ought to have known that stopping the flag would not stop the regiment," said Ben. "The men were not looking at the flag, and if they had wanted to see it, they could not have done so, because the corn was too tall. All I would have accomplished by stopping would have been to let the regiment go in without the flag. Then my explanation that General Finnegan had ordered me to stop would seem foolish to the men. They would have said some ugly things about my being under Harris and not under Finnegan. Then one of the fellows pitched into me, 'Dave Holt, you are the most inconsistent cuss in the Army. You sat down behind the Yankee line with the Yank that took you in and ate with him out of the same frying pan. Then you gave the Yank who offered you $5 a pretty song and dance about Southern pride and chivalry. You insulted him by refusing the money.' 'Well, what is that to you?' I replied. 'I would have got my share of that $5, he answered, 'and I feel that you have cheated me out of that much.' That brought a laugh, and Lieutenant Bryan said, 'Dry that up. Every man acts according to his instincts.' As we went toward City Point, we passed Negro troops camped on the side of the road. Coming in sight of them, we halted, and the captain of the guard made a short address. 'Men,' he said, 'we are going to pass by Negro troops, and I ask you to do nothing to start a row. If you are attacked, we will defend you at any cost, but if trouble comes, let it come from them and not from us.' Jim assured him that we would do our part in trying to keep out of trouble, and then do our part if we got into trouble. Then the captain ordered the guard to fix bayonets and run any nigger through that attempts to pass your line. We moved forward, and the darkies lined up on the side of the road. They looked at us with deep interest, scanning each face that came along. They were looking for young Marsa among the prisoners, but he was not there. We were all from Mississippi, and they from either Virginia or North Carolina. When we had almost gotten by the whole camp, a large mulatto stepped into the road about 100 yards ahead and began to abuse us. He shook his fists and asserted that he could whip a whole cow-pen full of depot white trash, and that all he wanted was to get at 'em. He used language that should not appear in print. We had a big fighting Irishman in Company D. He went forward to the captain and said, 'Cap, in the name of manhood, give me but one crack at the heathen.' 'All right,' said the captain, and put Pat in front. When they met, the nig struck first. Pat warded off the blow, and in the next instant the great big splay feet of the Negro went sailing through the air, and he fell into the ditch beside the road. A shout went up from the Negroes, who began to laugh at the mulatto. 'Get up from dare, old Gulia,' said one. 'Didn't you know that David was a Irishman?' They were so delighted that we felt sure that the bully of the camp had been worsted, and for quite a distance we discussed the Negro question among ourselves. We noticed that the Yank privates didn't talk. The captain was the only commissioned officer, and he talked freely enough in contrast to his men, who would only answer yes or no when addressed. But we joked and joshed each other all the way. "Say, Dave Holt," inquired a comrade, "how comes it that you didn't get touched?" "Grant had not been practicing his men at shooting at a wet buckskin shoestring," another answered, "and they just naturally couldn't hit him." Another fellow said that the Lord was saving me to be hung. Then one wanted to know what all that blood was doing on my jacket and face, and I had to tell about the man who got his brains knocked out. At last, when nearly dark, we filed from the road to the right and into wood where a lot of wagons were parked. Here we found prisoners from every regiment of the brigade. We were all huddled into a small space with a strong guard placed around. We were in the bull pen, and while the pen was not staked or ridered, it was bull tight, because the guard, with guns loaded and bayonets fixed, was placed 3 paces apart. As darkness fell, we received a small piece of pickled pork and 1 single hardtack. The pork had been cut on a dirty poncho by one of the dirty Yanks, then slapped on a hardtack and handed out. I ate my portion slowly and in silence, but go as slowly as I could, the meal was soon over. One of the boys said he hadn't been much hungry until he had finished eating. It was only enough to notify his stomach that it was plumb empty, and that little scrap had excited digestion when there was nothing more to digest. We were not allowed to build a fire and had no light. We sat around in the darkness and took a little smoke before going to sleep. In the darkness could be outlined the Yankee Guard, a menacing evil accentuated by the bayonet that we could barely discern. I never had felt so lonesome in all my life. A sharp struggle goes on in one's soul at such a time. Between the spirit of depression and the spirit of boldness, the dark is a barrier which shuts out all intrusion and leaves one to commune alone without being observed. His soul disrobes without shame, displaying its weak spots and defects. The courage of every mortal man is defective. Only the perfection of our Lord can carry perfect courage, and only then with a struggle. Gethsemane revealed that struggle, and that was the strongest proof that he is very man of very man. When one gets a hold of that central and redeeming truth, he instinctively appeals to the perfect man who is also his own brother, for strength and courage in the day of adversity. So I said my prayers and praying, dropped to sleep like a tired baby. Next morning we were aroused by the blowing of Yankee bugles and formed the line for roll call. Another hardtack and a small piece of pork was issued. After the slim repast, our march to City Point was resumed. In about 3 hours we arrived and halted while the guard changed, which was performed in the simple manner of having us stand at attention in ranks, while the old guard faced to the right and marched off. The new guard opened ranks and marched from the rear and took the places of the old without any break in the lines. Then the captain of the old guard made a speech in which he complimented us and thanked us for being such good boys, and also his stars that he had gotten rid of us without any trouble. Next, we marched to a point near the river below the town and got inducted into another bullpen, several acres in extent, and containing many more prisoners. There were no tents to protect us from the rain and no shade to protect us from the sun. We had nothing to do except to sit around and enjoy our misery. Some of the prisoners had been there for several weeks, evidently being held until enough could be gathered together to make a shipment. Curiosity is a great blessing. It keeps a man from dwelling on the past by keeping his mind in active anticipation and his eyes peeled to see what is coming in the present. We were at Grant's principal base of supplies and found everything active around us. Army wagons were coming in empty and went out full, loaded with boxes and bales and barrels of things necessary for an army of men and beasts. Troops camped around in the pines, and the river was full of craft. Everybody had something to do but us and our poor guards. They had to stand in the blazing heat with arms apart, and we had to lie around in the dirt with nothing to do but wrestle with the grim fact that the Yanks had us. That's where curiosity came to the relief of some of us, to me in particular. There had been a terrific explosion aboard an ammunition ship at City Point a few days before we had been captured. The column of smoke was plainly seen by us at Petersburg, and after the smoke had reached its highest point and spread out into the shape of a gigantic mushroom, there came the muffled sound of the explosion. Now we were where the explosion had occurred and wanted to know something about it. We were forbidden to hold any conversations with the guard, and even had we talked to them, they would have known nothing worth telling. Opposite one side of the bullpen were the quarters of an officer. One morning, smoking a pipe, he stepped out of his tent. I looked at him and noticed that he had the appearance of a human who was not elevated above the face of the earth by his office, that of Major. I was near the guard line and sang out, "Oh, Major." He stopped and looked at me, and I continued, "I am curious to know something about the recent explosion of that ammunition ship. Were you there at that time?" The Major walked up to the guard and said, "Let that boy pass out. I will be responsible for him." The guard motioned to me and said, "Pass out." I walked through the guard line and joined the Major, who at once began to talk of the explosion. As he talked, we walked nearer the river and down to the right of the bullpen, stopping at a large stranded schooner that had been washed some distance inshore, where it had remained after the high water receded. He pointed out the spot where the ammunition ship lay at the time of its destruction, and where other vessels had been destroyed as a result of the explosion. As this is a matter of history, I will not dwell on the Major's talk. For about 2 hours we conversed, then came back to the bullpen. The Major asked my name and gave me his as we shook hands. I cordially thanked him and passed through the guard line into the pen. One of my companions instantly grabbed me, saying, "Dave Holt, you have just got to divide this time." "Divide?" said I, knowing perfectly well what he referred to. "Why, I am going to give you the whole story, undivided. That's about the only thing that a man can give away and yet have the entirety left." "Look here, Dave Holt," he inquired, "do you mean to say that you had that Major off to himself for about 2 hours and didn't touch him for a cent, when you know we all are suffering for rations and a change from pickled pork and hardtack?" And he went away, mumbling something about throwing away such opportunities. A large steamboat slid up to the pier nearest to the bullpen one day. She was close enough for us to see the walking beam of her engine. A rumor floated around in the pen that that boat had come for a load of prisoners, but no order was given, so all we could do was wait. The ship coming in, bringing with it a prospect of a change, made the sunshine hotter, graybacks fiercer, the grime and dirt grimier and dirtier. I realized in an acute manner that I hadn't had a bath, either partial or complete, for a month. Our misery seemed to have come to a head like a boil. At last, in the late afternoon, the order came. "Mississippi prisoners form in line, and orderly sergeants call the roll." We fell in quickly. Left face, forward march, came the next order, and we passed out of the bullpen down to the pier and marched aboard the ship in double ranks. Many a steamboat had I seen coming down the Mississippi River loaded with Texas cattle, packed in as tight as they could be on the front of the lower deck. The likeness of treatment given us and the Texas cattle made me feel like an old steer. We were the last prisoners to be loaded, and it was quite a long time before I had a chance to sit down. We could not see outside. We only knew what was going on by sounds heard. We were in an atmosphere of stifling profanity. At last the walking beam began to walk, and the paddle wheel began to paddle, and we could feel the boat moving. I managed to get a seat on the floor by the wall of the wheelhouse, where, with my back to the wall, I was wedged into the smallest place that I could occupy. The floor got mighty hard. There was neither food to eat nor water to drink, and I again thought of the Texas steers and remembered that they did not have a mouthful of food or drink from the mouth of the Red River to New Orleans, a run of about 36 hours. As mooing was useless, I went to sleep. I suppose mooing was a steer's way of cussin'. I found the different miseries a diversion from one another. For instance, the hardness of the floor diverted my attention from the emptiness of my stomach, and the activity of the graybacks diverted my attention from the hardness of the floor, and the cramped position of being packed closer than sardines in a box diverted my attention from other hardships. Then hunger and thirst reasserted themselves. My miseries went around and around in a definite cycle, punctured here and there with about 40 winks of sleep. After several hours' contemplation and comparison of the life of a steer and the marketing of sardines with that of a prisoner aboard a Yankee ship, I sank into a profound slumber superior to all bodily discomforts, and the boat landed before I was rudely aroused. We were unpacked by the process of unraveling. Somehow those in charge managed to get hold of the right end of the string, and we came apart like an old sack. When we got ashore, we asked, "What place is this?" We were told, "Point Lookout." "It's not the place I am hunting," said Bill. "I want to find Point Gatto." It was some months before he found that place. We marched direct from the ship to the prison and passed through a heavily guarded large gate. Here was a real down, sure enough Yankee prison, and we looked about with great interest. A wall of 2-inch planks, 12 feet long and set 2 feet into the ground, enclosed a space of 9 acres. About 2.5 feet below the top of the wall, and on the outside, a narrow platform extended around the whole prison, and on this platform, at intervals of a few feet, a Negro guard was stationed with his gun loaded and resting on the top of the wall and trained on the prisoners. One would have supposed that all the profanity had leaked out of us on that ship, but it broke out like a wet weather spring and flowed freely at the sight of those niggers with guns. Regularity was the keynote of the prison. The cookhouses were in a row on the same side as the big gate. There were 9 of them, and from each one extended a broad street to the wall next to the bay. There were 9 streets with small gates at the foot of each. Guards opened these gates every day at sunrise and closed them at sunset. There was a broad stretch of sand about 100 feet wide, and as long as the prison wall, between the prison and the water of the bay, or rather the Potomac River, which entered the bay here and was 8 miles wide. 3 small gunboats lay offshore, with steam up and plenty of men on guard. We were allowed to swim out to a row of piles about 100 yards from shore, but beyond that one was liable to be a target both from sea and shore. Between the streets was a double row of all sorts of tents and shacks in which the prisoners lived, or rather existed. I was inducted into a Sibley tent on 6th Street with 4 of my company. There were other prisoners already in the tent. We swelled the occupants to about 16, some crowd for such a small tent. I was given a bunk made out of the tops of cracker boxes and about 2 feet wide. As the weather was warm, I doubled my blanket under me to soften the cracker box tops. I had no cover and never pulled off my clothes except when I went in, swimming, or washed my shirt. Underwear I did not possess. We answered roll call every morning and evening. The remainder of the time we roamed around, hunting for something to do or see. Once a day we marched to our cookhouse and received a cup of thin bean soup and a small piece of baker's bread with a small slice of pickled pork. The rations never changed. How they could be so rotten was not understood. Many contracted scurvy. The sick were carried to the hospital, and we never heard from them again. There was only one meal served each day, and the amount of food was so small that we suffered from prolonged starvation. The toilets were built on platforms over the edge of the river, which spoiled both the fishing and bathing. The Yanks said that the place was not a summer health resort, and we could thank God that we were living evidently a joke, for in point of fact, we were all slowly dying. No doubt the prisoners in Andersonville, Georgia, suffered severely and starved a lot. But when it is considered, and was known at the time, that the Confederacy lacked food, clothing, equipment, and supplies, both for troops in the field and the civilian population, figures prove that Andersonville prisoners got their full share. But those states of the Union, were they not full of supplies? If so, what justification can be found for starving Confederate soldiers? Wirtz was shot, while Major Brady of Point Lookout Prison was allowed to go free. In summing up, was not the killing of Wirtz judicial murder? Something of interest was always going on in prison. Some men put up a miniature rope factory, where all the machinery was made of scraps of wood, iron, and bone, as could be picked up around the place. Another fellow was making clocks, with works of bone and frames of Yankee canteens. The springs he made out of barrel hoops, cut to the right size and tempered. Quite a number were engaged in making rings of hard coal, inlaid with gold. In our tent we had a barber. Every man who had a trade or profession was trying to follow his calling. As I had neither, I followed my nose and roamed around like a roaring lion. The blue patch in my cap made me a marked boy. Men did not know me, but knew my hat. One day one of the men came to me and said, "Did you know that they have opened a public library down near the hospital pen? And a fellow named Holt is in charge?" At once I went to investigate, as the soldier stated the library man looked like me, and I might make a raise out of my kin. I found the tent, which had a rude, rough sign made of a cracker box top and marked with charcoal. The sign said, "Public Library." I walked through the flap and stopped before a counter of undressed planks extending across the middle of the tent, and behind which were some rough shelves containing a few books. I wanted to see the fellow named Holt, and there he sat, reading a book. He looked up and said, "Well?" He was an older man than I and built after a beanpole model. Yet the likeness between us was striking. He did not take the trouble to rise, but pointed to a small blank book that lay on the counter and said, "If you want to get a book, you will have to register and put down your town and state." There was a pencil fastened to the book by a string. I registered D.E. Holt, Woodville, Mississippi. He reached over, took the register, with a long look at the name and a longer look at me. I divined what was passing through his mind. He was thinking of rations and the claims of kinship, for it stood to reason that he was getting extra rations. He was thinking, "This boy will claim a share in my hospitality if I claim a share in kinship." Then he shook his head and said to himself, "No, I never heard of any of my kin in Mississippi." "Where did you come from, Mr. Holt?" I asked. "Charles City, the county seat," he replied. Then I leaned on the counter and seemed to ponder long and deeply, and at last said to myself, "No, if any of my kin were so unfortunate as to be born in that God-forsaken and barren county, why, natural Holt instinct would make them move as soon as they could toddle." Then we both laughed. He had led trumps, but I had taken his trick, and he had saved his rations from a divide. I never saw him again, but my brother John went to Charles City at the close of the war and met the family. Our grandfathers were brothers, but kinship out in the open and kinship in prison are different. When a Holt meets a Holt, there is always a play for position. I have seen it illustrated among my own grandchildren. Once, Lucy Platt came with her mother to see us at Oroville, and Dean Hubbard came with her mother at the same time. They were first cousins, and near the same age, but had never met. I thought of this prison incident when I saw the sparring for position. They were at Grandma's house, rations were plenty, and the atmosphere charged with love. The little girls became fast friends. This Charles City cousin and I might have also become friendly out in the open, away from the short ration prison life. Meanwhile, back in prison, by some means I became possessed of a Davies complete mathematics and a slate and pencil. I went diligently into the study of geometry. I could lose sight of my miseries when they got tangled in geometrical figures. I would sometimes lie on my bunk all day working out some proposition. This displeased the barber very much, and he took me to task about it, saying, "What's the idea about lying around all day and drawing these fool marks on that slate?" "I am studying higher mathematics," I replied. "Shucks," he argued. "There ain't any such thing as that. I learned mathematics from the best teacher I ever saw, and he said that when you got through arithmetic, past fractions, and interest, you had the whole blame thing. And here you are, making lines on that slate that looked like a chicken had got some chalk in his foot and walked over your slate, and calling it higher mathematics. You ought to be walking on the beach or playing and not be allowed to lay there all day without exercise. You make me tired." As it seemed useless to try to explain to a man drowned in his own preconceived opinion and dead to all reason, I let the matter drop. We had a member of Company K named Oscar, built on the model of a steer. Comp gave him the nickname of Old Brandy, and said he was a tongue steer and good at holding back. Old Brandy was put on a detail to unload a schooner of apples. He had often been on detail before. The detail was allowed to bring into prison sacks of shavings and small pieces of wood. Old Brandy brought in a sack of apples with some shavings in the mouth of the sack, and proposed that I open up a small store in front of our tent and sell the apples, 2 for a nickel. We were to divide the profits. I went into the scheme. The store was merely the dirt bank beside our street. It is singular how things happen in droves like birds. That same day, Tom Gildark came to me and said that he had information that a new druggist was needed at the dispensary, and he thought that I could land the job to the benefit of the whole company. But I must be well dressed when I went up before the Yankee surgeon to apply for the job. Tom went around and collected clothes that were not ragged from members of the prison company, and when I was rigged up and the barber had cut my hair, I made a very clean appearance. I walked to the quarters of the chief surgeon and found him to be a pleasant, gray-haired old fellow. We had a nice talk, and I told him of my limited experience as a drug man. He asked me many questions about my family and my bringing up, which made me think that what I knew about drugs was not worth much. But when I started to go, he told me that he would want me in about a week. We shook hands, and he said I would hear from him. I was expecting every day that the good old surgeon would send for me, but I was disappointed. That night a cold north wind sprang up, and my thin clothes did not stop it a little bit. It seemed to blow through my bones. We could not make a fire. I had one sleazy blanket, and wrapped that around me, and with both hat and shoes on, lay down to suffer, but not to sleep. The next day, Major Brady had a lot of boxes of clothing hauled into the prison and dumped on the parade ground with a guard posted around them. About 5,000 prisoners assembled, and a more woebegone, shivering mass of men I never saw. The gallant major was on a big horse, and was well tanked against the cold, with spiritus frumenti. His mode of distributing the clothing was characteristic of a drunken fool. He charged his horse into a crowd of men, and they snatched the reins and jerked the horse back on its haunches. Sometimes the horse reared up with a man holding on to the bit and dangling in the air. The major would roar with laughter and use some choice cuss words. Then he would point to a man and say, "You go and get a coat," or some other garment. I worked around through the crowd, trying to get in front of the horse, but the major always wheeled his mount and went some other way. At last he pointed in my general direction and yelled out, "You go and get an overcoat." I made a break for the boxes, and so did about 25 other men. He yelled out, "Stop the little devil with the blue hat." I ducked, pulled off my hat, put it in my pocket, and kept on running, while the man next behind was caught. I could hear him explaining, but I kept running. Dashing up to a Yankee sergeant, I said, "I am to have an overcoat." He handed one out. I took it without examination and kept on running. There was a stir going on at the boxes about something, but it would be too risky to stop. When I got to the tent, I put on the coat, wrapped my blanket around me, and promptly went to sleep. When evening roll call came, I took a look at my Yankee blue overcoat. It was brand new with a cape, and was made to fit a man over 6 feet high and weighing about 300 pounds. It barely missed the floor when I had it on, and would wrap around me twice. How the boys did laugh and say, "I'm afraid your coat will wear out before you grow up to it," and "Did you ever see such a big little fellow? He feels like a man when he gets on a man's clothes," and other remarks that make a man have the satisfaction of thinking himself smart. But I had the coat, and it was clothing by day and cover by night. It made me think of the pillar of cloud by day and fire by night that led the Hebrews in the wilderness. I felt certain it was an evidence of the goodness of God, and I had the grace to thank Him. Not long after I got my coat, came an order one morning at roll call. The orderly sergeant of each company, at 10 o'clock when the bugle blows, will march his men to the space between the cookhouses at the head of his street. The prison will be searched for boats, which looked reasonable since some prisoners had gotten away in a boat made of rubber coats stretched over a framework of sticks. They had been imprudent enough to write a sassy letter back to Major Brady, which he had read aloud in the prison, and had cussed out his admiration for the bold, foolhardy men, and given a warning. As there were 16 in our tent, we held a council of war. It was evident that one man had to play sick and stay in the tent. Otherwise it would be robbed by guards searching for boats. After much disputation, Ben Chisholm arose and spoke. In my judgment, the man who has the most at stake should be the man to stay. Dave Holt has more at stake than any of us. The most of his apples are left, except what few we have managed to steal. Then he has his haversack, and you might say he has an overcoat, except that the overcoat has him, and he can't say it is not, for I see his feet sticking out. My only objection was that I was the healthiest man in the bunch. They promptly informed me that, as there wasn't a mirror in prison, I had no idea how I looked, but that an Egyptian mummy looked plump and rosy with health beside me. They further assured me that they would eat up all the apples the minute I left, so I stayed. The bugle blew, the sergeant bawled, "Fall in." The boys tumbled out of the tent, and I was left to take my chances. Tying up the sack of apples, I put the sack under the bunk. Then I put on the haversack, and over that the overcoat, wrapped the blanket over me, and lay down, and went to sleep at once. Before long, I was awakened by a Confederate hospital sergeant who stuck his head in the tent and asked if I could walk. Upon being told yes, he left, and I went to sleep again. The next time I was aroused by the rough grip of a Yankee corporal and a horrible oath. He yanked me out of the tent with scant ceremony and placed me under charge of a corporal's guard, halted in the street. He told them to move along, and we started. I was never in the company of a rougher and more forbidding specimen of human nature than that corporal. He represented the doctrine of total depravity far better than any aggregate of words could do. I was hustled up the street toward the cookhouse. A rope was stretched between the cookhouses, and along that rope stood a string of yelling, joking fellows of our street, about 1,000 men in all. The particular company to which I belonged was much in evidence. They had all sorts of advice to give the corporal and the guard. "Where did you catch that wild thing?" said one. "And what kind of a trap did you use?" Another claimed they baited the trap with fresh meat, as that is good bait for coons. "He ain't a coon. He is a bird and kin to jaybirds." "You mean jailbirds, don't you? That fellow has been, or ought to have been, in the penitentiary all his life. Don't you see he robbed a baby of its cloak to patch that hat?" "Shut your blankety-blank mouths," yelped the corporal. "And you, guard, slap a bayonet into the damn little rascal if he halts or says a word." I looked straight in front of me and was as solemn as a tombstone. I felt certain that the guard would stick me on the slightest provocation, and was mighty glad when the gate to the hospital pen was reached. I had never been inside that enclosure, and the board fence was too high to look over. The tents for the sick were in rows, the same as in the prison, but at the upper end of the pen was a vacant space, and into that space men from the prison were being brought and turned loose, as I had been. I found myself in a crowd of sick and lame Confederates, with many cases of scurvy in advanced stages. One poor fellow had the flesh all eaten away from his exposed shin bone, all white and polished for several inches. A tent was stretched from the board fence opposite from the prison, where an old friend, the surgeon, and another doctor sat in chairs opposite to one another. Soon Yankee soldiers began to marshal the sick in single file to pass between the two surgeons. I was scared, as there seemed no possible way to get out of my predicament. I had to go before the old surgeon for another kind of examination. I knew that when a Confed failed to convince the surgeons of his illness, he was taken in charge by a corporal's squad and conducted toward the dungeon. For report was out that all who were caught cheating in regard to their true condition were put in the dungeon, which added nothing to my state of mind. I tried to smoke, but my mouth was too sore from scurvy. There was only one other consolation I knew of, and that was to pray. I put up some mighty sincere petitions. I next mapped out a plan to try and pass the examination. All the strut and vanity was knocked out of me as I realized that I was among my own class, the utterly worthless. I resolved to make myself appear at the bottom of even that poor class. I took off my overcoat and rubbed dirt on my hands and face, rumpled up my hair, dropped my lower jaw, looked as much like an idiot as I could, feigned a stiff knee, and, when my turn came, walked between the two surgeons. I was very much frightened and felt sure that the old surgeon would recognize me. But they merely glanced at me, then looked at one another and laughed aloud. It was funny, but my pride was hurt because they failed to recognize the trick, mistaking it as my natural condition. They did not say a word, and I floundered on through the hole in the fence. To keep from bending my stiff knee, I fell over the bottom rail flat on the ground in the next pen. That made much merriment. The surgeons laughed and advised me to try it over again. I was lying on the ground and wondered how I was going to get up without bending my sham stiff knee. A clerk sitting at a nearby table said, "Bud, come over here and I will help you." He laughed at his own smartness, but he had given me an idea, and I turned over and crawled toward him. He was talking to me all the time, saying I was a nice, pretty little soldier, and the Confederacy needed me like the dickens. When I reached him, he inquired if I could sign my name. I told him of course I could. "Yes, and take all day to do it," he answered. "What is your name?" He wrote my name down, and I touched the pen while he made my mark. Then he told me I might go, and if he needed me again, he would send for me. After the performance of making my mark on the roll book, I limped slowly behind the cookhouse and sat down. I was having a change. I knew what the change was from, but what to was more than I could figure out. I had carried out a deception that I hoped would lead to liberty, but after all, it was deception. The game wasn't nice, but so far was in my favor, and I laughed a little. Just before dark, a sergeant in the cookhouse where I was sitting called out, "Fall in line and draw rations." A line of confeds quickly formed and filed past a counter in front of the cookhouse. To each man was given a cup of soup, but no bread. When my time came, I told the man serving that I had no cup. He kindly gave me one filled with a thin rice soup. "Is that all?" I asked. He gave me a withering look and proceeded to throw in a surplus allowance of bad language that would have spoiled the rice soup if it had been material. With many expletives, he asked me if I knew that I was a prisoner in bad standing and sick at that. He said that Uncle Sam wasn't running a cafe for the benefit of his enemies, and I had better thank God that the goodness of his heart went far enough to give me rice soup, when what I deserved was hell broth filled with shrapnel and seasoned with sulfur. We all laughed at his low-down wit, and, as I moved on, I heard the man chuckling as he helped another poor fellow to a cup of thin soup. When night came, I lay down in the ditch back of the cookhouse and was asleep in an instant. Luckily, the weather was clear, as all the sick men had to sleep on the ground in the open. The next day, we lined up at the cookhouse and had more soup. The server recognized me at once by my hat and said, "You here again? Why, I thought you got so blamed full of soup yesterday that you would not be back for a week." He filled my cup, and I passed on without a word. The 10th day of December, 1864, came in, or rather was blown in, by a cold north wind. How I did luxuriate in that big, warm, blue Yankee overcoat. It was my only comfort and consolation, and I was in strong contrast to the shivering mass of poor, thin, sick Confeds around me. Offshore we could see the funnels of a big ship that lay in the river. A whole company of guards was stationed at the gate on that side of the pen. The gate was opened, while a Yankee sergeant mounted a box with a roll call book and shouted, "As each man's name is called, he will pass through the gate and be lined up." Then he began to call the roll. Everybody was cold, the wind was blowing sharp as a knife, and the prisoners were pouring through the gate in a steady stream. They were being counted by an officer, and, when 100 had gone through, the gate was shut. It was opened again, however, and another 100 counted out. The 16th Mississippi had a fellow named John Turnipseed. He came from Copiah County and had enlisted at Crystal Springs. When his name was called and he had answered, "Here," the sergeant looked at him and said, "Why, Turnipseed, here it is, the 10th of December, and you ain't planted yet." "It ain't none of you derned Yankees' fault that I ain't planted," said John. "You have been trying to plant me for nigh on to 4 years, and by golly, I have planted lots of you in the time." John belonged to the burial squad. His comments caused a mighty laugh among both Yanks and Confeds. At length my name was called. I answered and hurried through the gate. There was a lighter at the shore, and we were hustled onto that and went out to the ship. A rope ladder was let down, and we scrambled up to the deck, where we were herded down the gangway and halted on the deck next to the boiler deck. It was wonderful to be in a warm room where the biting north wind could not bite. The only light we had came through portholes below the waterline. Some called it Fiddler's Green, the place where it is neither dark, nor light, nor hot, nor cold, but just betwixt and between everything. The deck was occupied wholly by the men, and we lay down. I soon fell fast asleep. I awoke to find the ship moving and gently rolling. As the motion increased, men began to get seasick and continued to get sicker and sicker. There were no accommodations of any kind. A sentry with a loaded gun stood at the head of the steps and allowed none to pass. The deck was, before long, a place of indescribable filth. A rope was hanging down the hatchway from the uppermost deck. Seizing it, I went hand over hand to the top, the guards on each deck being too sick to do anything except hold to a post. Preempting a bench near the wheelhouse on the starboard side, I curled up and spent a fairly comfortable night. When morning came, a bread line formed. We were given a cup of coffee, some hardtack, and pickled pork as we marched by the cook's galley. My mouth was too sore to relish the salt pork, but the coffee with brown sugar was very nice. After several hours, we ran into a very heavy storm. The reeling and lurching of the Northern Light, the name of our ship, was something new to me. She would roll down on one side, and the paddle wheel on the other side would be up in the air. The wind whistled through the rigging, and the bow plunged under waves, which would come down on the deck with a clap, sounding like thunder. Water would come rushing by, carrying away everything movable. My bench was fastened, but at that I got wringing wet. At last we reached the mouth of the Savannah River and stopped. The weather was clear and warm, so I pulled off my shirt and proceeded to have a killing, as the boys called it. I took the trouble to count the slain graybacks. I massacred 127. We were transferred to the New York, a smaller ship. It carried us to Fort Moultrie, where we were put on board a little stern-wheel riverboat and carried to Savannah. At the landing, a heavy guard kept back the crowd of women and children, with here and there an old man waiting to greet us. A gangplank was thrown out, and we passed ashore in single file. As each man stepped off the gangplank onto Dixie soil, a girl took her place on his left and said, "Good morning." It was the first calico we had seen for many months, and some of the fellows cried. When my time came, a girl about 16 years old, with curly hair and brown eyes, stepped up and greeted me with good morning. In one hand she held some cigars in a box, and in the other a large baked sweet potato. She offered me both, and I took the potato. It was delicious, but choky. Then she asked me my name and wanted to take my arm. I told her my name was David Holt, but she must not take my arm. Then she pouted her pretty lips, and her brown eyes flashed. "I never saw such a stuck-up boy," she said. "My name is Susie Brown, and I am as good as the Holts." I told her that she was better than this particular Holt, but that I was a whole colony and most of me was ready to migrate. "Well," she remarked, "I don't care. All the other girls have gotten hold of soldiers' arms. The real reason is that you are a Holt and too stuck up for any use." A girl in the line called out, "Susie, why don't you take his arm?" "He won't let me," she flashed back. "He is too stuck up," which caused much laughter. I tried to explain, but Miss Susie wasn't paying a particle of attention to me. She was listening to the couple behind. At length we halted before some sort of public building, and an officer called out, "Dinner of chicken and rice here." The men broke ranks and rushed inside as oxen, frantic with thirst, rush into a pond. "Why don't you go in and get some chicken?" asked Miss Susie. "I don't want to contend with that starving crowd for a little food," I answered. "All I would eat would be that much less for some poor fellow." "Well," she said, "if there is a more starved-looking man than you in this bunch, I haven't seen him." An elderly lady volunteered to go back to the kitchen to see if she could get me something. Directly she came back, saying not a crumb was left. Then we were ordered to fall in and march to a park. Miss Susie was not affectionate in our parting. She simply walked away. I felt like the ugly duckling, not seeming to fit in any place. I could have seated myself somewhere and given way to gloom, except that I did not have any gloom to give way to. We were next issued some rations and cooking utensils. After I had eaten some mush and bacon gravy and drank a cup of horse mint tea straight, I got hold of a camp kettle and boiled my clothes. I was in a very small tent with a fellow about my own age from Alabama. He called me Missip, and I called him Alabam. We had no curiosity as to real names. We usually said "say" in place of using a name. Every afternoon the women and girls came into camp and sang hymns and war songs, but there was an organized effort, like the Red Cross, for instance, to nurse the sick and entertain the men. One girl had an old guitar she thumped on, and she sang through her nose. Miss Susie never showed up any more. I admired the pluck and persistent effort of the guitar girl, for she was homely and not as young as she had been 10 years before. Her favorite song was "Let Me Kiss Him for His Mother," but she never tried to make it a personal matter. One morning, while Alabam and I were eating a late breakfast, I remarked, "Alabam, I am going to Department Headquarters and get a furlough." "You will get a mighty good cussin'," he replied. "That's all anyone gets who goes up there, and many have gone." "Why, Alabam," I answered, "your talk is real discouraging. But a cussin' at headquarters would be something plumb out of the ordinary, and I am going anyway." He said he would go too, and see me well abused, as I had been needing it for some time. So we went. Headquarters was located in a large store set apart for that purpose, and the place was full of desks and officers. I walked up to a captain seated at a desk, writing. "Captain, I want a furlough to go home." That was the spark lit the fuse. He exploded at once, and with evident relief. There apparently was something on his mind, or stomach, and my request gave him justification to blow it off. He turned around to take a look at me before he fired. His language was lurid with hellfire, and his oaths cracked like firecrackers on a Christmas morning. "Blankety blank, my everlasting soul," he exclaimed, "if you blankety blank soldiers from Lee's army ain't the hardest fellows to satisfy between tidewater and hell, here you are, from the battle line into prison. You have been on starvation rations in both places. When you get here, they camp you in a park without guards and give you the run of the town. The women and the girls are feeding you rice and sweet potatoes, and you are getting extra rations. The women are dancing with you and singing to you in spite of lice and filth, and yet you come up here and want a furlough, although you have been told 1,000 times that you can't get one." "Come along, Holt," said Alabam. "I told you what you would get." I didn't know that he knew me by name. A colonel had been standing by, listening to the profanity of the captain. When he heard my name, he advanced. "Is your name Holt?" he asked. "Yes," said I. "David E. Holt from Mississippi." Then he inquired if I had any relatives in Georgia. I told him that Judge William Holt of Augusta, Georgia, was my father's oldest brother. "Then you are the son of David Holt, and named for your father," he replied, offering me his hand. "Davy," he continued, "I was picked up as an orphan, raised, educated, and admitted to the bar by your uncle. I have never been able to repay him, but please God, I am going to give some of it back through his nephew." "Captain," he said, turning to the seated officer, "write out a furlough, an order for transportation and rations for Mr. Holt to any place that he names." "Colonel," I asked, "won't you please include my friend from Alabama?" The captain was directed to include him also. That same captain who had done the fancy cussin' wrote out the papers, and the colonel inspected them. The colonel offered me money, which I would not take. He insisted, but I would not assume a personal financial obligation nor a gift. After we left headquarters, Alabam said that Miss Susie was right about my being stuck up, but he doubted if she knew that I was a damn fool also. We laughed about it and suffered for it, but there was something inside of me that prohibited my carrying a debt I knew I could not repay, or a gift I did not feel entitled to. The train left at 4 o'clock in the morning. We were so afraid of missing it that we went down and camped at the depot. We boarded the train on time and with empty stomachs. Alabam complained a good bit about being hungry, which he said was my fault and fool pride. I had all sorts of thoughts about the matter, but drank water pretty often and said nothing. The car was full of sick and wounded, miserable men who lacked attention and were in misery. We drew cooked rations of bacon and cornbread sometime in the early afternoon. At every station, men and boys rushed up to the car windows with baskets of lunch. As none of the men had any money, they could only view with hungry eyes the food that they could not get. It was a repetition of Tantalus, with food in place of water. At last some fellow hit upon a trick. Cutting a piece of paper in the shape of a Confederate bill, he waited until the train started, slowly leaving the station. Then he shook the bill out the window and called for a lunch. A basket was quickly held up. He jerked the contents of the basket through the window, and then hurled the empty basket back into the face of the owner. The lunch was scattered all over the floor. After that, the men became a band of lunch robbers. We arrived in Montgomery after a long, tedious ride. I went to Uncle Elbert's, and Alabam went down to the steamboat landing. He said his father lived on the Alabama River and knew every captain. He found a captain that he knew well and left for home at 5 o'clock. I never saw him again. Uncle Elbert was out on his plantation. A servant met me at the door and invited me in. I told her to go back and tell Mrs. Holt to come out. Aunt Rebecca came. She did not get mad when I told her not to touch me. She told me to go around the house to the little back room, pull off my clothes, and throw them through the window to old Mary, the washwoman, who knew what to do. Jake came with a tub of hot water and some homemade soap, and I knew what to do. It was the first real tubbing I had enjoyed in many moons. Aunt Rebecca came to the door where I was bathing and said that the seamstress would mend my clothes, but it would take some time. She had a dress suit of Uncle Elbert's and a dress suit of Tom's. She said she would send them in to me, and I could take my choice. Uncle Elbert weighed over 300 pounds, and Tom stood 6 feet 6 and was as thick as a match. I took his suit, a swallowtail coat that just missed the floor when I put it on. I turned back the sleeves and rolled up the trousers. His shoes were many times too large. When I got dressed, I opened the door and shouted, "Clear the track, I am a-comin'." Then I waltzed out, holding the tails of Tom's swallowtail coat all spread and doing many fancy jig steps, for I could dance a jig. The hall was full of company. I was perfectly astonished, and so were they, but I danced the set out, cut the double pigeon wing, jumped up and cracked my heels together, and nearly lost Tom's big shoes in the doing. There were merry peals of merry laughter by sweet musical voice belonging to my kin, to whom I was introduced. There was Emmy Holt, who afterward married Mr. Screws, Ella Holt from Woodville, and her mother, Mrs. Alfred Holt, cousin Laura Pickett, wife of Colonel Pickett, Ed Holt's wife, Rebecca Holt, afterwards Mrs. John Durr, and many others. I was very much ashamed and internally blamed myself for being a bungler and a poor chap that always got in wrong. When Uncle Elbert came in, they told him all about it, and he insisted that I put on the whole performance again. He laughed until he cried, and he cried in earnest. To think of a little fellow going through all the privations and suffering and starvation, he said, and still having the grit and spirit to give such a performance before he has had a mouthful of food. The next day I put on my mended suit, and we went to Department Quartermaster Headquarters, where, at the solicitation of Uncle Elbert, I was given a full outfit of clothing, a new hat, and shoes. I stayed in Montgomery for a week. I was in a hurry to get home and spend some time before my furlough gave out. As I would have to walk a large part of the way, we scanned a map and found that Montgomery, Meridian, and Jackson, Mississippi, were basically on the same line, running due west. I pulled myself away from that delightful company of kinfolk and took the boat for Selma at 5 o'clock one afternoon. It was a small stern-wheel craft, and so jam-full of passengers there was hardly any room on the floor of the saloon to lie down. Women and children occupied every stateroom. During the night, the boat ran into the top of a large oak tree that had caved off the bank. There was a crash as the guards on the starboard side were torn off, and the vessel listed on the port and almost turned over. The women and children screamed and ran into the saloon in their nightgowns. The floor was literally covered with sleeping soldiers who arose and stampeded. The doors to the deck opened inward, and the crowd surged against them. It was impossible to open the doors. The frantic cries of men who had lost their nerve mingled with shrieks of women and the crying of children. Above the racket boomed the voice of a real he-man shouting, "Steady!" I happened to be near the doors and next to the wall, and I got the maximum pressure of the whole mass. I turned my face to the wall, put my hands and knees against it, and saved my stomach from the pressure. My knees suffered somewhat, but my breath was not mashed out. At last the doors broke open, and the crowd surged onto the deck. I soon got out and went to the hurricane deck to inspect the damage, which was great but not vital. Several were hurt and were taken into staterooms where a surgeon attended them. Arriving at Selma, we unpacked. I went at once to inquire about getting to Demopolis, and was told that the railroad was out of commission, but that walking was excellent, considering it was winter. I had with me a Negro valet named William, belonging to Dr. Hunt, who was sending William to Meridian. William was a fine fellow who did his full share of the work and never complained. We walked about 24 miles a day, stopping on the roadside at night where we built a fire, cooked our rations, and then went to sleep on the ground in true tramp style. When we got to Meridian, William went to some doctor's quarters, while I went to the depot of the Vicksburg and Meridian Railroad and found out that a mixed train would leave next morning. It did not go all the way to Jackson in one day. When daylight ended, the train stopped and went to roost like a chicken, which suited me. The roadbed was in such a bad fix that it was a foolish venture to travel at night. Then, too, we had to stop and take on wood every so often, the engine being a wood burner with a Mother Hubbard smokestack. My mouth had healed, and as I had plenty of tobacco, I did plenty of smoking. There were several of us in that old caboose, and the train smoked at both ends. But the old Mother Hubbard led the procession, both in running and smoking. When we reached Pearl River, the train stopped and we all got out. The bridge over the river had been burned, so we crossed on a flimsy makeshift of a bridge that barely cleared the water. Upon reaching the other side, I walked to the State House. At last I determined my best plan was to go down the railroad to Summit and then walk across to Woodville, a distance of 66 miles through piney woods. I was told that I could not make it. That part of the state was swarming with outlaws, and travel was not safe, especially for Confederate soldiers. But no one could suggest any other route, Natchez being a federal post commanding all other routes. The next morning, I took the train for Summit. I think the railroad was called the New Orleans and Jackson Railroad, later changing to the Illinois Central. I had never been over that road before, and while looking out of the window and smoking, I heard the brakeman shout, "Hazelhurst!" The same voice that I had heard at Scottsville, Virginia, yelled again in my ear, "Get out!" I snatched up my haversack and got in a hurry. As I stepped to the ground, an old lady, much taller than I, threw her arms around my neck and kissed me ardently on the cheek. "Thank God for giving me back my son," she said. I told her that I was not her son, but David Holt from Woodville. "Well," she said, "take that kiss for a mother's kiss. You'll find Brother Godfrey, the presiding elder of this district, up the street at Penn's blacksmith shop, getting the shoes tightened on his horses. He is going direct to Woodville." I ran out into the street and saw Brother Godfrey getting into his buggy. I waved my hat, shouting, "Brother Godfrey," as loud as I could. The cry was taken up by others, and Brother Godfrey stopped. When I came up, he said, "If it ain't Davy Holt, young man, you are reported dead, but your mother won't believe it, and says that you are well. But how she knows, she don't know. But she is positive, and all your family think she really knows. I can't take much stock in occult things, but you are certainly not dead by a long shot. Get in, and I will take you to Woodville." I got in and told him about the voice and the old lady who took me for her son. But he was skeptical because he could not make it jibe with his own preconceived opinion. When we reached the outskirts of town, we overtook 2 other buggies of Methodist preachers going our way. They were traveling in groups for mutual protection and verified what I had been told about danger. The first night we stayed at Mr. Love's. We were expected, and they had killed chickens and churned, and had made pies, and had sure enough coffee. I had struck the right bunch for food. We had several prayers and several songs at evening family worship, and everyone but me groaned and said Amen many times. Yet I was most heartily thankful to the good Lord. It just did not seem to me that he needed waking up. The next night we stayed at Mr. Streeter's near Liberty. In the morning we got an early start, as we wished to make the 30 miles to Woodville before dark. The roads were very bad, the stock tired, and we made haste slowly. Conversation kept things interesting. Mr. Godfrey was a good talker and knew about everybody in the county. He told me about all returned soldiers and all the births, deaths, and weddings, and a good bit of scandal. 6 miles from Woodville, at Richardson's Corner, we halted, and I changed to Brother Sullivan's buggy, as Mr. Godfrey lived in the Bethel neighborhood. I had never met Mr. Sullivan before, and we fell into a violent argument before we had gone a mile. I had told the story of poor Jer at Gettysburg, and how, when it was evident that he would die, Dr. Joe had put him to sleep with enough opium to ensure his staying asleep. Mr. Sullivan denounced the act as premeditated murder, saying that God alone had the matter of suffering and death in his hands, and when he commanded, "Thou shalt do no murder," it was a command without qualifications. I said that I regarded such an act as a deed of mercy, as death had not been hastened by the opium. Only the man's sensations were blunted and his mind relieved from thinking. We kept arguing all the way. Some time after dark we arrived at Sullivan's house. Mr. Sullivan offered to take me in the buggy the rest of the way home, but I preferred to walk. It would have been cruel to the old horse to have gone past his stable. I walked along the old familiar ways, paths that I hadn't dared to think of treading again, down the street to the house of mine own people, to home. As I came through the front gate, my own dog rushed out growling and barking. I called his name, and he changed his hostile tone to a whimper of joy, whining and rolling on the ground at my feet. The front door of the home was open. I looked through into the parlor. There sat my father, beside the table, with a Bible in his hand, and then I saw my mother, grandchildren cuddling and cooing around, and my sisters busy with domestic work. I quietly walked up the steps and to the door, where I knocked. "Father," said Sister Bell, glancing my way, "there is a soldier at the door." He arose and came to the door, where I was standing in the full glare of the light. "Does Dr. Holt live here?" I inquired. "I am Dr. Holt," he answered. "Doctor," I said, keeping up the suspense, "I am a Confederate soldier, and ask the privilege of staying all night and securing breakfast in the morning." "I have sons in the Confederate service," he proudly answered, "and have never turned a soldier away from my door. You are more than welcome. Walk into the parlor, and I will introduce my wife and daughters." So he ushered me into the parlor, where the ladies arose at my coming. I halted in front of my mother. Then my father came to my side and said, "My wife, this is Mr. What did you say your name was?" It was too much, this affair of being introduced by my own father to my own mother, and so I laughed. Then Belle shouted a joyous, "Davy!" and I was smothered in embraces of love, while the children cried. My father read the 103rd Psalm, and then we all gave thanks to God for my wonderful preservation. I thank him to this day, and see so plainly that his hand led, and I fully believe, will continue to lead me through the valley and shadow of death and along the ways of eternal life. I was expecting you, my son, and put your dinner away. Let us go and get it, said my mother, and thus I came home.